Do you know, honestly, it couldn't get any worse, could it really? Over in Sydney, in one of the suburbs over there, they had they had sort of one of these dreadful thunderstorms. One of these sort of things there, which they don't call it a thunderstorm, do they? They call it something else, actually. A mini tornado, says Shane. They've got heavy rain, thunder and lightning. We actually get that on a normal day. We really do. The only trouble is you want it to happen when these people protesting, sitting in the middle of the road, just get drenched and come down with flu. So they have to spend days and days in bed because nobody wants to be infected by them. So there you go. And there's a picture of it ripped through towns. A supercell storm. Where do they come from? Where do they come from? It's phenomenal, isn't it, really? It's a tornado, isn't it? Takes houses up in the air and brings them crashing down and everything else. They're quite interesting. It's all to do with thermals. All to do with thermals. It's sort of hot air meeting cold air. And then it's you go to Tornado Alley over in Kansas and they do trips because they get them on a regular basis. It's almost like you can guarantee if you go out on one of these trips, you'll see a tornado, depending on different strengths of them, because the temperature and the clouds and all the rest of it turns these things into tornadoes. You could see them, or as they call them, twisters. You had to take shelter in Tennessee, did you? Oh, right, you had one there. Yeah. A lot of people have to go and hide under bridges because they don't go under bridges. They sort of go straight through it, as it were. Yeah. But taking shelter in Tennessee. Big Bad John. Do you remember that song? You probably don't remember that song. I think that was Tennessee Ernie Ford, and it was called Big Bad John. He was a miner, and he died in this mine thing. But it was a very famous song, Big Bad John. Like the new Christy Minstrel singing Three Wheels on My Wagon. Do you remember that one? All this rubbish that we had in our early days. I liked it. Steve says, hailstones. Look at them. Hailstones the size of necklaces on Gemporia television. God, they were selling some rubbish this morning. They really were. I sit there in amazement watching the poor bloke who has to flog this tat. And I'm thinking, who buys it? You know, and there's a ring here and it's £16. And then he reads off his little screen. It goes, we've got buyers and collectors. I thought, a 16-quid ring? I've got Christmas crackers that are more expensive than that. And the tat that you find in those ones is hilarious. Kim says, is Scotland getting snow this month? They've said so. I don't think I've heard that one. If you're a good boy, she says, I'll send that down your way. Yeah, you know what'll happen? I'll end up with a paper bag full of blooming water, or a polythene bag, which I could be using for filling up with petrol. Not. You can't believe people turn up and literally fill up plastic cans. They've got no idea, have they? And then they put it in the boot of the car. What happens? The boot of the car gets hot. The fumes expand. Before you know where you are, no car, no insurance. Totally invalid. I'm sorry, what did you do? I put petrol cans in the boot. You think we're paying out? I don't think so. Wonder why the car disappeared together with half the road. And Martin says, your hand warmer's still working. I lost one. I left it in a car. But the other one's still working, yeah. I don't use them as much because we haven't got to that cold state at the moment. And my hands are sort of not cold. I'm doing all right. I'm coping, as it were. Parts of Dallas-Fort Worth get tornadoes, says Ian. Luckily not normally where I live, but I know people who take shelter in their bathtubs at least a couple of times a year. Take shelter in their bathtubs? I've done that before. Shelter in your bathtub. I mean, seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? Whether you would want to do something like that. I know in Kansas, people have got tornado shelters, which are in the garden. And you open up the hatch and you go down and then secure it from the inside. And that always looks quite nice. There's Tornado Alley. Oh, do you want the number? Oh, of course you would, wouldn't you? Here we go. Yeah, my phone was playing Silly Beggars the other day. I don't know why. Okay, the first number is... Yes. The next one is... Yeah, the next one is... Yeah. You know what that is? Okay. Add... So you got that. No. Back. Yes, thank you. And the next one is... Yes. And the last number is... Yeah. We have to do that because there are some slightly peculiar people who listen to the radio in the early hours of the morning, and it's a confidential number which is given to me by Microsoft so I can access my computer. And so if I gave it out, you would just have to type in Steve Allen, whatever, type in that number, and you could have access to all my private emails, Plus my passwords and everything. Oh, you find out all sorts of things. How much does he earn? What does he do with it? You know, how many properties does he own? All that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, tenner an hour. Whoopee. Every morning at the mine, you can see him arrive. Big John. That was every morning at the mine. I loved all those songs. Morning, Steve. M25, no fuel. Busiest road in the country. This country's becoming a joke, says Paul the cabbie. I know. But I tell you what, I'm trying to be positive. I'm positive there's a panic on, even though the government have lied through their teeth to you. But Labour would do exactly the same. Oh, it's definitely getting better. That's what the government are telling you. It's a lie. It's not getting better at all. In fact, if anything, I've seen more queues at garages over the last 3 or 4 days than I've seen at any other time. So it's getting worse. It's getting better, but not as quick as they say. Love it. Shane says, what's Jackie Weaver doing sticking her nose in other people's business? She does the same thing down here. Really? What, in Sydney? Is she known over there? Wow. I didn't know she was known, actually. She needs to go and get her hair done professionally. She looks a bit like poor old Lydia Dim's mother in Essex, where they've started dragging in the mothers. And to be honest with you, you know, when you've got all these young flibbity-gibbet things with troweled-on makeup looking like a Thai drag show, you know, and then you've got the mothers look ancient. They really do. I mean, poor old Lydia Dim's mother. I mean, really. If you ever want to see bad hair, that would be it. You know when winter is coming in Vienna, when your show starts and it's still dark outside. Yes. Mind you, I quite like it, you know, being dark outside. The north-south fuel divide, government's traffic light system for petrol, reveals Scotland and Northern Ireland in the green zone. London, red or amber. Fuel levels less than 20%. What was us, innit? And we're the capital. And we've got the government down the road, but of course they don't queue for petrol. That's for you peasants. It's not for them. Lord above, the Treasury Minister says 60% of petrol stations were out of fuel at the weekend. That's now fallen to 27%. Yeah, we can make figures say anything, dear. Make them say anything you like. Nobody believes a word you say. After a 4-day hunt, we finally found fuel on the outskirts of Watford. Even at 3:15 in the morning, there was a queue. If Boris thinks the situation's easing, he needs to wake up, says Mike, and smell the coffee. Smell the petrol. I used to love the smell of petrol. I got told off by Jonathan Shallett for liking the smell of petrol. But I like the smell of all sorts of strange things. I don't know why. Calamine lotion is a very popular one with me. Have you ever smelled calamine lotion? Oh, it's lovely. You shake the bottle and you put it onto stings and all sorts of things like that. It's like, it sort of dries and you sort of go a rather sort of brown colour. It's sort of like tea tree, but it's a coloured cream sort of stuff. But it's liquid, so you put it on a cotton wool pad. I used to love the smell of calamine. I might go and buy some today just for the hell of buying calamine lotion. You know, what have you got in your bathroom, Steve? Calamine lotion. What for? Because I like the smell of it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, you said the Australian thermals were full of cold and hot air. When it turns winter here and I'm working outside, I know all about cold and hot air in my thermals. Yes. Do you know what a lot of market traders wear? Women's tights. Women's tights under their trousers to keep their legs warm, because otherwise they freeze to death out there. Quite a common thing. Cross-dressing. That's what they're doing. They're cross-dressing and they put on women's tights. I wasn't aware. Yeah, sort of like long john type thing. I prefer to call them tights. Makes the story sound so much better, actually. Severe thunderstorm warning for Brisbane, says Kevin. Oh, so we're going to be getting thunderstorm. Well, I'm not there, actually, so it doesn't make any difference. I don't mind looking at them, but I just don't want to be in them at all. I've been in Hong Kong when we had what do they call it? It's not a monsoon or a typhoon. Yeah, Typhoon Mary, where, you know, the winds sweep into Hong Kong and you'd go out the next... we didn't know. We were just kids. We didn't know what it was. It was just very windy. The flats that we were in were not very high flats, but some of the other ones swayed. And they do build into flats nowadays, when they do the tall blocks, a thing so that it can actually move. I mean, how it works, I've got no idea. But when you go out the next morning, all the squatters who lived on the hillsides in Hong Kong, on the island, all the houses were flattened. All their houses were flattened so they had to start all over again. Admittedly, they were only made out of sort of like corrugated iron and stuff like that and wooden structures, because it's so rare to get a typhoon. But we had Typhoon Mary, which I think was back in the 60s. But it just decimates everything. It was worth sort of being inside and looking at it and watching trees swaying, and then all of a sudden the tree breaks and cracks. Typhoon Mary. Yeah. Oh, you type it into Google. Yeah, Typhoon Mary. I don't know why I always remembered that one. It was the only typhoon we had when we were there. So it must have been about 1965, 64, something like that. Typhoon. 1960. There you go. It. I was yes. It was in the South China Seas when it moved through Guangdong and Fujian, then back, causing a significant amount of damage in Hong Kong and China. The worst storm to hit since the typhoon in 1937. Yeah, 1,600 people died in it, and 400 small watercraft were either damaged or destroyed. In China, dikes and dams were severely damaged. Multiple public buildings collapsed and destroyed. There you go, Typhoon Mary. I don't know why they gave them all these names. Yes, I survived. I was there. It was okay. Steve, need to come up to Newcastle. We're not queuing for petrol. All garages are getting deliveries, so we have loads. I don't want to go to Newcastle. I want it to arrive in London, please. Thank you very much indeed. I'm in shorts, says Shane in Sydney. It's 24 degrees. Lovely. Tennessee Ernie Ford was 16 tons, says Tony. Jimmy Dean was Big Bad John. All those we used to love songs that told a story, you know, and like Ernie, and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. His horse was called Trigger, and he pulled the fastest milk cart in the West. Anything that was a song you could sing along to, we went for. Anything except Je t'aime, you know, just going. Je t'aime. Yeah, oh, shut up, honestly. We were just little boys at the time. We didn't know about stuff like that. Now, I'm an older boy. I still don't know about stuff like that. Virgin Money have announced plans to axe 31 High Street branches. I didn't even know they had branches in the High Street. What do they do? What do they do? I told you the Royal Bank of Scotland's closing in Richmond. They've only just done the thing up. Terrible waste of money. And they're going to close it. It'll probably turn into a coffee shop, I should imagine. Must be the only sort of coffee shop with a safe in the basement for keeping all the money in and everything else. But, yeah, they're closing it. But it doesn't make any difference because who goes into a bank now? You do it all online. We do everything online. Everything. I do everything online, yeah. I can't remember that. I don't need to go to a bank. I mean, if I want money out, I go into a bank. But I can use NatWest. So if I need more than the £400, it seems like a fortune, doesn't it? £400 I can get out of the machine outside, and I go in there if I want, you know, at Christmas time, I always take out money at the beginning of the month and then keep it so I can put it in cards and stuff like that. Oh, that's giving away what the producers get you for Christmas. So much easier to sellotape that 50 pence piece in there, isn't it? Which is very nice.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I love Friday. I love Friday. Mind you, I like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday as well. In fact, there's not a day in the week that I don't like. I even like Sunday. You know, where most people sort of think, oh, you wouldn't like Sunday, would you? And you go, no, I like Sunday. I like Saturday. I like today especially because by the time I sort of get home, I can either put my feet up, go out and do a little bit of shopping, and then pootle around. You try and get as many things to do as you can. And then all you think, oh, do you know, sod it. I'll just put my feet up on the settee, have a little lie down. The next thing you wake up, you're like 3 hours later. It's just terrible. There's nothing you can do about it. But it's nice, isn't it? If you're working for the weekend, then it's all right because you've had the week off. And now, you know, you're probably going into work today and doing little bits and pieces. I'm very excited about Monday. So 4 a.m., you've got to be with us on Monday. Set the alarm and then we'll discover what we've come up with. We've had a tea towel. We've had a tote bag, and we've had Prosecco glasses. What have we got this year? I think in total we've shifted something like 30,000 in total of all these different little bits and pieces. It averages about 8 to 10,000 in each one. I mean, phenomenal amount, which is lovely. We're very grateful to you for that. But you'll have to listen at 4 on Monday to find out what we've got there, because again, this one is limited supply, and once you hear what it is, you will realise why it's limited supply. But we're throwing, in Little cough. Free P&P. Free P&P. There is no extra charge for P&P. And you can order as many as you like. Well, I mean, don't go mad. It's not like petrol or something like that. Steve, I loved it when you were singing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, says Sidcup Julie. I thought I remembered the words remarkably well. Seriously, I mean, you can download the podcast from yesterday. It's free. Just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. And once you've downloaded on the site the little app, you can download all the podcasts. You can go for Nick Ferrari or James O'Brien. Well, maybe not James O'Brien. You can go for Eddie Mayer. You can go for Sheila, for me, for Nick Abbott. He has a little podcast out. Ian has 3 podcasts. 3 podcasts. That's just greed. Mind you, Ian Dale's got 6. 6 podcasts. I couldn't believe it. I don't know when he finds the time. His poor producer must be worn out, his fingers to the bone, I should imagine. Steve, I had to go to the local Halifax to deposit some cash wearing a mask, says Rob. The cashier said 18 months ago you might have been arrested walking in wearing a mask. Well, you know what they still don't like you to wear when you go into a bank? A helmet. A motorcycle helmet. They don't want you because they think you might sort of be doing them some harm. Mind you, in most cases, they're probably right. I mean, what idiot walks in with a crash helmet on? It's like you see one of these couriers, you know, the people who are delivering your stone-cold food to you every day. And they all walk around with these sort of helmets, half on their head and half off their head. Dirty, grubby-looking people. Steve, I'm 60, says Peter. When I was a kid, my dad used to play a song called Patches. Yes, I remember Patches. In fact, it was... who had the song out? Patches. In my mind, I can hear it. He said it was about a dad asking his son to look after the farm. Patches on the brand new song. It had a chorus in it, didn't it? Was it Clarence Carter? Was it? Oh, right. Yes! Yes! And what were the words? Have you got the words of it? So I can refresh my memory. Clarence Carter, Patches. I was born and raised down in Alabama on a farm way back up in the woods. I was so ragged that folks used to call me Patches. Papa used to tease me about it, 'cause deep down inside he was hurt, 'cause he'd done all he could. And he goes, my papa was a great old man. I can see him with a shovel in his hands. See education. I know. It's a very good song, actually. Very good song. Now you've reminded me of it, but yes, I remember it very well. My favourite was still Dolly Parton, Me and Little Andy. It's hilarious. Late one cold December night, I heard the door a-knocking. And it's about a woman who's obviously deep in snow, and there's a little girl outside, and she goes... my name is Sandy, and no, her name wasn't that. The dog was called Sandy, I think. So my name is so and so, and this little puppy dog here, his name is it's Andy. She was Sandy, he was Andy, I think. And they basically wanted to come inside. I don't think this person was very keen to let them inside the house. I mean, because she looked like she was a bit of trouble, and she could have robbed them. And anyway, Dolly Parton introduces it by saying, you know, I'm known for writing sad songs, and this one's quite pitiful. And it really was, because at the end the kid dies and the dog dies as well. And they got taken up to heaven. And sorry, spoiler alert on that song. But watch her singing it on YouTube. Dolly Parton, Me and Little Andy. But it's that line about, you know, most of my songs are about sad things, as you know, and this one's quite pitiful. It really was. But I loved it. I like stuff like that. Mind you, I still like Jolene. She says it's based on a true story. She said it was based on a true story. It used to be about a woman who worked in the bank and had her sights set on her husband. They have a very peculiar relationship, Dolly Parton and her husband. Nobody ever sees Carl. He's at home, and she tours with her friend Judy. And because people were sort of saying it's slightly peculiar, they share a bed. And she said, but lots of friends share beds. I mean, I wasn't sure if she was just being incredibly naive, or it was just, you know, perhaps she just didn't realise that people were thinking, you know, sharing a bed. I mean, if I said to the producer, you know, can I nip round your place tonight and share a bed with you? Be going, no, not again, Steve. I'll all right. No, you go on the couch this time. Oh, I don't want to go on the couch. You know, then in the night, you know, you throw your arms across and suddenly realise there's another person within about 6 inches of you. Well, I say 6 inches, I mean, you know. And But all of those I like sad songs. The sadder it is, the happier I am with it. I don't know why. It's a very odd thing, but I like the stories. And Clarence Carter's Patches, very good one. Very good. I like it when people... Also, I liked Abraham, Martin and John. Have you ever heard that one? That's an old Tamla Motown record about civil rights leaders. And it starts off with an interviewer with some children. And he says, this is on the record before it starts going, he goes, what is segregation? And the little kid goes, I don't know what segregation is. What is prejudice? I don't know what prejudice is. And it goes into the song, and it's about Abraham, Martin, and John. Martin Luther King. Abraham. It was originally written, actually, I think it was a chart hit in 68, 69. And it's done to What the World Needs Now. That one that goes, what the world needs now is love, love, love. And the song itself is a tribute to the memory of 4 assassinated Americans, all icons: Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., John F. Kennedy, and Robert F. Kennedy, written in response to the assassination of King and that of Robert Kennedy. And, again, you should have a listen to it. It runs 3 minutes 15. I thought it sounded longer, actually. But released in August 68. And it was really good, actually. As has anybody here seen my old friend Abraham? And that's went like that. I think I'm getting better at singing. Somebody said to me, you're actually quite a good singer. I was in a choir when I was little. Well, I was in the choir because the choir master used to give you money. And, we well, not the choir master, but the church used to give us money because we sang in the local church choir when I was, when I was 9. And we got 2 and 6 a week, but we never got any money. Perhaps they invested it for us because I never blooming well saw it. Worth about 100 grand. It'd be lovely if they came to you and said, we've been looking for you for ages, Steve. Here is the money that we saved up for you. Those little 2 and 6s every week went into a money box, and this is what it is now. And it was put into the choir pension, and you qualify for it. And also you got extra for funerals and for weddings. We never got paid nothing. Nothing. I think it was 5 shillings for a wedding, especially if the bride had requested a choir. I think it was for singing. And, 25p, 5 shillings, 25p, which actually for us in those days was a lot of money. We used to get that a week in pocket money, 2 and 6. You could go to the little tuck shop and you could buy gobstoppers and fruit salads and blackjacks and Corona. And Corona was 1 and 3pence a bottle, 1 and 3pence. Convert that back. I mean, it's ridiculous. But in fact, if you held it up to the light, on the back of the label, it said, bring the bottle back. We were recycling in those days. And you got 10p back on the bottle. So what they would do is knock the 10p off the price if you didn't have quite enough for doing it. I used to go a sherbet dab. Because you could dip your lollipop in this, like that. And then you dip it in this thing, cover it in sherbet, and then stick it in your mouth. It was all fun, actually. Or failing that, if we were really feeling flash, the most expensive thing you could buy was a bottle of Corona cream soda, and you'd buy a block of ice cream. And you'd sit in your dormitory, and you'd put the ice cream soda into the glass, in our case, our toothbrush mug, and then you'd do a dollop of ice cream on the top. Because I liked cream soda. Yeah, I did in those days. I mean, I haven't had it for best part of 55 years, I would think. But probably still, can you still get it? Not sure, actually. Cream soda. It sounds like something. It's like, what's that stuff they sell in markets? It's not cream soda. It's seltzer, isn't it? Seltzer, which is something. There you go. Bars ice cream soda. 2 litres. How lovely. Oh, the Japanese do a cream soda. It comes in green, which is lovely. And you could probably find this, couldn't you? That's on Amazon. Oh, right. Right. Oh, okay. The trouble is, to me, do you know what that says to me? Sugar. It just says sugar. It doesn't say anything else. Yeah, diabetic coma, Steve. Drink this, you'll never walk again.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. Are you well? Are you good? Are you feeling a bit? I know. You're probably fed up with this petrol malarkey, which in fact we all are. And now I've announced to you that we're going to have snow in October, which actually either means we're in for a really freezing cold winter and it's going to be miserable all round, or failing that, it'll be over and done with, and we'll have sunshine back by the time we get to November. It might not be as many fireworks around this year, but actually we've never had that problem. You can always get fireworks because not everybody wants them. People with pets don't really want them, and sort of you don't really have the local firework display on as you used to have years and years ago. I like it, actually. Steve, you speak for 3 hours a day plus podcasts. Yes. And it says, whatever you were buying from the tuck shop, it certainly wasn't Gobstoppers. No, I was a very quiet child. Very quiet. I think I'm fairly quiet as an adult, I think. I mean, I'm not sort of, chatterbox. You know, I mean, I used to be, if I went out for sort of drinks with sort of friends. Now, have a couple of drinks, and generally speaking, they just leave me asleep on the floor. It's so much easier that way. Where is Steve? Face down in the gutter. Leave him there. Yeah, with a cream soda in his hand. I said what I do like. Beaver Castle. It's spelled Belvoir. And they do elderflower cordial, that's delicious. That's just picked from the hedgerows, squeeze, and they make it into a concentrate, and then you mix it with ice cold water or fizzy water or something. Really nice, very sugary. Right, everything's sugary. Everything is sugary. You can't buy anything which isn't sugary now. But I mean, what the heck, for goodness sake. Steve, do you remember Lucky Bags? You can still get them. Still get Lucky Bags. When they first came out, they were called Lucky Bags or Jamboree Bags, and they were threepence. 3D. And in it was a strange plastic toy, a couple of sort of sweeties, and a misshapen toffee, which looked as though somebody had sat on it. And you would rip open the top of this little paper bag to see what was in. Yeah, like a party bag. And they were called Jamboree Bags or Lucky Bags. And that would be a little treat for threepence. You know, it was quite a nice little thing to have. You know, your parents would go to the local tuck shop and you'd pick out your bag, and then you'd take it home and take the top of the bag off and see what was inside. I mean, the best bit, most of the time, was the actual bag. Wasn't really. Deck of Cards by Wink Martindale. There we go. We're having a look. There you go. Jamboree bag. And, I like some of those Christmas things. Oh, I like the one in the wooden case. Oh, I like that. Oh, blimey, that looks good. I saw something the other day in a garden centre, and it snowed inside the lamp. Very nice. Father Christmas was sort of standing in there. I nearly bought, but then I thought, no, hold back, Steve. Do not, this is just getting ridiculous now. It's become an obsession, this stupid shop buying of Christmas items. As if I'm getting... That's really nice, isn't it? That's really good. They've got... This is one here. Officially licensed by Disney, 10 unique festival scenes, 50 sculpted hand-painted Disney characters, 20 brilliant LED lights, and 4 levels of rotating movement. And if there's got Winnie the Pooh. What, in a Christmas thing? Oh, that's out straight away. The Pooh is definitely... Now, that's £199.95. That's £200. I think that's too much. I can get a cheaper one. Disney's very big in these things. They've got them in Costco, but each layer turns round. It's got light. Yeah, see, Winnie the Pooh's got to go. He's got nothing to do with Christmas. Him and Eeyore, what a pair of party poopers they are. Goodness sake. Come on, Eeyore, let's go to a party. Let's not. Yeah, Tigger, he was in the corner off his face. You know, him and Roo were there, and Kanga and everybody else. You know, Roo's going, I want some. And you're not having it. Definitely not having it. But it's quite pretty. I like things that move. And a mobile like that moves is lovely. It's really nice. I've got a lovely box with all bells in it, and it plays carols. You just plug it in, and off it goes, which is very nice. Now Steve. Another one here which says, wait a minute. All this talk of snow, says James. I'm warm and snug under 2 duck-down duvets. I've only got one duvet, and it's very thin. It's Siberian Goose. And it's Nick Ferrari bought one. I bought it in John Lewis years ago. It's about £600, but I bought it such a long time ago. Siberian Goose, and it's very thin and very light. So it means in summer it doesn't stifle you, and in winter it seems to wrap itself around your body. It's really good. It really is good. And I say Nick talked about it. I then went to John Lewis and had a look at it, and I thought, I'm going to treat myself. Every month I treat myself to something, which is quite nice. There we go. Up to £510. Oh, wait a minute. Go back. So that means you feel perfectly warm. It's warmth without weight. Applies to so many other things, doesn't it, really? It's a bit like me. I'm warmth without weight, which is lovely. And it's got all sorts of technology in there, and they look lovely. And then every so often I take it in. So it's 100% Siberian goose down, which is light, soft and warm. The large and lofty clusters of pure down offer exceptional insulation. They're very nice. But it's a treat. It's a treat. It's like afternoon tea in a London hotel. It's a treat. Unless you're very rich or you win the lottery tonight, because it's £139 million. Oh, God, I think I'd be sick if I won. Can you imagine if you have to phone up Camelot tonight to go, listen, I've had a notification. It says I won 139 million, but I don't believe it. And she'll then go, wait a minute, 6 noughts and then 139. You are the only winner, 139 million. I then want to then just go very calmly, oh, that's nice, thank you. Do you send a cheque? Because they're going to be looking for me to do a photo opportunity. So, I'd like it in cash, all right? Have it delivered by a taxi, 139 million. And then on, I don't know what 139 million would look like in cash. Bloody lot. Can you imagine? That'd cheer up your weekend, wouldn't it? Who cares about the snow? Who cares about the snow? I think I'd like to go on a lovely long cruise on a sort of on a nice ship. Sort of like QM2 or something like that. But I don't want to dress up. I do not want to put on dinner. I'm sick to death of wearing dinner jackets. You have to put a dinner jacket on, just look like a penguin. I don't want to do that. If I'm going to eat, I'd rather eat at the front of the ship where you don't have to wear your dinner jacket, or, I'll just sit there in a pair of shorts showing off my spindly little legs, and then waiting to go stand at the front of the Titanic. That was such a good film, actually, except it was all rubbish, wasn't it? The only realistic part was when the bloody thing sank. That was the only part of it that was genuine. The rest of it was rubbish. But very well made, and very long, as we discovered the other day. Very long. Somebody said with all the adverts yesterday, the James Bond film goes on even longer, because somebody's going to be sticking in adverts all over the place. I think I might have a cup of tea, It's a Friday. I might treat myself. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Don't squeeze the bag, okay? Don't squeeze the bag. Just sort of let it float, please. Very nice indeed.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. It's the 1st of October. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. The no returns, white rabbits, and all the rest of it, because we're all very smart today. Did you not bring a big, thick coat? You went out in that? Haven't you got a coat with you?
I have a jacket inside.
Oh, you got a jacket. Oh, thank goodness for that. I was going to say, we'll freeze to death.
Us Irish are tough.
Yeah. He's become quite mouthy, Steve, empty shelves. No petrol and now a shortage of Catherine wheels. It's becoming too much. Yes. Somebody said, would you ever consider going on celebrity karaoke in the jungle? Oh, the worst one I saw yesterday. Celebrity drag karaoke. It's obviously the cheapest programme in a studio about the size of a postage stamp with all these naff drag queens who couldn't sing for toffee. One of the naff drag queens had a beard. But full makeup on. A ridiculous person. The whole programme was just dire. They're all capitalising in RuPaul's drag thing, and it just looks tragic. You can understand none of these people would ever work in the real world. There's no jobs for them at all. Somebody else says, oh, here we go. It's a brand new drag extravaganza. It was rubbish. It was the biggest part of rubbish I've ever seen. If ever there was a waste of money, they've got, I can't even read half the name. Danny Beard must be the bloke with the beard on. And They've got Mahatma Candy, Crystal, Vinegar Strokes, Ginzilla, Tetty Bang, Frida Slaves, Danny. Yeah, some of them could be a little bit interpreted as rude. But, I mean, the one thing that they are, all of them, is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. They say hilarious and glamorous. Who wrote this? This was the tease. They show off their performance prowess and entertain with epic solos. No, they didn't. They were absolutely the most untalented people I've ever seen in my entire life. Have you seen the picture of them? Go down. Look. I mean, seriously, have you ever seen such a bunch of unattractive people? Neither funny nor interesting. They can all hold a pose, but that's about as far as it goes. And there's the bloke in the middle at the top with a beard. That's not drag. That's not drag. It's Keith Lemon, isn't it? So you can imagine how bad it must be. I mean, it's tragically awful. Tragically awful, but there you go. Steve, another one here. The very best bedding is mulberry silk. Says Zach. The silkworms produce the world's best AAA silk because they eat nothing but white mulberry leaves. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sorry, you cannot beat the Siberian goose. It's as simple as that. Because they live in Siberia and they are geese and they fly, but they leave all their feathers everywhere, and so they then sort of package them all up. And Bob's your uncle, and they're very rare and very nice and very. Just very... Oh, here we go. Oh, God, we're in trouble now, I can tell. Here we go. What's the matter today? No, is it... Oh, what are you looking at now? Oh, Lord, is it? Oh, goodness, honestly. We try and sort things out for Henry. He comes in, he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Especially this morning. But it is Friday, and we do like Friday, actually. Friday's a good day. Do we have Connor out there again? He's honestly... Do you know, I didn't recognise him yesterday. He's put on so much weight, and it's like a work experience. He has put on weight, I know. I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, you're a sylph-like person now, Henry. You're yes, maybe not the next Bond. I mean, it's a nice thought, but it is just a fantasy. Right, Steve, RuPaul's Drag Race. I can't believe there's a woman on it. Yes, she is. There is a woman doing drag. You know why? Because if they didn't allow her on there, she'd sue for discrimination. She is actually a woman who does drag. I didn't quite get it. Why would a woman want to dress up as a drag queen? I mean, I really didn't get it, but there again. And she shouldn't be there, says Britt. Well, she is. She is. Steve, I want my 30 million, 130 in pound coins, so I can dive into a pool of money. Ooh, it's 139 million. That's a lot of coins. That is a lot of coins. 139 million. What would you do first? What would be the first? You imagine you hear in the early hours of tomorrow morning that yes, it's you. Oh no, you wouldn't better check it because they don't put the lines back on till later. And then you find it's you. What do you do? First of all, the first thing you'd have to do is phone Camelot to check and verify that it is you who's won the money. Secondly, is it all yours, or do you have to share it with somebody from Rill or somewhere like that who has won half of your money? Because I could still cope with half of it. I wouldn't be happy, but I go for half of it. But who would you phone? Who would be the first? That's 70 million, yeah. Well, I mean, I've had worse days. But who would you phone first? Would it be a friend? Would it be parents? You know, would it be somebody from the bank to say, I'm changing banks? You know, who would you phone? Or would it be work to say, that's it, I'm leaving? And then, of course, it turns out you haven't won the money at all, in which case you have to go back and go, I was only joking. It's not serious. Yes, yeah. But who would you phone first? Who would be that first? But after you'd phoned Camelot to verify the fact that the money was yours, you'd phone your mum. Determined to put her back in hospital again, quite clearly. Hi, Mum. Just won 139 million. Hello? Mum? Hello? I'll pop round. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? They do actually pop round with a bit of money if you don't have any. You know, a couple of grand to keep you ticking over until it's transferred into your bank. And wouldn't you want to be sitting there the day it's transferred? Oh, I'd be wanting to go there saying, show me. 139 million. Sorry, I had to slurp my tea then. I just needed a little bit of lubrication, as they say. Steve, I'll give you a oneer if I win. Do you know, that's the trouble nowadays. We don't have pounds, do we? So you know, if you say to somebody, "I'll give you," it's like when the people are sitting down by the cash machines. You know, so you've got any spare change? Why they can't speak properly, I've got no idea. Obviously, sort of, you know, sitting by a cash machine affects your voice. So, have you got, sorry, speak up. You know, and they always ask, you know, have you got 10 pence for a cup of tea? I said, listen, take me in now and show me where you get a cup of tea for 10 pence, please. I'll go and drink there as well. But years ago, you could give somebody £1, give them a £1 note. Nowadays, do you never give them? Oh, right, you never give people a £1 note? Oh, you'd give that. No, there isn't anymore. But that's what I'm saying. It's a bit difficult. You know, I mean, the most you give on a note, or the least, is a £5. Whereas I quite like the £1 notes. Oh, by the way, you've got a year to get your £20 notes in, the old ones, because the old ones are still around. And if you've got any, don't hang on to them. It'll be totally useless. I mean, they'll let you go for quite some time. I think it's about a year from yesterday. And Zach says, is Henry the same Henry who likes Marmite ale? Yes, he does. Yes, he does like Marmite. He's losing a load of weight. But Connor, sadly, is now blossoming into almost two people. Two people out there. Very good looking, sickeningly good looking. You know, probably went to a very good school. Well, he did say he did go to a good school once. He said it was so good it was approved. I went, how nice. So 30th of September next year for paper £20 notes and £50 notes. I didn't know there were £50 paper notes still around. Were there? Oh, right. God, I better check which ones I've got. Whew, I have to go under the bed, the little tin box. Open the lid. Steve, I used to get lucky bags in the early 90s. Crazy, it's almost 30 years ago. It is. But, you know, time, we can't believe that the time has moved on and we're into October today. Can you really believe that we're in October? The answer is you have to. Wish good luck to one of your Irish spikers. Brenda from Cork is running in the marathon on Sunday. Yeah, it's not going to be shown on the BBC. They've lost the rights to it, but we don't know who's showing it. Somebody must be showing the marathon, and it ain't the BBC. Perhaps they're too busy making a documentary on Gemma Collins attempting to get pregnant, because they might lose. Oh, they might lose it. They still have it at the moment. Oh, phew, got quite panicky then. I used to love it, watching people pounding the pavements, you know, with that lovely music. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. I'll do it until you smile. Dun dun dun. dun. I can do things to the point of repetition on this programme. Jerseys still use £1 notes, says John. Yeah, but what's the point of going there? What, you go there and you say, have you got any £1 notes? They go, yeah, here's one. You go, thank you. Can I buy something? What's the point of that? I've never wanted to go to Jersey in my entire life. Never interested me. So Brenda from Cork, good luck. Good luck. You'll have a lovely time, and I hope you do really, really well. Really, really well, which I'm sure. And I missed one a little bit earlier on, actually. It was somebody's birthday, and I can't find it again. So somebody was asking me about whether or not I would ever go on celebrity karaoke. No. And most of the people who went on the so-called celebrity karaoke couldn't sing for toffee. I found it very disappointing. I preferred the lip-syncing programme. That was actually much better. Oh, it's Val Elston, who's a regular listener in Cyprus. It's a very happy birthday for you, Val, today. We don't know how old you are. I'm assuming mid-20s. Should we keep it at mid-20s? Sounds quite nice. Hope your weather is lovely today. And I'll take more and more of your texts and emails as the programme goes through. Sidcup Julie says, I know when Christmas is when I see the Coca-Cola advert on the TV. Holidays are coming. And that beautiful... We had it in Leicester Square one year. The Coca-Cola lorry turned up in here, and then Westminster Council decided to ban it. You know why? It's a sugary drink. And yet you've got cinemas selling sugary drinks here. They haven't closed those down, have they? Very hypocritical. But didn't pay the congestion charge. Who's going to argue with this huge truck? I thought it looked great. Driven by Father Christmas himself. Father Christmas. Love it. Right, we'll go through the papers. I wonder what they're going to be talking about today. I bet you anything, Cressida Dick. I bet you she comes in for a lot of stick. Plus, Britain is now in urgent need of... What else? So there's a doctor shortage, fireworks shortage, petrol shortage. Now it's an urgent need for butchers. We've got a shortage of butchers. And We're facing a shortage of pigs in blankets, hams and party food will be scarce this Christmas. Don't be so ridiculous. That's the time scaremongering. Butchers don't make this stuff. You just go to Iceland. It's frozen. It's anything. What do you think? They're all fully qualified butchers? It's a load of ladies wearing all these things with their hair up in a net. Goodness sake. A fully trained butcher earns up to 37,000. What land are these people living in? Up to 37,000. We've got a very successful butcher's in Twickenham. I've never been in, but I pass it on a daily basis, and he started off with, I think, 2 of them. He's got about 6 of them in there now. It's very, very popular.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. Apparently, the London Marathon, says Anne, is on BBC Two from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Oh, it just runs 2 hours. Is that? Oh, I suppose that's quite long enough, isn't it? Really? And I mean, you think what? Sorry? Yes. Longer. Yes, I know. Well, I know some people are still going. Days later. Do you remember the bloke who used to do it in the deep sea diving thing? God, he was a bore. I mean, he was raising money for charity, but frankly, you had to wait there until he finished, and it was like 3 days afterwards. I'm not even sure if he's still doing it now. Oh, they've got part 2. They've got part 1 at 8 till 10, and then part 2 is from 10 till, well, it looks till 1:30. That'll be the boring bit. Because you only want to see everybody taking off. I mean, 6.5 hours. Gosh, truth, what a waste of television. Thank God it's on BBC Two. Nobody will notice it, will they? They don't really care. If it's on BBC Two, it's like, as well, you might as well just shove it out with the rubbish. Nobody cares. I shall be watching little bits of it. I like watching them do it, because I always think to myself, these people look so blooming miserable when they're running. You don't see anybody going, hello, unless they're dressed up as something. I would never, no, I don't. I would do it at school, yeah, man, but not like these. I mean, most of these people are professionals. Some of the professionals get paid, don't they? They're paid for doing it. What have we got here? Oh, they were filming in a filling station the other day. They were doing a Netflix film in a filling station. That'll make you very popular with the British public, won't it? Dear me, honestly. And, well, Cressida Dick in all the papers today. She just says she's very sorry. She faced demands to resign. But then this is not the first time she's faced demands for her resignation. Will she resign? I don't know. They're saying it's, well, you've heard everything. You've heard it discussed on LBC. I can't add anything to anything that has been said before now. It just means that you're not sure, what you do, who do you trust. I have no idea that plainclothes policemen go out by themselves. Highly dangerous. They should all be going in twos. I understand that they are, undercover and stuff like that. But members of the public, they say, should seek independent verification if they're approached by somebody. Yeah, but what happens if you're dealing with somebody who's got a sickness and a mental illness and they end up attacking you and dragging you in handcuffs away? You don't know, do you? You do not know. In her case, the only thing I felt yesterday was how awful her parents must be feeling. How dreadful to have to hear exactly what happened to their loved one. I mean, that you couldn't explain. And this person who has been convicted and has gone to prison now, he will die in prison. There was never any doubt in my mind that he would certainly die in prison. But he showed no remorse, nothing at all. But he was known as the rapist. That's what I couldn't quite get to grips with that. These were fellow coppers calling him the racist. What is going on inside? Inside the Met when that happens. We've had coppers thrown out of the Met for being racist and for doing all sorts of things and making jokes. There were 2 coppers who were fired for taking pictures of 2 girls who were murdered in a park. I mean, you can't quite make this up. So either they're losing their grip on it, or there's more corruption inside the Met than we were ever aware of. I mean, how they didn't spot the killer, God alone knows. I mean, Cressida Dick, as you say, has got the weight of the world on her shoulders. And she'll have to come up with something a little bit better than just sort of turning around and walking away from a news conference. I mean, 2 allegations in 21 of indecent exposure. Is that flashing? Is that? I mean, and nobody worked out that this man was a danger. God in heaven. 2015, allegations of indecent exposure. 2002, reported for liking violent pornography. I wasn't even aware there was such a thing as violent pornography. Most of the pornographic sites, I'm led to believe, have some sort of barrier on them. They'll put a warning up saying, this isn't this, or we don't have anything in this particular line, because people are so peculiar nowadays. I mean, gone out the window is straightforward sex, honestly. If somebody sort of says, what do you like doing? For goodness sake, you could go anywhere. I mean, it's on the dark web, which is very hard. I'd heard about this dark web, but I've got no idea and wouldn't want to know how you access it or what's on it. Whatever it is, it's for peculiar people. That would just about be it. Katie Price, this new telly documentary about her disabled son was axed. So we don't know it's going to be called, I think, What Harvey Did Next, and was commissioned earlier this month, but now they're not going to do it. Whether they go back to it later, I don't know. It would have covered Harvey's first term at his new school, but without Katie able to commit, there's no show, because she's in the Priory at the moment, and I think the sentencing is December the 15th. Why it's so long, I've got no idea. But whatever it is, it's quite serious. Not even allegations against her, because she's admitted everything, so it was a fairly short court appearance, but she was sort of kept it. She appeared to have been in slippers. What is it with people going out in their slippers? I've seen quite a few people wearing slippers. It's like years ago, we used to see not even years ago, about a year ago, women collecting their kids from school up north or taking them to school in their pyjamas. In their pyjamas! Have you ever heard of such a thing? Up north? It's obviously some northern thing. It's something they picked up from last of the summer wine. Spelt W-H-I-N-E. Ali Ross talking about television, which he does. He does it very well, actually. I like Ali Ross. How old the picture is, I've got no idea. Tipping Point's Ben Shepherd. Launched in 1937, which brand of round sugar-coated chocolate sweets that come in 8 colours is typically sold in a hexagonal tube? Umar said, Coronation Street. You begin to wonder whether they're on the same programme. I have to be honest, the questions are basically aimed at 3-year-olds with no brain whatsoever. Another one here. The Chase's Bradley Walsh. In football, how many yards apart are a set of goalposts? Lynn, 330? I mean, what is she on? And Ben Shepherd. In the title of the 1970s and 80s TV show starring Jack Klugman, which 2 letters follow the word Quincy? Name said Jones. It's 2 letters, Jones. I mean, is there a school out there for dim contestants to go on television programmes? People who are so thick, you sit there. I've seen the Gogglebox people watching some of these programmes and going, how could they not know this? And yet basically the people on Gogglebox are a bit dim as well, aren't they? Have you seen The Family that have all the cakes in front of them? I mean, and nobody ever is eating them. Well, I don't know how the mother's got to be the size she is at the moment without eating these. Every day they've got cakes on there. And the dogs. Have you seen the dogs slobbering and gobbing all over? Oh, it's disgusting. It really is. The dog, it's like that dog on the film called Beethoven, who used to go like that and shake his head. And people got drenched. And these dogs here, all they do is sleep. That's what happens to fat dogs. They just sleep. And they're looking at the cakes going, I couldn't touch another cake. I seriously couldn't eat another cake. And they've got they're all laid out. I bet the moment they have to stop filming, they're shoving them down their gullets like there's no tomorrow, aren't they? Not a fond and fancy in sight. It's always big, thick, sugar-laden, And the father, who looks like he's come from another family. I mean, the language, he looks like, hello, get out of my pub. And his language is terrible on the programme. Everybody else is fairly refined. And especially the couple who've been together since the year dot. Is that Mary and her husband? And they're terribly well spoken. She goes, Giles, don't do that. Don't do that. And is it Giles and Mary? Have you seen the early pictures of them? I mean, surprisingly, it's changed a lot now. They used to be very good looking. Now they've sort of aged quite. It's like Chesney in Coronation Street. We were looking at pictures because I remember him when he first came in and he was a little lad, and they took him to an award thing, and I think he got an award because he was very good, one of those sort of kids who sort of seemed to fit in very, very well. And now you look at that's there, Mary, Giles and Mary, unrecognisable, seriously, and with their 2 daughters, and she's always telling him off. don't talk like that, Giles. He'll be look at that picture of her on the right there, showing her boobies. Lord above, very frightening. But no, they were both very, very good looking. Both very good looking and both very well educated. But it's when she tells him off for talking dirty or smutty or something like that. I often wonder, whenever they say something like that, I mean, do they actually get upstairs into their little tiny bedroom and she goes, don't do that. Don't want to do that at all. But I thought they were very good looking. They were actually very entertaining. They're all entertaining, all the people on there. We seem to be losing them. They're dying at a rate now, aren't they? We've lost three. That is a very tight jumper she's wearing, isn't it? Very tight jumper. We don't want to concentrate on things like that this time of the morning. Good heavens above. Definitely. Oh, look who's looking all happy and smiling. Go on, give you three guesses. Steve Allen. Steve Allen's always looking happy. No, but who is this? I'll give you a clue. I'll mime it. Okay, I'm driving a car. Jeremy Clarkson. No. Prince Andrew drives out of Balmoral. Yes, he's been hiding away. Peekaboo, peekaboo. Despite the sex lawsuit, he's quit his bolt hole. And he's finally decided to come out. And he's smiling and waving at people the other day. Nobody likes you, dear. What are you smiling and waving for? What are you smiling and waving for? It's all very odd. He's set to have a meeting with his legal team to hammer out a defence ahead of a New York pre-trial hearing in November. They're £1,000 an hour, his legal team. You just have to go, I'm sorry, can we put a stopwatch on this and go a little bit quicker? You know, £1,000 an hour. You know, not bad for a man who doesn't actually earn any money. Doesn't own any property either, apparently, now. We apparently appear to have got rid of everything, because the house he's living in is the Queen Mother's house, where Sarah Ferguson has perched herself on the settee and does her peculiar video. Have you ever seen them? She's really peculiar. Really peculiar. Very, very odd things here. Also, David Tennant is lined up to play the former Russian spy Alexander Litvinenko in a new ITV drama. So you've got all these people playing. I mean, that should be quite a good one, shouldn't it? Litvinenko was the one who was poisoned, I believe. He played Dennis Nielsen remarkably accurately. You know, for those, I mean, if you didn't know and you just went by what pictures look like, I mean, very, very good. We're not sure about Steve Coogan, and the TV critics are also not sure about Steve Coogan playing Jimmy Savile. They've gone, you know, this might seal your fate. You don't, you know, nobody likes Jimmy Savile. Be like, you know, so, but Litvinenko, he was an innocent bystander, and he went from in hospital being sort of fairly lucid to not being able to do anything, and he was killed. He was killed by these sort of, they've got all sorts of strange things that go on in Russia. Although actually I wouldn't mind going there just to see what it's like. You know, just out of curiosity. I'd like to go there and see. That'd be very interesting. You book me a ticket to Russia. How long will you for? What's their airline? Is it Aeroflot? No, Aeroflot is something else, isn't it? Isn't Aeroflot Poland? I can't remember what Russia is. It is Aeroflot. Do you know, it's uncanny, this programme. Sometimes, honestly, it's a gift. Sometimes I sometimes think perhaps I should go on these telly programmes to try and win some money. I could go on The Chase. And now answering questions on himself, Steve Allen. Hello. Could be very good. He scaled Mount Everest, and here is Bear Grylls at the Bear Grylls Adventure Centre. I like Bear Grylls. I do like him. He seems to be a fairly decent soul who sort of turns up. I can't do anything that he does because that just doesn't interest me.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. There's a steeplejack here. Now, I can't remember what a steeplejack is. Are these the people? Is that bloke who used to climb up the outside of a chimney and then light a fire underneath and it would collapse, I think. Anyway, this particular bloke is called Horace Hurd. Horace Hurd died in 1973, but he collected coins. Not just any coins. He had a very rare collection of coins, 52 Tudor and Stuart coins. They've gone for many times their estimates after a descendant recently discovered them still wrapped and with their paperwork. One of them was a gold Elizabeth I groat, which was expected to sell for £10,000 but sold for £400,000 because these are in perfect condition. You've never seen anything like it. I mean, God knows what he paid for them. Also, there was an Elizabethan ship, Ryle Rose, noble coin, struck in the year of the Spanish Armada, 1588, and sold for £170,000. He became Lord Mayor of Bradford, Mr. Hurd, a third-generation steeplejack, And he paid hundreds of pounds, thousands in today's money, for some of the 1940s and 1950s, but some of their values had soared. Other notable sales were a Henry VII sovereign that went for 130,000, a James I ship noble coin for 260,000, and a Henry VIII coin struck in tribute to first wife Catherine of Aragon, which made 120,000. So in total, the coins that he had, and if you see the picture in the paper, I mean, they're just absolutely perfect. But, you know, because a lot of coins in those days were clipped. And I've explained to you before, clipping, and people were hanged for clipping coins. Because they were made of gold, a lot of them, they would have a pair of pliers, and they would go round the outside of the coin, cutting little bits off, and then eventually you got enough to melt into another coin. So effectively it was a way of producing even more money. But clipping carried the death penalty. They had no hesitation in hanging people, women and children, who were clipping coins. This particular collection of rare coins, which hadn't been clipped, 2.8 million. 2.8 million. They thought that the coins were sold before his death, but of course they hadn't been. They were still wrapped up in drawers, and so they were there. 2.8 million. That's a nice little thing to find, isn't it? Yes, but he died anyway. But he was a steeplejack and he was a mayor and everything else, which is lovely. Here we go. Oh, Gemma Collins has the Beeb in her sights. Poor old Gemma, honestly. Where is that career going? Nowhere, I don't think. She's hoping. They say she's in talks with the BBC for a documentary that will follow her journey into motherhood. Why would the BBC be interested in that pile of old rubbish? Because and she's in talks with them. Shouldn't she have an agent who goes into talks with them? What is she? She can't string two words together. So, like, I want to get pregnant. I want to have a baby. Yeah, lovely, dear. And how do you propose it? Who's going to watch that? Who is going to watch that? I mean, as it was, I mean, we were quite lucky. She managed to quit Towie before they managed to sort of get rid of her off at the end of Southend Pier. There's no point in putting her on there. It's sort of. And are you really interested in a programme about Gemma Collins, you know, on a quest to have a baby? Where would you put that in the documentary? Apparently, Channel 4, who commissioned her self-harm documentary, have also shown interest, along with ITV, who aired her Diva series. Yeah, they have to put all this out there. There'll be somebody at ITV going, we're not remotely interested in that. Who would be interested in that? So here we go. Gemma is dating a car repairs boss. He's got a garage, okay, just does repairing cars. And she's not giving up. She said, my main focus this year will be to be really comfortable being Gemma Collins. She talks about herself in third party. She's not the full ticket at all, honestly. Yeah, so third person. So who is Gemma Collins? I don't know. Poor soul, honestly. But at least you don't have to put up with her on the television at the moment. There's nothing, unless they're going to open up some more trapdoors on stages and let her fall into them, because that was the highlight of everybody's year. Gemma Collins, hello, woo, gone. Fantastic. Loved it. Fred Dibner was the steeplejack. I liked him. He climbed up the outside of a building. Now, I feel sick looking at this picture of him climbing up the outside of a building just on a ladder, which is screwed in with a couple of small screws to the wall. He's got no chain round to hold him. If he falls, he falls. He's got his bag of everything else, and he climbs up this thing. Have you seen the height of it? This ladder is it's like, did you see John Noakes climbing up a ladder at Nelson's Column? And that's not even half as high as this thing here. So there's a chimney overhang. I mean, I've got weak legs watching. People are watching him climbing up there, and then he just stands in there. Oh, don't wave your arms about like that. Because it's a bit chilly, and people are going, oh, it's lovely, isn't it? They like that up north. By gum, Fred. He climbed that thing there. He climbed that. And then he goes over the overhang. He was an MBE. I think the trouble is, and I seem to remember, I think he had three wives. I'm pretty certain. The last one, because he lived for his tractors and he lived for his steam engines. Yeah, he lived for all of that kind of thing. And I don't think the last wife was particularly interested. And he had a program on the television, and he would just talk about steam, and that's what he liked. And they would imagine being stuck behind one of these things. In 1978, while making repairs to Bolton Town Hall, he was filmed by the news crew. Then they commissioned a documentary, and people liked him. He was one of those little characters. He lived for that, but at the same time, he was steeped in. It was all done years ago. It was years and years ago. He died from bladder cancer. He was only 66. And that was back in 2004. But I think he's got about 4 or 5 children. I think. But he had his flat cap on, because he was bald, and he used to go around and talk to these people up north who, had foundries and all sorts of things. He was quite a character, but I seem to remember that the last wife wasn't over keen and couldn't wait to sell all his stuff after he died. And I thought that was a shame, because I thought people like that there should be a Fred Dibner museum. But I thought he was nice. But look at that ladder, look, he's climbing on an overhang. How in God's name you do that, I can't imagine. Perhaps these people who do these things have got no fear of heights or anything else. Can you imagine if all of a sudden it goes, and the ladder moves away from the wall? I mean, he climbed up there and he put up a Union flag, and I'm thinking, are you mad? Mind you, think about the person who put the ladder there in the first place. Somebody had to climb up there to put the ladder. I mean, it was Fred who put the ladder up, was it really? I get ill watching things like that. I'm useless. I can't stand on a chair. Seriously, I'm really useless. And he hammered it in. This is John Noakes, isn't it? Look how he went up Nelson's column, which actually, when you see it, and I see it every single day of my life, it seems quite tall. It looks even bigger when you're up there with a camera. And John Noakes is being filmed by the camera crew who've climbed up the ladders and are standing on the little bit where Nelson is. So he obviously had no fear of heights or anything. Me, there's no health and safety, is he? You never get away with that nowadays. Unless Gemma Collins volunteered for it, in which case we'd all be pushing for that one. Go on, Gemma, you climb it. But it frightens the life out of me, these sort of things. But some people don't have any fear of heights. Like that bloke who climbs buildings from the outside with no net, nothing, on his bare hands. I'm tempted to say it's either very foolhardy or very clever. A lot of it is very legal. I mean, you mustn't climb up the outside of buildings, But then you look at him, look, I mean, I've gone all funny between my legs. I've gone all a bit peculiar. That'll be the second time this century. Unbelievable, isn't it? But then they have to film John Noakes going up this thing. But I always remember, the one thing I remember about John Noakes, died, of course, and he went on, I think he was on Wogan's show, because all the dogs that they had on Blue Peter became really with the presenters. The cats were looked after by a woman, and the tortoise was looked after by a woman as well. But the dogs went home with them. And so he took Shep home. Shep became his sort of dog, even though Shep was on the programme. And they all had it. They all had different dogs and things like that. And he went on Wogan, and I think Wogan said, "How is Shep?" And John Noakes broke down. In tears he said he died. He was so close to him. I don't think Wogan was quite prepared for somebody crying on the programme, because you're doing a live programme, a chat show, and you've got one of your main guests sitting there crying because the pet that you just asked him about had died. Wogan didn't know. No, I don't think Wogan did one of those sort of shows. I think what he did, he swung by the seat of his pants and relied on the old Wogan charm and all the rest of it. I got quite annoyed, actually, one time. His car broke down on the motorway. He was coming in from where he was, and the police brought him into his programme. The police sent a police car out there to rescue him and take him into his radio show. I thought, I can imagine if I phone up the police round my way and go, "My car's broken down. Any chance of a lift in a police car?" "Yeah, all right, Steve, thank you. See you next year." And put the phone down. He got a free trip in. Steve, I'm giving up drinking until Christmas. Right. Bad punctuation. I'm giving up drinking until Christmas. So that's it, says F. Oh, I don't know. Do you think you can give up smoking? I mean, it's a very good way to lose weight. Giving up drink, is a very good way of losing weight, because there's so much sugar in booze. I creep back onto it every so often. Tonight being a Friday, I should be creeping back onto it because it's Friday during the travel. Because it's Friday, and I think it's my weekend. I should get up early and go and get some petrol tomorrow morning, and that's it. Because I'm hoping by next week it might start getting a little bit better. I've never drunk Guinness in my life. Never drunk Guinness. Never drunk lager. Never drunk beer. Never drunk bitter. Never drunk gin. In fact, really, actually, I am a temperance child. I am a marvellous person, and I don't believe in getting the old sloshy poos, I'm afraid. I've decided it's not my sort of thing.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
12 minutes to 6 is the time. Somebody says yesterday's soundbite went on for ages. One of the shortest ever, I think you'll find. I think it was only, how many seconds did we say? 27 seconds. Oh, so that's nearly half a minute. Oh, well, I wonder what it was. Oh, chitty, you chitty, pretty chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. And chitty, oh, chitty, 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 bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, loves us too. I'm not bad. Near, far, in a motor car, on chitty, chitty, we be penned. Bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, our fine four-fendered friend. Bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, our fine four-fendered. Bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, chitty, 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 bang, bang, bang. This is LBC. Certainly is. That's about the longest one we've ever had, actually. We didn't know the chitty, chitty, bang. We were quite good at guessing it. We were quite good at guessing what it was going to be. I quite like that idea. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Early each day to the steps of St. Paul's. I love that. I love the woman in it because Walt Disney loved the Bird Woman, and he found her in an old people's home, and he wanted her for the Bird. Nobody else would have been the Bird Woman. I think she died just after the film was finished filming. But her name was Jane. Jane, that's all I can remember, Jane, in the back of my mind. Yeah, that narrows it down, doesn't it? Jane's. But she was good as the Bird. I just liked the whole outfits. But then I liked all those sort of period pieces. And Mary Poppins was a period piece. Cherry Tree Avenue, I'd have moved into immediately. The houses look fabulous. And there is a road just off South Kensington, which is like Cherry Tree Avenue. It's a little semicircular. And all these houses are worth, £8 to £10 million. And they look like Cherry Tree Avenue. Perhaps that's where the inspiration came from, which is lovely. So Jeremy Clarkson, well and truly down in the dumps, when Econuts dumped 3 tons of compost on his Range Rover, but it was only Ant and Dec. Oh, that's okay. So in other words, okay to vandalise somebody's vehicle, and turn it into a comedy programme. I know, I tell you what we can do. I've just decided what we can do with Ant and Dec. We're going to take you out to the M25 and we're going to super glue you to the road, and it'll be so funny, and just leave you there. They had a thing on YouTube. I found it was a big lorry in America. There was a load of protesters in the middle of the road, and he's driving. It's a big 4x4 vehicle, but an extended one with a huge caravan at the back of it, and he just plows through all these people. Well, they move out the way because they suddenly realise he ain't going to stop. He's beep 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 beep, and they're running, as fast as their little fat stubby legs will take them, into the side of the road, and he just drives all the way through. And the police do nothing. But have you seen the other police in America where they say to somebody, get out of the car? And they go, I'm a citizen of the universe. I don't have to get out of the car. They've got them all over America, these peculiar people who don't think they have to have licenses for driving or insurance or anything else. And they don't want to get out of the car because they don't think that they want to explain themselves to the police. But the police taser them. They have no messing around at all. They get the gun out and go, get out of the car, I'm going to taser you. It's my right as a citizen of the universe. There it is. There you go. In the spring, it's easy to confuse Kensington and Chelsea with Disney's Cherry Tree Lane. Mary Poppins in there. So it's lovely, actually. Kensington Square in Kensington and Stanhope Gardens in South Kensington. It's lovely. You should go down there. It's lovely. Oh, look at that. That's very pretty, isn't it? Where's that? Oh, it's Regent's Park. Sorry. I should know it's Regent's Park because I used to go for a walk in Regent's Park every Sunday. Every Sunday morning when I finished the programme, we would go to Regent's Park and walk all the way round. And all you could hear was the howler monkeys from London Zoo. Like that. That could be the soundbite. Or you can hear the lions roaring. The sound, it's unbelievable. The London Zoo is over there, and then you're over here, and you can hear and you can imagine what it must be like in the jungle or out on the Serengeti. Because we all spend time there, don't we? And all these sort of lovely noises. Not for me, of course. I have been to the zoo on many an occasion. I like watching the bird show. They have a bird show. They bring sort of birds out and they fly them and everything. And that's quite good. I enjoy that. Been to Bird World. Is that a strip club? Classy one in Blackpool. Bird World, mate. We've got birds, nice plumes, take them off for you. What you want. They'll come and sit at your table as well if you're very lucky. No, I've never been to Bird World. I think I might have heard of it, but I don't know where it is. Oh, on the M3, all right. Do they have owls and stuff like that sitting on perches? Yeah, there's a magician who trained all his birds to fly from the back of the hall, wherever they were, or in the theatre. So he would sort of go, hold his hand out, and these things would come swooping down out of nowhere. You know, you had to duck with your umbrella up, just in case. Yeah, a bit like pigeons, only marginally more interesting. Pigeons are just about not very exciting. But you don't see many dead pigeons in London. You really do. We saw one that was dying the other day, because you can always tell if a pigeon's going to die because they start looking a little bit pale, and they sit on the ground and they don't move when you go near them. I was out with Courtney and we're going down to the bus stop like an escort, and this pigeon's sitting there. I said, that'll be dead within a day, because they sit there and they don't have the energy to fly away or anything like that. So they just sit there and they basically just sort of nod off and go to pigeon heaven, wherever that is. Local dustbin, I assumed, but yeah. But we've got loads of pigeons around here. London is full of pigeons, really is. I mean, I'm not a complaining person, as you know. I mean, I'm not the sort of person that moans about the mess that they make. But I remember sitting in Vienna years ago and had a lovely suede jacket on, and a pigeon flew overhead and went and all over my shoulder. And the person I was with went, some pigeon has just been to the toilet on your shoulder. Oh, goodness sake. You know. It ruined the jacket completely, yeah. It's like you get it on cars. It's not good luck, believe you me. It was, although the person gave me a bit of paper, which was very nice, like a bit of tissue paper. So it was a bit late now. The pigeon will be miles away. No point in doing that, is there? So I had to sort of, wipe it all off. It was quite a posh hotel as well, sitting outside there. So, here we go. Oh, veteran model, Naomi Campbell. That means very ancient. The guitar is still a hippie at heart. Who's this? This is Steve Howe. I don't know who he is, but he's obviously very famous. And, he was with Yes. He was with the group Yes. Are they prog rock? Is that what you call them? I don't know I can't even remember, to be honest with you, what prog rock is, but it sounded like a good title to give somebody. So here he is. And there you are. I was ready for... honestly, it's uncanny, this programme. Seriously, I know more stuff than I actually giving myself credit for. Like, I know what we're going to be selling for Make Some Noise on Monday. Even one of my friends who works one of our sister stations, he said, so what's it going to be? I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. My lips are sealed. But I think you're going to like it. Listen, if you like the tote bag and you like the tea towel and you like the Prosecco glasses, you're definitely going to like this. You're definitely going to like this. Definitely. 58% of GP appointments in England were conducted face-to-face in August. I've not seen a doctor for ages, actually, now. I've had a phone call with one of them, but I haven't actually seen a doctor face-to-face. I'm just waiting for them to... perhaps I've disappeared off the list or something for sort of getting my jab, but I don't think they've actually got the booster jab stuff in just yet, which is a bit of a pain, because I can't wait to get it, hoping. Apparently, they will be in touch. They're working through, yeah. You just made that up, haven't you? Is that to make me feel better? Because I don't be knocked off the list. Very odd. Jimmy Savile would have been stripped of his knighthood if his sex offences had been exposed before he died. Although everybody was chucking stuff at him, weren't they? They were always asking. It was like, it was interesting. We were watching, I don't know how we found it. It was Paulie Yates sitting on the bed on The Big Breakfast talking to Gary Glitter about how old some of his conquests were. And he didn't kind of pick up on it. But it was one of those telling interviews. But Louis Theroux came down fairly hard-hitting on Jimmy Savile, who was just an oddball. I mean, he always laughed it off. He always laughed it off. If ever the police went round there, he would start by saying, she said she was 18, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, nobody realised the extent, did they, until he died. Very sad, very sad. But the scale of the abuse by Savile and Smith, this is Cyril Smith. Now, he was another one who was being investigated by the police. He was very big. He was very, very big. And it came down to the fact that the police at the station where they had him got a phone call from on high to say, release him. And they had to release him, but they were all ready to charge him with paedophilia. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. He was larger than life, but at the same time, he had, I think the best way to describe him is sort of issues. I mean, he was, how nobody'd ever realised, but the police were fuming. They had him banged to rights, and they got the message from wherever it came from to say, let him go. Whether it was parliamentary privilege, I have no idea. I don't know. And, Steve, did you ever feed the pigeons at Trafalgar Square? Nope. Nope, never fed pigeons. You don't need to feed them. There's enough rubbish on the streets of London for them to exist, long into their dotage. You're not allowed to feed them. There are big signs up saying don't. But I mean, also, they never needed feeding before. Look at all the dirty food that's all over the place. You've got a fast food shop. The rubbish should be all over the place. You see the pigeons eating just about everything. And Steve, pigeons are always fat, says Roger. Ever seen a thin one? No, they don't. They don't. They don't have that because there's so much food out there. There's so much rubbish. Look at the food that we throw away ourselves. If you throw it in bins on the street, the rooks and the crows can separate the food very quickly. If it's on the ground, foxes can do it, and whatever they leave, the pigeons will come and pick up. It's as simple as that. It's not the best. Monument just been unveiled. They only did this because they saw it on the television the other day. This was the first black woman to become head of a Welsh school. She delivered a multicultural curriculum. The kids loved her. And her name was Betty. She was the first black woman. This monument has been unveiled, and I was watching it yesterday on the television. And I thought, why have they left it so late? Long time ago. So Betty Campbell takes her place in history, which is good. We're going to take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. We're racing through the programme today. We really are. And we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes. More of your texts and emails. And for those people just waking up, it's the final time this week that I'll tell you about the car that we're giving away to raise money for Global's Make Some Noise.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you covered. We didn't realise till we left the studio yesterday there's all these people outside milling around and all the rest of it. It turns out they'd had a late night screening at the Odeon. I mean, it was they were there at 3:20 in the morning, coming out of the midnight showing. We had no idea. And we wondered. I mean, also this evening, there must have been other screenings going on because I was watching buses in Twickenham going past me this morning. Normally, they drive past with 2 people on. They're chock-a-block. So I'm assuming because it opened, people were going to late night screenings. So if it started at sort of 10, then I'd be expecting to sort of see people about 1:30, 1:35, something like that. But literally, and it's only just occurred to me now because I saw all these buses went past. I'm thinking, has there been a party going on? It was the Bond, and I've never seen that before. Never seen that before at all, but it was quite amazing because they were all out there. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people in Leicester Square. And obviously all our local cinemas were having late night showings as well. Why not? Goodness sake, then they need to try and build up their reserves of money. That'd be better. Jackie says the booster has to be 6 months from the second jab. No, not round our way. No, it might be for some people. Somebody says, I'm going to take my breakfast, porridge and coffee with me because I'm going to see No Time to Die at 20 to 10 this morning. Wow. They're obviously running them back to back, aren't they? Definitely. And Steve, last time I was in London, all the pigeons were waddling and looked 11 months pregnant. Somebody said, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Yes, we had one on our property. Yes, they start off very thin and then they sit there. You can tell they're baby pigeons. They're not as big as the parents and they don't fly as much. You have to really whack them to make sure that they do fly because they're sitting there and the parents will sit away from them, basically monitoring them. But yeah, they do exist. They do exist. So in answer to the question, have I ever fed pigeons? No. You'll only be able to book an appointment for a booster dose if it's been at least 6 months since your second dose of the vaccine. Right. So they will then write to you and say, I can't remember when we had it done actually now. Can't remember when it was. You can't remember all of these things, can you really? It sort of happens. There's a lady called Jane Fryer. She's done a piece in the paper today on the petrol. And she decided that she would spend a day with a tanker driver. She was mobbed by grateful motorists. Because all you've got to do is you connect up the pipe, put it into the filling station thing, and then you presumably push a button and it sort of dispenses the petrol. She says, if you want to fuel your popularity, join the new knights in a high-vis piece of armour. And so everybody was there. But the pumps run dry around the capital, but the ministers have insisted that the crisis is under control. Yeah. I wish it was. I wish it was so simple. Prince Andrew driving out of Balmoral. His infamous final dinner with Jeffrey Epstein was like a steamy Stanley Kubrick film. A US TV host who was there has claimed Katie Couric The name didn't ring any bells with me, who spent decades presenting some of America's best-known current affairs shows, was one of the select guests at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse alongside the Duke of York in 2010. And so she's written a book. And among the famous people she's interviewed is Prince Harry, who she mocks in her memoir. She says that when she met Harry in Brazil, he was still in his wild oat sowing phase. She said, adding, the smell of cigarettes and alcohol seemed to ooze from every pore. Did he smoke? I don't remember if he smoked. Did he used to smoke? But there you go. And so there's a picture of them dancing together. Harry doesn't do dancing now. He just trails around behind the wife. So he's obviously given up since he's been with Meghan. So does that mean he's given up the booze as well? We don't know about that one, do we? I think he sits in and has a small shandy or something. Here's a picture of Andy driving at Balmoral smiling. Of course. Out of Africa, the sunshine that will soon be powering Britain. They've got a sea cable. It's 2,360 miles long. It's linked to a tiny Devon village. And it's become the unlikely centre of a global green electricity revolution by harnessing sun and wind power from Africa for British homes. Good Lord. So there are four of these cables, 2,360 miles long. That's a lot of, and it just goes under the ocean. It just sits on the floor. Why fish don't eat it or something like that? I've got no idea. But there's all these. The whole of the floor is littered with cables bringing certain things in. And so, because Morocco's got a lot of sun and wind, we've decided to harness it. Did you hear about the prison riot the other day? There was one that went on. This was in Ecuador. It's apparently known as one of the most dangerous prisons in the world. And two rival gangs started fighting. At the end of it, 116 people lay dead. Some had been beheaded. And they had guns and everything else. And as I say, 6 had been beheaded. It was fights for control of the prison. That's how bad it is. This is in this penitentiary in Guayas province. I mean, to be honest with you wouldn't want to be in the middle of that, actually. Armoured vehicles went there. A lot of people waiting for news of loved ones. But if there's 116 people dead, I don't know how many people are in this prison, but it's amazing how these gangs take control of it. You think it's the prison warders who are running the prisons. Nope, it's the gangs. I mean, they have had, several violent episodes in this prison system. More than 100 inmates already have lost their lives. In July 22nd, more prisoners lost their lives when a penitentiary centre was attacked by drones. I mean, it just gets worse and worse and worse, doesn't it, really? Prog rock is the abbreviated term of progressive rock and usually consists of extended songs with long instrumentals played by musicians that could really play their instruments. Oh, right. Genesis were sort of prog rock. I think Supper's Ready was supposed to be the greatest prog rock song of all time. Yes. Not really interested, actually, now. Listen, I lost interest in the story about 20 minutes ago. It's too long. They do go on for quite a long time, don't they? And I suppose it's self-indulgent. People like to sit there and sort of, wow, man, it's like crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Not for me. Not for me, I don't think. Although, actually, some of it might be quite nice. You don't know. I don't know much of it at all. Flu and COVID jabs do work together. Shots in each arm, just as effective, and rollout could begin this winter, which is good. And who's got a Hamza? Do you know what a Hamza? Who's got a Hamza? It's the hand-shaped amulet celebs must have, reputed to bring fortune once you've spent one to get it. And I'm looking at a picture of it, and they've got Jennifer Aniston wearing one. Hers cost £1,427. Madonna's got one, which is featuring 9-carat diamonds in gold. Another one here. Goldie Hawn's got one. Susan Sarandon's got one. Millie McIntosh has got one. She's boring. She's very boring. Helen Flanagan's got one. Morton Harkett has worn a Hamza for the past 5 years. Gwyneth Paltrow's got one, and Heidi Klum. And they say it sort of basically brings you good luck. It's a load of old toffee, as you can well imagine. You can fool some people all of the time. It's known to bring fortune and fertility in some regions and cultures. Its primary spiritual meaning is protection against the evil eye. The most universal symbol of that is unity and protection, and in every representation, the Hamza hand is a mean of protection from evil. It's a load of old codswallop. What it is, it's something designed to part super rich celebrities from their money. It's as simple as that. Have you got a Hamza? When you must get one. It helps keep your fortunes together. Go away. Yeah. I think come Monday, I think we might have to change the item that we've got at the moment to come in with a Steve Allen Hamza. This is something that would change your fortunes. Have you heard of such toffee in your life? I love it. Celebrities are so gullible, aren't they? So gullible. Also, the Pretty's war with the transport chiefs over the eco-mob chaos. She's done nothing. She's done nothing. You know, so far we're taking them in if we've unglued them from the road. Whereas, as far as I'm concerned, we should leave the blighters sitting there, let them enjoy it. You know, especially if we're going to get ice cold snow and rain and everything else. I mean, it could be very entertaining for us all. But she hasn't done anything at all. She's calling now for prison terms of up to 7 years. Well, good luck with that one, dear. Good luck. I mean, that sounds about as far-fetched as anything ever could. Steve, I've tipped a few quid over to Scott Mitchell to run the marathon in Dame Barbara's memory. He's a fit boy. He's a fit boy. He was on the television the other day, actually. And they've done a lot, actually. Since Barbara died, they've raised an awful lot of money. And, he's running for that charity, for Dame Barbara's memory. So good luck to Scott for that one. Steve, my mum and I went to Ken Palace the other week, saw Diana's wedding dress. It was breathtaking. And we had a lovely tea and a piece of cake in the cafe. I'm thinking of getting the annual pass, Chloe and Denise. Oh, you absolutely must. Save your fortune. Save you a fortune, because it then means you can go to Kensington Palace every day if you want. You get a discount in the cafeteria, and they've got loads of people. This year, another eclectic bunch of celebrities coming together, including former England cricket captain Andrew Strauss, not a clue, former Olympian Liz McColgan, who won the London Marathon before coming second in 1997 and 98, and Mark Wright. Is that it? Is that all the celebrities who are running? Oh, it's all the ones oh, right. There's a load of ones the producer doesn't know, so we're not doing very well on that one at all. You'd heard of Andrew Strauss, had you? Funny, see, I hadn't. Big cricket fan. See, I don't know anything like that. Steve, similar to pigeons in London, we've got seagulls, says Conrad, coming inland to Pontypridd from Cardiff, going for the rubbish bags on collection day. Yes, seagulls are huge. We've got seagulls in London. You sometimes see them sitting on buildings, and they dive bomb because some of them eat pigeons. They have been known to attack. They also come in, when there's a storm at sea. Lovely. Because we're all familiar with those storms at sea, aren't we? I don't know where you got that one from. And they were at it again yesterday. So far we've had the arrests. I mean, I could add this up as I'm going along. 80, 50, 130, 170, 200, 230, 270, 320. There's been nearly 350 arrests. And anybody gone to prison? No, not at all. Because they were at it again yesterday. They keep going back to the same places. And some with glued hands sit on the M25 and the obstructing lorry photograph. They've got leave them there. Sit there all day. Anybody tries to unglue them, pour more glue over. Let them stay there as long as, but they like it so much. Let's help them out, please.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Steve, just travelling down the motorway, going on our hollybobs, and it's slinging it down, but we do have you to put a smile on our face, I know, even through all the adversity, I think, which is great. Steve, talking of your jacket, pelted by a pigeon, what do you think of Daniel Craig's pink velvet jacket the other day? I thought it was very brave, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was anything the matter with it. I thought it was quite nice, actually, a pink jacket. Listen, you ain't going to be arguing with him about it, are you? You know, Daniel Craig, I'm sorry, what about your pink jacket? Be going, yeah, what about my pink jacket? He looks very smart, white shirt, dicky bow, handkerchief in the top pocket, a little bit dated, but, apart from that, it was okay. It was good. It's time we embraced a pink blushing Bond. As I say, I still think there's quite a few other people. I think it was, they didn't call it pink, they called it cerise. And they said it's symbolic of his evolving style. The word is camp. Camp Bond. I thought it was okay, actually. It sort of fit. And also, you noticed him. The whole idea is, I mean, look, there was somebody else here who's called, who's he? What's his name? This is Jeremy Pope. He was at the Tony Awards. I mean, his actually was sort of like a pink jacket with a pink turtleneck, not turtleneck, what do they call that? Roll neck, turtleneck. But the belt around his waist looks ridiculous. Looks like he's holding his boobs up or something. It doesn't quite look right. But no, there's no problem with men wearing pink shirts. You find a lot of estate agents wear pink shirts. What does that tell you? And you get loads of them, and also very badly fitting suits. But no, everything now pink. Look at that. See, that's a nice one there. Somebody another pink suit to his collection. This is Timothée Chalamet. He was at the Venice for actor, apparently. He's got to be, because he's wearing a pink suit, and you know, a coal miner wouldn't be going out in a pink suit, would he? And here he is again. This is Timothée Chalamet with another pink suit. They're all sort of different. He looks much better with the sunglasses on, doesn't he? I found a pair of sunglasses at home yesterday. I've got no idea where I bought them. Do you know, the links on this programme are seamless. Have you noticed? I talk about Chalamet, and he's wearing Chalamet, his dark glasses, and then I linked it into my story about the glasses. You wouldn't get this on BBC local radio, I'm telling you. I don't know. I can't remember what they were now. I popped them in my inside pocket, because I don't know where I got them from. No, I might have pinched them from somewhere. Come here. Start messing about. Yeah, I've got these ones which are polarised, which are very good, and I've got these ones, and they're Serengeti. Which did I? Oh right. Oh yes, but that's but I don't think these are made in the Serengeti. Yeah, Serengeti. I don't even know where they came from. I've got no idea. I do not remember going out buying Serengeti sunglasses. So presumably, I picked up somebody else's from somewhere. I found them in the bedroom. I don't. It's just an odd pair of glasses. I mean, I stuck them over the top of my other glasses, then blinded myself at the same time. I quite like them. They're quite nice. Yeah, I could do the rest of the show in them. Unfortunately, I can't read anything with them on because they're not, geared to my poor eyesight. But I like these. I bought these off some telly thing, and unfortunately, I made a mistake because it said you can get 6 pair. I ordered 12. So I've got 12 pairs of these sunglasses now, which is ridiculous. I'm giving them out left, right and centre. I'll bring some in tomorrow. Happy birthday to Sandy Gall, who's the journalist who was born in what is now Malaysia, spent 30 years as foreign correspondent at ITN before being forced to retire at 65. He is today the ripe old age of 94. Imagine being forced to retire. I think that's absolutely shameful. I've always maintained, actually, that sort of... It's slightly worrying when you get to my age, when they go, oh, have you thought about retiring? No, never thought about retiring. Boss wants to see me later. Dear Steve, why don't we just pop in and have a quick cup of coffee? Now, I've got a little envelope for you here. No, I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it. I don't want to touch it at all. Because I think on radio, you can go on much longer, please God. Because it doesn't make any difference. As long as you sound coherent... And you can. The key is, I've said to you every single time, is can you get an audience? That's all it comes down to. It's like television programmes. If they don't get an audience, they don't recommission them again. There is absolutely no point of recommissioning something that doesn't get an audience. Although they keep flogging that. Annie Nightingale is 81. 81. Unbelievable, isn't it? She's still playing dance music. Wow. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, really? 81. God, there's hope for all of us. Although, actually, I think there is a difference between playing dance music or playing records to actually doing a speech-based programme. You've got to be fairly compos mentis to do a speech-based programme, as we prove 24 hours a day on LBC, 7 days a week. Steve, that's what I love about LBC. You have a real person having a real conversation. Not like the BBC, where they have a robot reading a script. Well, the thing about the BBC is, and I've always said that, because I have to pay for it as well, is they're not allowed to have any personality or opinions. And that's why they don't. You won't hear anybody arguing with people on any of their BBC local radio shows. They're not allowed to do things like that. It is totally verboten. Sam says, I'm listening to you whilst working out in the gym. Our Ollie's in a gym at the moment. He goes to the gym. I think he goes every day of the week. Corey, my former producer, now working on the Ian Dale programme, he started going to the gym. I think he's only ever been there once. He's trying to. I don't know whether it's going well, going to the gym or not. I have a sneaking feeling it might be a little bit stressful, but that's the way it goes. Steve, I'm immensely proud of seeing the Welsh statue of Betty Campbell publicised here in Australia on ABC, especially after my school counsellor and I were sacked trying to enrol an Aboriginal family's 3 kids in a school as well. Yes, there were an awful lot of problems. A friend of mine made a very good programme, actually. It went out on the television here, and he was trying to prove that there is still racism in this country, which I thought, well, you don't need to do a television programme about it because everybody knows that there's racism out there. You know, you see it in so many different walks. In America, it's even worse. And what he did, he actually came up with, and this is a presenter who's been on LBC as well, but he worked at Sky, Tim Marshall, and he did this programme with a friend of his, and they decided to book hotels separately. Or a room in a boarding house, and he would phone up and go, "Oh, hi, you've advertised a room for rent. Can I come round and see it?" And they go, "Yes, we go round and see it," and they'd offer him the room and all the rest of it. Then the black guy would phone up, and he'd say, "Oh, I see you've got a room for..." "It's gone. I'm sorry, it's gone." And so Tim would phone up again and then say, "Oh, is that room still free?" And they go, "Yes, still free." And it was in this country, yes. Yeah, they did it in this country. They did it in Australia as well, with Aboriginal people as well, trying to get rooms in hotels and being turned away. And there was another bloke who did something very similar. He was an Asian guy, and he applied for jobs, and he didn't get interviews, you know, under his Asian name. So he decided to turn the tables round and make up another name, which made him sound, you know, white. He got interviews for all of the things. I mean, it's amazing, really, that it's so easy to catch people out nowadays. But prejudice goes on all the time. It runs rife. It really does. Steve says Tristan. Tristan. Honestly, you're not really called Tristan, are you? You should be sitting on a road somewhere with all these Sebastians and Tarquins. You know, Tristan. Tristan's out there. He's on another military march. So he has a colleague called Brendan. He says, "I found out yesterday he listens to you daily, like I do," which is great. Steve, Sam is listening for a very wet and windy Isle of Wight. They say, before I go any further, 85-mile-an-hour winds you're going to get this month. It's going to ruin the hair, isn't it, really? He says, "I'm looking forward to starting a job in January in radio journalism." Well, there you go. Couldn't think of a more noble profession to go in for. Good luck. Good luck. As I say, the thing you should do, and if you can do it, if you're on the Isle of Wight, you have a local radio there, offer yourself as work experience. You know, if you've got... I don't know whether you're school age or anything like that, but if you're going to go on a journalism course, you must have left school. Offer yourself as work experience. Say, listen, you know, and go there for 2 or 3 weeks if you can afford to do it for no money, and let them see what you're like, because they might help you in your quest. Because every radio station has got a newsroom. I mean, Joe, my producer, started off making tea. And before you go, "Oh, isn't that a little bit beneath people?" No, tea. Get it now. That's what you have to put up with. People say, you know, you get a cup of tea. And you either do it with a smile, or you do it with looking Mr. Misery, in which case people go, "I don't think they're going to fit in here." You know, you have to, you're fitting into a wheel. A wheel, it sounds a little bit trite, doesn't it? It's a wheel that, you know, all the spokes are in there except there's one missing, and you've got to fill that missing gap. And it's part of a team. We can never understand here, especially on my programme, why, you know, some people get very stressed about things. We just come in for a laugh. We're not here for any other reason. We're here for the wheelbarrow full of money at the end of each month, which we dole out in the car park, you know, and then we sort of go home and we might have a bottle of beer between the 3 of us, and we go out for a kebab. And no, we don't. We don't socialise at all. You know, I don't want to encourage them in that department. It gives them false hope. So, but that's what you come in for fun. If you don't get fun out of the job you're doing, whether it's here, television, working in a bar, working anything else, you're going to have a miserable existence.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Oh, dear, honestly, Friday. I love it. Steve, the wife and I and the 2 boys are going to the National History Museum this month. We're going to stay in a hotel overnight. The Natural History Museum. Yes, very nice museum. I don't think there's any cheap hotels around there. I don't think so. What you need to do is put in... I mean, you know, if you don't want to spend a fortune on a hotel, and it is easy to spend a fortune on a hotel. I mean, I can't recommend a hotel for you to stay in because I don't know what your budget would be. But I mean, if you're looking at something like that, find a Premier Inn, and you'll probably find there's one of those in Ken High Street. I would think. There's a lot of tourist hotels in and around Kensington High Street. So sort of try it, because it's only down the road from the Natural History Museum. You're coming all the way down and doing an overnight stay to go to the Natural History Museum. Why don't you go home? Why would you want to stay in London unless you've got... Well, I mean, I'm trying to be welcoming, but it seems an awful long way to come, doesn't it? It's a good museum, the Natural History Museum. It depends what time you're getting there, because the queues build up quite quickly. So my advice is, come closer, go to the Geology Museum just around the corner and cut through. You can go into the Geology Museum and get into the Natural History Museum without having to go anywhere near those tourists who are queuing up to go in the front door of the Natural History Museum. Just what I tell you. You know, it's a good idea, that one. I've done it for years. You know, on the days I used to have to do a piece with somebody who was based at the Natural History Museum, and he actually told me that you can nip in through the Geology Museum. And then you've got the big queue at the Geology Museum now. But then next to that, you've got the Science Museum, and you can nip through as well, which is very good. Mr. Neil says, good morning, Steve. Morning, Mr. Neil. He says, hard to believe that Tony Blackburn opened Radio 1 54 years ago. 54 years ago. And now he is that national radio legend, like yourself. Funny thing is, I never think about it like that. It really is. It's a very odd thing where people sort of say, oh, yeah, everybody else says it about me. But I mean, I just sort of, it's like Clive Bull. They used to call Clive Bull the radio legend and things like that. They don't call him that now. Actually, you're going to be hearing him overnight. You're going to be hearing him over. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, I mean, yes, I've said it now. It's because Matt Stadland's going to, surprise, surprise, Iceland. Sorry, Darren. Who did I say? Matt Stadland. Oh, God, honestly, Freudian slips. But yeah, so Darren's off, and he'll be going to... he loves Iceland. I cannot work out what the appeal is. I've looked at Iceland. It's got the blue lagoon thing. It's freezing cold. The people are desperately unattractive. And it's so expensive. Yes, he'll love it. But it is so expensive. Even their normal sort of food. They eat things like rotting shark and all sorts of things like that. Oh, I know, it's awful. Awful. Yeah, rotting shark is very popular in Iceland. But he obviously loves it. He's learning Icelandic. There you go. This is a shark cured with a particular fermentation process and hung to dry for 4 to 5 months. It smells of ammonia and fishy, making it an acquired taste. Rotting shark. Hakal, it's called. I mean, yes, ammonia is bleach, yeah. I mean, put it this way, any woman who's changing nappies of children will know ammonia. You'll smell it every time you change the nappies. But it's a very popular... Not for me. I could never understand. I've yet to ask Darren, actually. I must check with him what it is that is so appealing about Iceland. What is it that makes him want to go there? Apart from the fact it's full of volcanoes, you do get the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis, and the scenery is lovely. It's a bit barren. You can go off on adventures. They'll take you to volcanoes and things like that, because I think all the way down the centre of the island, it's volcanoes. It's like going to Lanzarote. They've also got volcanoes. We went there. We hated it. But Iceland's it looks quite vacant in parts, but pretty. But I should imagine when the snow comes down, you must freeze yourself to pieces over there. So I will find out. I love the story of excuse me, sorry, it made me laugh thinking about it. His name's Beyhan Mutlu. Beyhan Mutlu is Turkish. He got a bit tiddled one night, and he spent hours helping a search party look for a missing person before realising he was that missing person. He comes from the northwestern province of Bursa, had been drinking with friends when he wandered off into the woods. His wife was unable to contact him, so she and his friends called the police. In the woods, he came across a search party and joined them. And it was so he's with this search party. It was only when one of the rescuers shouted his name out and he responded, "I'm here," they realised they were looking for him. So they shouted out. I hope by that time he'd sobered up a little bit. Poor soul, honestly. So he gets so drunk, he wanders off into the woods, meets a group of people who are looking for somebody, and then one of them shouts out, Mutlu, Mutlu. And he goes, "Yes." They go, "It's you?" Yeah. Got the weather for Iceland, by the way, just in case you're thinking of flying off there today. 8 degrees. 8 degrees, getting cold. In fact, actually, it goes down on Tuesday to 3 degrees. When will I see you again? Sorry, a little bit obvious, I realise, but it's the best you're going to get at this time of the morning. And light rain and moderate breeze. Tomorrow, a bit of sunshine, but cloudy. 8 degrees. And they're going down Friday the 8th. Sunshine, but only 2 degrees. So, getting colder. By the time he gets over there, he'll have to put on thermal knickers. It's the only way he'll get through the day. Yes, I think he's got some anyway. He's prepared for the weather here. But we're going to have 85-mile-an-hour winds, and there could be the chance of snow. Could be the chance of snow, but that'll be into the month of October. Theresa May celebrates her birthday, one of Britain's longest-serving Home Secretaries. She became the second female Prime Minister, reportedly introduced to her husband Philip in Oxford by Benazir Bhutto, who later became Prime Minister, as you know, of Pakistan. She did dance to Dancing Queen at the Conservative Party conference. We watched it. She can't dance. OK? Some people can, some people can't. And she couldn't. But she says, I was kind of touched anyway. It was like a robotic dance thing. We don't know where she learnt it from. Dancing Queen, sorry. Anyway, she's 65 today. I thought she was older. But there you go, 65 today. Also born on this day, Lawrence Harvey, the Lithuanian-born British actor, starred in Room at the Top and The Manchurian Candidate. His 3 wives included Margaret Leighton. He was friends with Elizabeth Taylor. However, not everybody was a fan. Jane Fonda said there are actors and actors, and then there are Lawrence Harveys. With them, it's like acting by yourself. Faint praise indeed, faint praise indeed. Also, 1955, what do you reckon? Something to do with the BBC. What do they start experimenting with? Come on, you should get this one immediately. Come on, you're in the business. What did the BBC start experimenting with? Colour TV, 1955. And viewers in London will be able to receive the transmissions, but only in black and white. Seems a bit of a pointless exercise, because you went from black and white and then, you had to change your television, which is good. Only for a few American sets imported for research could pick up the broadcast in colour. I can remember when we got colour television. It was very nice. We had black and white, and the bloke came around to install it. And it was a Finlandia television, which my mother loved. She was so impressed by it. No remotes. In those days, you had to get up and push a button. A bit more exercise. Now you sit there and who's got the remote? Where's the remote? Yeah, leave it on. And he twiddled with a button. All of a sudden, it emerged in colour, the pictures. I mean, that was considered quite a big deal when you think about it. Nowadays, you take it for granted, don't you?
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7, start of the weekend. It's going to be a bit nippy, not as nippy as it is over in Iceland, we discovered, where next week the temperature goes down to 3 degrees, which is a bit chilly. So Pete Townsend has sold his house, which was like home to the Mills family, Sir John Mills, in the 1950s. Got fantastic views over that. I think it's a protected view. Not that you could change it in any way, shape or form, but it's at the top of Richmond Hill. 15 million they were looking for the house. I mean, if you'd won the lottery tonight at 139 million, this would be small change indeed to buy a beautiful house like this. I did have a look on it. It was online, and I went and had a look through the rooms. It's got its own swimming pool, but it's an outdoor swimming pool. I'm not sure about an outdoor swimming pool unless it's heated. I mean, I did get a friend of mine was very big in a record company, and he bought a house up at Clapham Common, and he said he invited a load of us round, I think over November or something, and the snow came down, and he said, I've got a swimming pool, bring your swimming costume, or not, as the case may be. And I said, oh right, and it was heated to the temperature of bath water. So all this steam is rising off this pool. All the way round the pool there's ice and snow and everything else, and this pool was like getting into a bath. I mean, it was fantastic. You just didn't want to get out. So I thought, if ever I was going to have a pool in a place, it would have to be heated. There's no point in having something which is, normal temperature. Yeah, for 15 million, it should be heated, shouldn't it? But it's the views that it's got, the most amazing views. Oh, blimey, they've all got... Do you know, I went to Iceland the other day, the shop as opposed to the country, didn't have enough time, and they were doing 2 tins of Quality Street for £8. Okay, 2 tins of Quality Street, £8, which seems about reason. You buy things in twos. Anyway, I've just looked at an advert for Asda. They're selling exactly the same ones, but they're doing 2 for £7. It's become quite cutthroat. Yeah, I wish I'd kept the receipt and taken them back in there. But they've also got Celebration, Heroes and Roses. So you get 2 for £7. I mean, everywhere you go now, it's bargains. I don't really have a favourite. I'm not particularly big into toffees and chocolates. Mihal, we opened up the tin the other day, and sort of little eyes lit up. Bless him, honestly. He thought we were letting him eat for free, and he was enjoying it. You enjoying eating the sweets? I was saying you were eating the Equality Street. Yeah, you can't hear because you've got headphones on. I know, but he's listening to something else. He's listening to Classic FM. Mamma Mia, the party goes on. This time at the O2. It reopened. Mamma Mia, the party. Dance, dine, have the time of your life. What on earth is that? That's not the same show that's on in the West End, Mamma Mia, is it? Book your table, mammamiatheparty.co.uk. What, they're going to come and dance round your table? And so, no, really? Well, I've never heard of this before. What a brilliant idea. Mamma Mia, the party. Journey to the island of Skopelos, as dinner at Nico's Taverna turns into a fabulous disco. Well, they do that as well. So, blimey. So you go there, and you've got a table, and after the sun has set, you can party your way into the night. Good Lord above. I've never even heard of such a thing. So it's the musical around your dinner. How annoying. Just about to eat your soup, and somebody goes, Mamma Mia, here I go away. Here I go. I mean, it's quite a good idea, isn't it? There was a show on in London. It went on in one of the hotels, and it was something about a wedding, and all the people who were in the cast of the wedding were part of the congregation in the church. So you'd be sitting down, and the person next to you be saying in a loud voice, "I never liked her, you know," and you became an interactive part of it. I thought it was quite a good idea. But I can't remember what it was called. It might have been called The Wedding or something like that. But anyway, it was you were part of the show, as well as other actors who were in the audience, placed as plants. Like I saw a wedding, and there was people who got up. Do you hear the people sing? You think, sit down, stop showing off. And then other people stand up and sing. It's an immersive experience. And have you seen the one with the vicar who sings? The vicar who turned up on the on Britain's Got Talent or something like that, and he sings a song. And I remember thinking to myself, and he's so good. It's really, really good. I cried. Yeah, but I cried everything. Seriously. I cry at bank balances. That makes me cry quite a lot at the moment, but never mind. And the Da Vinci Code is doing a UK tour. Yeah, this is the vicar. I can't remember, Father Ray Kelly. I have to tell you, if you put in Ray Kelly, he's at a wedding, and the music starts playing, and he starts singing. And it's one of the best things you'll ever see. You'll have to book him immediately, because he's very, very good. Sarah Everard, The Backlash. And it's in all the papers for today. This evil PC will die in prison, which I think everybody realised was going to be happening. They were hoping, I think, to actually just get the lighter sentence, which is life, which of course now doesn't mean life. This is a special sentence. He will die in prison. I suppose you have to ask the question. It's called whole life sentence, which means you're there and you don't ever come out again. Although, as I say, I almost predicted that. But that's the front of every single paper, mainly because the family have had to listen to all of those details of how their daughter's life ended, and that must be the most heartbreaking thing that could ever be heard at all. Brittany's on cloud 9 to be free of her father, and Arlene says she could be going into, this is Arlene Phillips, into I'm a Celebrity. She could be the oldest one in there, but it's only in Wales, so you don't need to worry too much about, whether it's, there's no creepy crawlies in Wales. I don't know, though. There must be somewhere, mustn't there? I don't know why. I mean, how they're going to sort of cope with all these things. Clarkson in the mire. The 85-mile-an-hour storms are on the way, and the Beeb dumps Katie Price's programme, which they hadn't started filming, but it was certainly coming up for filming. And also, Britain's now run out of butchers. I mean, how many times do you see butchers on the high street? We've had a few butchers on the high street over the years. My friend Chris Lowry and Steve over in Espana, they used to rent a colour television from DER. You'd see them in the window. They'd go, combination of colour television and video recorder. And they would come round for 18 quid a month and install it for you. And you'd sit there staring at colour television. It was enormous. Now the televisions are so thin There's nothing. Yeah, they used to weigh a ton. I remember Sony Trinitrons, which were considered the height of fashion. They weighed a ton. Anyway, listen, have yourself a fantastic weekend. I hope that the weather is very kind to you. And we'll do it again on Monday. Don't forget, 4 a.m. Monday morning. We'll let you know what the next item is in the Steve Allen Let's Make a Lot of Money for Global's Make Some Noise. So have a good weekend. Good luck with trying to find petrol. It can only get better. And I've got a free little bit extra podcast. Stacey Solomon says she can't believe she's still pregnant. 9 months, dear. Same for most people. James Argent is on holiday again. I'm sure he worked really hard to pay for it. He's lost 8 stone, but he had a gastric band fitted, so not too much work. And Naomi Campbell shows off her new style. Still doesn't have any class. You can download for free on the Global Player app, as well as listening live to LBC. You can listen back to this and other LBC programmes, as well as listening to a huge range of podcasts. There are literally thousands on there, and you can download them all. Keep yourself amused for the entire Christmas season. I'll be back with you on Monday morning at 4 for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to our podcast of Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to Monday, the 4th of October. I tweeted yesterday, all I want for Christmas is petrol. That's all, because otherwise it's going to screw Christmas up for everybody. Around the country, they seem to be pulling themselves together. In London, it's a disaster. I went past quite a few filling stations the other day. Nothing. We have no fuel. We have no fuel. And then you get the clever drivers who get out the car, move the cones, drive in there, expecting all of a sudden magically there to be fuel. There isn't, but they're bringing the army in. But as you heard on the news a short while ago with Zora, they should have brought the army in a few weeks ago. In fact, a few months ago would have been quite useful. But I don't want to see people standing around at filling stations just there's a picture in one of the papers, 4 people with fluorescent jackets on, standing around there watching a pipe going into the ground, filling up the tanks. What the God's name are they doing? You know, why don't they just all go and do something more useful? It would make it a lot easier. But in London, it's a nightmare for people. You know, presenters that I know are finding it very, very difficult. Let's hope today it cures itself. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? But anyway, today is D-Day, or T-Day. Now, every year, for goodness knows years, we've been raising money for Global's Make Some Noise. Now, you know about this because you've been extremely generous and have helped out in the past. And if you don't know what Global's Make Some Noise is, it improves the lives of disadvantaged people by working with small charities. Not big charities, they're little charities. This year alone, we're supporting 100 small charities in your local community and across the UK. That includes food banks, mental health and domestic abuse helplines, carer support, and community projects. All these little charities need your help, but you wouldn't know about them without the help from Global's Make Some Noise. And in fact, if you go to makesomenoise.com, you can see what the charity is doing in your area. So every year, and it started about 4 or 5 years ago, somebody in our office, I know who she is, and she could be listening, so she came up with the idea of a tea towel. So we decided that we would sell tea towels for the charity. And it went so well, we got inspired. So we went for the next year when we went for the tote bag. And the tote bag went so well, we were inspired for the glasses, the Prosecco glasses. And they did very well. So we've raised, with your help, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds, which have all gone to help people who are disadvantaged, probably in your area. These are little charities. Sometimes they're doing some fantastic work, but they can't fund themselves. They really, really struggle, even with the huge efforts. And it's our job, with your help, to try and make sure that we can make life a little bit easier for a few months, for a few years, whatever it is. It's the long-term position that we're looking at. So this year, we have quite a few charities, over 100 that we are supporting. And so it was our job to come up with something that we thought we could sell to raise some money. So we've done it. Okay. And so for 1 week only, and it's only for this week. It finishes on the 8th, which is Friday. You can get yourselves in your little hands, with no extra P&P, the Steve Allen tea tray. Yes, raising money for Globals Make Some Noise. This is the must-have item for every 4am spiker. If you've already purchased the tea towel and the tote bag, you don't want to miss out on this one. All the sales from the tea tray will go to LBC's charities, Globals Make Some Noise. So whether it's for your morning tea or coffee or to hang on the wall, don't dither. If you go to the LBC website, you can see it. I wouldn't sell you something that you hadn't seen beforehand. And it features a drawing of me, Steve Allen, thank you, by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the brilliant illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. And we've superimposed it onto the Steve Allen tray. This limited edition tea tray, only available to buy until 10am this coming Friday. So if you go to the website, lbc.co.uk, you click on the charity section and you will see me holding and demonstrating the tea tray. So already we've sold a few of them already, and I'd only mentioned it about a minute and a half ago. Now it costs £15, and that includes free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates will apply. Orders will be shipped in December. You can order yours right now. Go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and of course all the proceeds go to LBC Charities Globals Make Some Noise. So let's see how many we can sell today, which will be quite nice. I'm having a look at the LBC website because we like to keep up to date with it, and I know that you're all fairly on top of this one. So if you're a fan of early mornings on the radio and you want to be part of the Groovy Gang, and you will be considered part of the Groovy Gang, you just literally go to the LBC website. Along the top it's got home, news, politics, crime, opinion, blah, blah, blah. And then next to radio, it's got charity. You click on that, and it's got Globals Make Some Noise. And there's a picture of me taken the other day. And they say, buy a Steve Allen tea tray and help raise money for Globals Make Some Noise. And they've got a close-up picture of it. It's very smart, actually. They say it's a case of, you know, if you've snapped up the Prosecco glasses, the Steve Allen tea towels and the Steve Allen tote bags, now you can get the Steve Allen tea tray. Complete the Groovy Gang set with this 25% recycled plastic tray and raise much needed funds for Make Some Noise. It's only available for 1 week. Okay, 1 week. Look at my little studio. Honestly, it looks about as big as a postage stamp, doesn't it? It's very quaint, the little studio. Now, I've run extensive testing on this product, it says here, and I can confirm the tray will also work for coffee, alcoholic drinks, and even finger food. And of course, it's wiped clean. Features a drawing of me by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, and it's £15, including free postage and packing for UK customers. So if you'd like to purchase one, and I would like to think that you would help us out and raise some money for, I mean, let's face it, you can't spend it on petrol at the moment, so look on me as your petrol substitute. And the big T is for the STEVALLEN, and the T for tray, so that's why it's the T, okay? And because it's wiped clean and it's very nice, it's a perfect addition to anybody's house. Perfect addition. It would look good on your sideboard, and you can put the Prosecco glasses on there. You could fold the tea towel up really nicely and put that on there, although I suspect many of you have started using the tea towel already, and I know you've been using the tote bag because we got loads of photographs sent in of people over the bank holiday period, courtesy of little Julie, who were photographed with their tote bag. So this one will complete your collection. And if you're an early morning fan, of which we know that there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of you, seeing as we are the brand leader, as they say, at this time of the morning. And the Spike, you've seen before, you know all about the Spike. And so with your help, we can raise a lot of money. And the good news is I can see you buying it, because we have a link onto our website, and only available for me, which we're a little bit excited about, and it will tell us how many we've been doing, and you can do it very simply. But just remember, it's free P&P, and if we can shift a few thousand Steve Allen trays, we'd be very happy. So with your help, we can do it. So just go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity bit at the top, and that will take you straight away into the right bit. So just go there, and all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, which is Globals Make Some Noise. And I thank you in advance for all the little charities who, some of them won't know how much money they're going to be getting. And of course, the more we raise, and over the years it's been millions, the more we can give out to the charities. And if we're supporting this year more than 100, that's actually pretty good. Janet says, after the tea towels and the tote bags, I thought you were going to sell us tea bags. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm thinking about that for next year. Definitely. Roger says, no fuel in Hounslow, Isleworth, Chiswick, Hammersmith or Richmond, but there is fuel in Feltham. Typical, isn't it? Typical. But no, we haven't got any round our way either. But hopefully, now the army are coming in, which they should have done a few weeks ago, we will be sort of getting there. So the army, about 200 personnel deployed on Operation Escalate. Why do they just call them the army? OK, it's not an operation. It's just the army coming in and doing something that they haven't done before. But there's going to be a lot of very grateful drivers. A lot of very, very, very grateful drivers, and the army will stand there. And, of course, the good news is that they're all looking so smart in their combat fatigues. Everybody with the regulation haircut, and they'll be pulling in. Don't mess with them. Start messing around with them. You'll be messing with the wrong people. And so they've been training down in Thurrock, and the government says we're working with the industry to help increase fuel stocks. Because once we've got back to that situation where you can drive into a filling station and you discover they've got petrol, there won't be any immediate rush, will there? I had to cancel going down to my brother's the other day because I couldn't get any petrol. But, you know, it's just one day. Just one day. But it'd be quite nice to drive in there and go, well, they've got petrol. Do you know, I don't think I'll buy any today. I'll save it for tomorrow, which will make it an awful lot easier. But in the meantime, let's keep you busy this morning, shall we? Let's see how much money we can raise for Global's Make Some Noise. You've been very generous in the past. Very, very. And, of course, you're not limited to buying one. I mean, I say that hoping somebody might want to go and buy two or something like that, because the more money we raise, the happier everybody is. And all those little charities that don't get a look in, this time will have a look in. And you can see me holding a picture. No, not holding a picture, but I'm in the photograph holding the tray. So you can see what it is, and it's limited edition. OK, so I've just ordered the tray, says Moray. It's a lovely addition to the Steve Allen collection. Thank you. It is actually. It is a lovely addition. And we looked at it and we went backwards and forwards with it, and we've decided that this is part of the collection. I don't know. Who knows what the next thing could be? Lovely addition, though, says Morris. So thank you. And Karen says, have you had a Christmas mince pie yet? Have we had a Christmas? Are you mad? We were eating Christmas mince pies 3 weeks ago. Yeah, we're bored of them. I'm fed up with mince pies. I don't want mince pie. Although I have got a question for you, which somebody will be able to tell me the answer to, because I'm very confused by these things. And it's to do with the Freedom Pass. And so I'll tell you about that in a moment. But in the meantime, if you just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, you can find the charity. You'll find the limited edition tea tray, and you can order it online. It's as simple as that, and then it'll be sent out to you. It's £15, but that does include free postage and packing, so there's no other money. But it all goes to a very, very good cause, which is Global's Make Some Noise. So in advance, thank you, and you can do it now.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Steve, it's my beautiful mother Esther's birthday today, and she's a huge fan. This is a message from her daughter Coco. So to wish her a happy birthday, you so rock. God, do you know, honestly, nobody's ever said that to me. Steve, tray purchased. Thanks on behalf of all the little charities that struggle to get funding. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. I know I cannot impress on you all, enough to say that some of these little charities, and it's all sorts of people. I mean, this one's food banks, mental health, domestic abuse, helplines, carer support, community projects. It's all the little things that we just dismiss, and we say, what do we do about this? And we go, we're going to raise some money for them. Claire says, what's the size of the tray? You'll see the picture on the LBC website. You can see it because I'm holding it up. And lovely Dan, he says, Steve, loving the tea tray and ordered mine. Not loving the rain, though. Oh, it's not raining again, is it? Oh, honestly, it tipped it down the other day. I was fuming. I sort of went out there and I thought, oh. And my coat, I've got a coat. Now, it's not, I don't know if it's waterproof or not. Whatever it is, when it gets wet, it looks like I'm soaking wet. And then you sit there and dry out, and it seems to go back to normal. So I was a bit happy about that. But it doesn't matter whether it's wet or dry today. Tracy says, yippee. Got your tea tray on the way. And Barbara in Derbyshire just ordered my tea tray. Good luck with the fundraising. Do you know, it's on Starting to become a bit emotional again. When we did this the first time round, you know that we had the Groovy gang, Corey and Thomas, and we got so excited because we'd never done anything like it before, and we had tea towels, and we didn't know how many tea towels we were going to sell to raise money for the charity. And some of the little charities that benefited break your heart, absolutely break your heart. You know, it was no difficulty to cry about these little people, which we didn't know about. I didn't know about any of them. I told you I went down to one house, which was basically a house the farmer who owned the land had donated the land to them, had this house built, which was split in two, and each one was a separate house. There was a swimming pool, the shower, you could push the children on their beds into the shower, so they didn't need to be taken off the bed or anything else. And many of these children were terminally ill. And I remember going down there, and it just knocked you sideways when you look at, and I met some lovely families down there, and we recorded some little bits and pieces, and I came back, and we were all really quiet when we were coming back in the car, because I'd been so affected by it. That these were, you didn't know these people, I didn't know them till I went down there, and the families were so brave. And I thought, you know, if we could raise money every year just by selling an item, so it's not a case of just asking you to give us money, especially not on this programme, because I'm very keen to make sure that if you give us some money, we give you something in return. And that's why it was so important. And every year I've been absolutely knocked sideways by the amount of generosity. And you then suddenly realise just how huge this audience is. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who pick up the telephone, or they go onto their computers with their credit card, and they will buy something that I can give you something in return. And every year you've wanted it. And so this year I'm hoping, I always get slightly apprehensive, because they always say to me, "Oh, it'll be fine, Steve." And I always go, well, I hope so. I never like to take people, on face value. I like to sort of worry about it myself, and God knows I do, actually. Warren's going to buy a tray as well. He said, "I'll be there." Good lad. And Bonnie could buy a tray as well. I mean, so many regular people who can help us out. But as I say, I like to make sure that you get something in return. So it's not just somebody rattling a tin saying, "Oh, give us some money." I want to make sure you get something. And because it's got Steve Allen logoed all over the blooming thing, it's for people who are fans of the early morning, of which there are many people. And over the years, the spike has improved, and it's got better and bigger, which is lovely. Hence, and then, of course, I mean, you can always tell how it is, because when I was away a short while ago, the management had to issue a press release saying he will be back. He will be back, just not at this precise moment. And it was a bit touch and go. Me and Jean have got our 2. Steve says, "Iceman, thank you." And Carol says, "I hope they sell out." Well, I seriously, I think I would burst into tears on the programme if they sold out. I really would, because it's such a pleasing thing to do. And the nice thing about charity is, by doing something, you can make a difference. You can help out little charities that might, because they've all suffered during the pandemic, because people are worried about their own, situation. And so they tend not to think about the charities. And that's why we like to do it. And that's why Global to Make Some Noise was set up in the first place, to make sure that people did take notice of these little charities. So be it, a child over the years who's been terminally ill, we can do something to make things a little bit easier. You can't, always do everything that you want to do, but we do as much as we can. And with your help, it gets bigger and better every year. As I say, millions and millions of pounds have been raised. And if you'd seen some of the things that we've seen, it must be like working for a charity. If you're working with terminally ill children and stuff like that, you've got to be a very special person. I was telling you the other day when I went down to my brother's, and they had all these gold ribbons and bows tied to lampposts and people's front doors and everything else. And I said to my brother's wife, I said, "What is it for?" And she said, "It's that little girl who died. She was 10 years old. She died of cancer." And I was talking to somebody else about it the other day, and she's a mother, and she said, "I can't imagine what that must be like." I said, "You do question, is there a God? You do ask yourself, people are out there committing the most dreadful crimes, things which You know, even now you open up the papers on a day, and there's always something new, and it's always something to do with something which is so horrendous you can't even give people the full facts. But this whole little village has all come together. She was 10 years old. Nobody should be allowed to die at 10 years old. And if they do, and she was very, very much of the moment. You know, she had a bucket list. She wanted to cook with Gordon Ramsay. She wanted to do all sorts of things. And I remember thinking, I don't know how I would cope with that. I really don't. You know, I can hear about it from other people. And you can sort of look at it and you think, she was 10 years old. I mean, Sophie Farrell died surrounded by her family as her mother, Charlotte, cuddled her. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how awful this is, how awful it is. But she was pictured with Gordon Ramsay. She would light up a room. She made an impression on people with her smile. And then after her diagnosis, she launched a spirited fundraising campaign in aid of the children's cancer charity, which is Alice's Ark. And when her death was announced on Saturday, hundreds of strangers rallied, donating £30,000 in the space of hours, with cash pledges coming in as the news went to press. And she lived just around the corner from my brother. Seriously, 10 years old. You know, I can understand, as indeed, you know, all of us can, that if somebody gets to 80 or 90 or something like that, they've had a fantastic life. You know, you could always go that little bit extra, couldn't you? You can always go. It's like people, you know, after my father died, I can remember I didn't think my mother was ever going to recover, because she'd only ever known him. She came from that generation, which many of you do, whereby, you know, you get married to somebody, and that, I think it might have only ever been her second boyfriend. I don't think, you know, nowadays they've basically been road tested by most of the British Army, if they're ordering petrol. But that's what's so important about it. It's to try and, you can't ever ease grief. You can't ever make grief go away. People have to do it in their own time. I've spoken to people before who've lost a loved one, be it, you know, to lose a child, I think is about as bad as it gets, I think, because you're never prepared for something like that. You know, but to be surrounded by all that love, it still doesn't make it any better. It's still a little child. And that's why you have to ask yourself the question, you know, if there is a God, what's he doing? Is he looking after little children? You know, you can always say, you know, that's another star that's joined the bright firmament in the sky. But when you realise over the years what good work Make Some Noise has done, and how many charities have benefited who otherwise might not have benefited, because nobody would know about them. Nobody would know exactly what they do, and it can be all sorts of things. I've heard of people who won the lottery, who've donated. There's one particular couple from the north. They've given away half their money to charities. You know, for little charities that don't get any recognition. And that's why, you know, when I sit here at this time of the morning, I mean, I'm not doing this for my health. God knows I'm not doing it for my health. That's the one thing I've not been very good at. But it's so important, and you don't realise until you sit in our position here. And anybody who works in this business will tell you exactly the same. We underestimate the power of radio. We underestimate the power that you have in your hands. You know, to go to a computer, to pick up a telephone, to get the credit card out. You have that power to make or break things. And that's why it's so important. And the whole of Global come together for this. It's monumental. I'm also in a bit of competition with Mr. Moyles over this, because he's on my sort of database. And I'm sort of looking and seeing how many he's selling. He's selling podcasts, I believe. I think it's a pub podcast. We're guaranteed to be rude. And that's a case of, I'm not. I have a tea tray, which I know sounds bizarre, doesn't it? But with your help, we'll raise a lot of money this week. So I promise you now, you're going to be sick to death of me talking about it. But it's my business, and it's my duty to actually get you to buy this, so that you end up with something nice, which forms part of a collection. And we end up with the money, and it's free postage and packing, which I always keep telling people. They go, is it free postage and packing? I go, yep. Absolutely. Somebody in Dunstable says, new email, a very long time listener. Love your show and I'm donating. Thank you. I mean, that's all I can say to you. You know, I'm very, very appreciative of you helping basically me and the team out on the programme. That's even Corey sent me a text. He said, I'll be checking in the morning to see how well you've done. And I said, I'd text him a thing back just going, I hope so, because as I say, it's a lot. There's not any pressure on me, is there? It's a case of, Steve, we're relying on you, and I go, thank you. Actually, I tell you what I liked the other day. Ian Dale wrote a very nice thing about me on Twitter, and he said basically, to encapsulate it, nobody can do what Steve Allen does. He talks for 3 hours every single day and gets a huge audience. And then somebody wrote, I think he was doing one of his Ask Me Anything kind of questions, and then the other one, who would you like to do a podcast with? Well, modesty forbids me from telling you who he wants to do. He wants to do a podcast with me. And so he then sort of tagged in my boss and everybody else, saying, you know, because he's done one, I think, with Sheila Fogarty, and he said, I'd like to do one with Steve Allen, because we have such a loyal audience at this time. Listen, you're not going to get people who are just wandering through the dial and going to come across this programme and go, oh, I shall have a listen to that. I wonder who that is. This sort of Steve Allen bloke. What does he do? And then people listen to it, and either you love it or you don't. It's a bit Marmite. But it doesn't matter, because luckily we've all bought the jars. And so that's why. And even, you know, occasionally you find somebody who goes, oh, Steve Allen slurped his tea, and you think, you need to get a life. Seriously. But the producer, he's trigger happy. Don't encourage him. Honestly, once he get his teeth into something, he'll go, and I'm just about to read something. He'll go, beep, and it vanishes from my screen. And it doesn't come back again. It was like watching the scammers over in Delhi and Calcutta being scammed themselves by a bloke in America who was encouraging them, but he could see them. They'd managed to tap it. He's obviously very clever as our boy on the computer is. And he managed, as he was talking to this bloke, and the bloke saying, you need to buy these things and then give me the money, and it's too far. And because what they were doing, it was called an overpayment. It's happened in this country, where he says, listen, I'll transfer 2,500 to your account. Oh, blow me down. I've transferred 25,000. I tell you what, you keep 1,000 and email me the rest back. Of course, it doesn't exist. It's in the sky. It's only pretend. But this bloke was able to delete all their files. One of the blokes nearly burst into tears. He was going, please reinstate me. He said, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm so sorry, I'll never do this again. No, I'm so sorry, don't believe you. You're a cracking liar. And that was good. That was good. Claire in Bath says, Steve, tray bought to compliment my unused tea towel. Well, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. And, you know, I'm very pleased. We're going to take a short break for the news. But if you think I'm going anywhere, think again.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC.
Well, we're rattling away with the tea trays, which is good news. I'd like to do 1,000 by 5 o'clock. I know it's setting a huge target, isn't it? I mean, it's some. I mean, I might have extended myself. My friend Ian says, love the tea tray. My friend Stephen, who listens to in LA and myself, would like to know if you can ship to America, or is this another piece of merchandise I need Rich to get for us, and I'll pick it up from him when I'm over. At this rate, he says, Rich will need a garage to store all the Steve Allen merchandise he's storing. Yeah, but it's probably easier to give it to him than he can give it to you when you come over here, because P&P is not free internationally. You can still buy it, but then there's a separate I don't know how much things like this actually cost to go backwards and forwards. So probably easier to give it to Rich, and then he can then sort it out. So just go to the LBC website if you've just joined the proceedings, because it's the Steve Allen tea tray raising money for Global's charity Make Some Noise. This is the must-have item for every 4 a.m. spiker. For all those people who go, I've been listening for years and years. Now's the time to purchase the tray. Let's hope you raise, says Jeff, more money for the charity. Bev in Ramsgate says it'd look very nice with the freshly baked scones and prosecco. And somebody says, you'll smash it. This will be a huge sellout. These small charities will be so happy. Well, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm really hoping, which would be, it'd be lovely if we could exceed last year's total. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. The only problem is that it's not a problem, but I like to see instantly how many we're selling. And the machine takes a while to play catch up. So whilst people are inputting, bits and pieces like sort of credit cards and everything else like that, and then I have to wait about 10 minutes before it plays catch up, which of course is very frustrating. You're sort of sitting there thinking, I can sit, and then the producer say, this complete page here, that's coming in the last minute. So at this rate, we're going to do all right. But I'm not going to be complacent. I can't afford to be complacent. I'm competing with the whole building here. Little old me, honestly, at my age, having to compete with people, it's like sort of entering the marathon. There was somebody running through Twickenham dressed up as Darth Vader or something the other day, and I remember thinking, I think you've lost your way, love. I think you've lost your way. But I watched a very good programme, I think written by Jane Goldman. It was a film. It was on the telly this morning. Amazing special effects, and it was all about set in the future and spacecraft and no, not back to no. It's a film I hadn't heard of before. It was on in the early hours of the morning. Anyway, I sat there watching it, thinking it's very good, and then it said, it had Samuel L. Jackson in it, who played sort of a baddie, I think. He ended up with a big spike through him. But doesn't really help, does it? I mean, not going to help anybody. Steve, I'm going to use it for tea making in the bedroom, says Anna. Good luck with the fundraising. Thank you. And somebody else saying, you're going to smash it with this. I do hope so. If you want to see what it looks like, it's on the LBC webpage. Well, you can see it on, can you see it on the charity? Yes, on the LBC webpage. That's right, lbc.co.uk. Click on charity at the top, which is towards the right-hand side, looking at it logically. And then you can see a picture of it, better picture of me, of course, than the tray. And that's what it is you're purchasing for £15, including your postage and packing. So if we can shift, I'd like to set myself a target, but I always think it's a bit nerve-wracking for me. I know, I'm always sort of, be careful, just in case you've overstressed yourself. Mind you, I overstress myself every year I do it. I always panic about it, and every year they always go, oh, it'll be fine, Steve, don't worry. But I'm not taking anything for granted. Ian says Stephen's ordering and shipping them to his mum in Manchester. Fantastic. That's what we like to hear. Manchester, we can do. We can do very, very well. Although Andrew says, I've just ordered my Steve Allen Show tea tray in aid of the Make Some Noise charity. Thank you. And somebody says, I don't need one, but I'm going to buy it anyway. That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. So actually, today might actually be a very, very good day. If we manage to get petrol into the Shell garages. I mean, the one in Twickenham has been empty for ages. Got a big sign up saying, basically, do one, because we haven't got any petrol. Also, a police sergeant. A lot of police stories in the papers recently. Have you noticed them? You'll hear one on the news. But this is another police sergeant who has escaped a disciplinary procedure after he was photographed dressed up as Jimmy Savile. He was at a stag do in Malaga or something like that and dressed up as Jimmy Savile. What in God's name are we doing with the police force nowadays? I mean, I begin to wonder, actually, whether I've wandered into another planet. Also, we found some new butter for you. This isn't just any old butter. This is what's commonly known as bloomin' expensive butter. It's £95 a dish. And it's got crab and lobster and caviar in it. It's made in Richmond, apparently, down the road from me, which is £95. There you go. It's been voted one of the world's finest food. Lobster and crab butter. It got 3 stars at this year's Great Taste Awards, and it's produced by Sublime Butter, a family-run business based in Richmond. Where in God's name must that? Must be on an estate. But it comes with sort of a butter dish as well. It's an awful lot of money, though, isn't it? I mean, 95 quid for a bit of butter, and it's got caviar in it as well. I've had caviar. I didn't like it, actually. Didn't like it at all. And I'm not wild about lobster. I mean, crab I can probably come out. It does smell horrible. Do you think Victoria Beckham knows about it? Do you think she's aware that there's a butter out there that she might actually be able to eat? Poor soul. Mary says, I've got trays galore in my house, but now I've added to them. Good girl. That's what I like. Shane in Sydney says, I've ordered a tea tray. Can't wait till it arrives. He's in Sydney. Of course, you have to pay extra if we're going out to Sydney. And Carol says, the tray ordered for shipment to Spain via our mail consolidator at Gatwick. Woo! You're a bit posh, aren't you? Davey says, Steve, CPC card should be scrapped. You would eliminate most bus and HGV shortage of drivers. Well, I mean, I'm hoping this is all going to sort itself out quickly, but I don't think it's going to be quick. I don't think it's going to be quick, which is a shame. Carolyn Newick says, just ordered mine, Steve. Match the tea towel. It will. It's a nice thing to have, actually. It's a nice thing. And Claire says, I use PayPal, fast checkout. Oh, we do PayPal as well, do we? Blimey, we're very posh. The Spikers from Guildford, perfect Christmas gift, say Lisa and Martin. They've ordered 2. Actually, I noticed somebody had ordered 4. 5 trays. This is what I like. You know what people are doing? They're ordering them because they think it's going to make a good Christmas present for somebody. So excited. It's only sort of 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 minutes to 5. I had to think about it, actually. Anyway, I was going to ask you all a question. Because I don't... Wait a minute. I don't know the answer to this question, which is, as he rumbles in his bag, if you can rumble. What's the yeah, I got a thing the other day from London councils for a thing addressed to me, and it says, take action now to keep your Freedom Pass active. Now, I have a Freedom Pass, and it runs out in the year 2024. Okay, so we're sort of a few years away from the end of it. It says, blah, 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 to remain eligible for a Freedom Pass, you need to provide proof that you live at the address printed at the top of this letter, and that it is your only or your principal address. And so I'm thinking, well, I thought it was to do with age. But anyway, please do this no later than the 27th of October, as your Freedom Pass will be stopped if we do not receive your proof of address. If your pass is stopped and you later provide proof of your eligibility, you may be charged £12 to replace it. So you either have to do it online. Well, I don't know how to do that. But if they've written to me, surely they know my address. And I thought, perhaps it's a fake. Perhaps it's fake, but it's a bit sophisticated for a fake. I mean, it looks all proper, doesn't it? London Council, yes, because the London councils manage the Freedom Pass scheme on behalf of your local borough. And they say, we regularly check that the address details we hold for our Freedom Bus holders are correct. Well, you've written to me, thickos. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? So if I ignore it, you know. But anyway, so what you've got to do is log in if you've got an online account. Why would I have an online account? You know that they take the picture from your passport. You give them your passport details and they take it there. And log in if you have an online account, or create an account with an email address. I don't want to do that. Select confirm or change my address. Add your proof of address document. And this, wait for this one. Please note we do not accept bank letters, statements as proof of address. So, as if the bank's going to be writing to somebody else. They want a current council tax bill, letter, online statement, printout, payment book, current council housing association rent book, current television licence, residential utility bill, H&M revenue and customs letter dated in the last 3 months. I'll tell you, they're a right pain in the rear end, this lot. Department for Work and Pensions letter, occupational pension letter, and so it goes on. You know, if you want to create an online account, you've got to enter an email address. And it says only people whose main home is in a London borough are eligible. Why are you writing to me then? You will quite clearly know exactly who I am, and you quite clearly know that my address is up to date, because otherwise it's a bit pointless writing to me, isn't it? Who's running this? What a bunch of weirdos. Honestly, that's it. So, in other words, you confirm and check your... I'm going to send them everything. It says, we will check your proof of address and only contact you again if we require further information. Why don't you just contact the local council? They'll tell you he lives anywhere. It says, if you cannot use the website, you can use the form on the back of this letter and post it along with a copy, not the original document. Yeah, because be careful, because they might be dodgy. And you might be having to... I mean, you can't send in your tax bills or anything like that to them. So you can... I'm going to cut it at the bit where it tells you how much it is. Yeah. Have you received the letter? Asks you. It does. Yeah, well, I thought it did. I mean, if it was fake, I mean, it's a very thing. It says, to ensure you remain eligible, you need to provide proof of your principal address. I mean, honestly, I begin to wonder who's running these places. They're just dozy, and they sort of sit there in an office go, I think we're going to be checking the addresses of the people who have the Freedom Pass. Whereas I thought it was based on your age. I thought once you'd passed 66, you can get the blooming thing, you know. I mean, I just can't believe it. I mean, everybody knows it's number 1, Steve Allen Towers, the Rich Avenue. Take it from there. Martin says, if there's a big run on the trays... will the army be called in to help deliver them? Absolutely. Steve, I've ordered the excellent tea tray. You're always right. That's Jane, the Hackney carer. Mark in Castleford. He says, tray ordered. And somebody says, you get me through many long and difficult nights. I'm very pleased to pay a little back. That's Julian in Gloucester. And he said, it makes me smile when I use things. Good. Davey says, council's trying to pull a fast one. No, you have to... I don't know why they'd be bothered about your address. It's your age, isn't it? I thought, but anyway. Steve, good photo of you on the website. Thank you for being there for us at 4 a.m. The number of scams has rocketed. Is your bus one? No, it's not. I mean, I put it this way, it's far too sophisticated to be a scam. But also, what would they benefit? They're not going to. I also think, why have they not put down your driving licence? It's got my yes, on your driving licence. It has. Yes. Yes, on the photo card, it's got a photo of me, and it's got my address on there as well. So I don't know why you can't do something. Oh, goodness only knows. It really is most bizarre. Well, but it doesn't say that on your passport, does it? It doesn't put your address on your passport. It's a pain, what it? And you also, they only got this the other day, and you've got until the 27th of this month, as if I haven't got enough things to do. I'm trying to shift trays this morning. Goodness sake, honestly. Whoever came up with that idea. Have you ever been to Primark, says Mark? Do I sound like the sort of person who's ever been to Primark? I stood outside the shop once. I wasn't quite brave enough to go inside. I'd seen the people rushing around with those sort of basket things, and I thought, I don't think I can cope with the stress. Definitely not.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
We're rocketing away with the trays. Thank you so much. For those people who've just joined us, then welcome along. And so for 1 week only, sounds like the title of a song, 1 week only, 1 week only, we're raising money for our charity Globals Make Some Noise with the Steve Allen tea tray. We've done the tea towel, we've done the tote bag, we've done the Prosecco glasses. Now we've got the Steve Allen tea tray. You can use it for anything, actually. I mean, it'll work as well for tea, coffee, Prosecco, croissant, anything you like. Wipe clean. Made in this country, and it's free postage and packing. All the money going to LBC's charities, Globals Make Some Noise. So you can hang it on the wall as well. Have you ever seen that stuff, which is like Velcro? You buy a big roll of it, and you stick one bit on here and the other bit on the wall, and then you just push it up against it. No, just me again, all facing the wrong. No, you could put that tray. It's not very heavy. You could definitely put that on the wall. Look, if I put it there. You could buy two, one either side of the fireplace or something like that. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think that's a very good idea. And of course, as I say, you can fit anything on there. You could have a TV dinner. A TV dinner on it. You could have sort of croissant, and you could have sort of steak and kidney pie, or pudding, and then a yoghurt or something to put on there, which would be very nice indeed. So if you go to the LBC website, Mavis has ordered 4. 4. Yes, I mean, I've seen people up there who've ordered. The most we've had is somebody who's ordered 5. 5 tea. I mean, I can't believe it. You are generous. You're very, very generous. And the money goes to such a good cause. It's got a drawing of me by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the brilliant illustrations for the tea bag. For the tea towel. I'm getting so carried away with it. And the tote bag. Now, it's only available until Friday the 8th of October. 15 quid. Go to lbc.co.uk. And on the top, you see charity. Click on that. And it will then direct you to the right place. And you can also have a look at the picture of it as well. It's free postage and packing. International postage and packing rates apply. Go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and all the money raised goes to a very worthwhile cause. So I'd like to shift a few. I'd like to shift a few, actually. Steve, they're asking for proof of address, because many people have moved out of London but are still using their Freedom Pass. They travel back into London when they shouldn't be. Oh, right. It's interesting, isn't it? Because you could be renting your London property out. We saw a thing. We went to the Edgware Road the other day, and because there was a big market down there, and we had a look round, and there's some really awful blocks of flats off the Edgware Road. I mean, really. But they had all these little boxes on the walls. And do you know what they're doing? The people who own them are renting them out as Airbnbs. They've obviously got a free council flat, and they're renting it out. They've got have you ever seen this little box? I'd never seen this little box. I didn't even know what it was. And a friend of mine said, it's got the key in it. They give you the code for whatever it is, and then these flats are they look like slums. I mean, really terrible. Really terrible. I mean, some older people have the boxes for carers, but this was Airbnb, which I couldn't believe. I was horrified. Steve, I had a police leaflet saying somebody stole a catalytic converter down my road. Is there nothing that people won't nick? No, there is nothing that people will not nick. You can't get to my catalytic converter. On most cars, on certain ones, you literally jack the car up, they crawl underneath, they've got it out in a minute. Mine is all sealed. I didn't even know what one was. I had no idea at all what a catalytic converter was. Somebody said, catalytic converter. And I said, have I got one? And they went, yep, you've got one, Steve. I said, how lovely, where is it? They said, well, it's underneath the car, but it's all sealed in. It's a sealed unit, which is what we wish, really, that John Barrowman had, a sealed unit, because he's been dropped by ITV. This is over the flashing claims. And we had a long discussion about flashing. I mean, it sounds a bit a bit sort of old-fashioned and 70s, flashing. It was like streaking. People used to streak, which is basically another form of flashing. In fact, Gino D'Acampo and the other two, Fred Siriex and what's-his-face, Gordon Ramsay, they're all off doing other things. And at some point in the programme, one of them will get all his kit off. In this time, it's Mr. Desperado himself, Fred Siriex, who's a maitre d', and is standing there stark naked in front of the other two. Luckily, we can't see the offending article, but it's exactly the same as what John Barrowman was doing. He's flashing to these other two people, and they've all done it. Gino D'Acampo's done it on This Morning. So are we now going to have no flashing whatsoever? I mean, Fred is obviously a little bit desperate. They've tried to sort of get him interested in different things, and it's just not worked. It's like that girl who went out with Paul Hollywood, you know, and she got loads of publicity for ages. Summer Montes, whatever her face was, you know, who owned cart horses. And she's disappeared completely now. Although the stupidest person would have to be, I think it's Molly May. Can you just check it is Molly May? I know it's one of them. One of the bimbos off Love Island. And this one's come up with the most stupid thing I've ever heard of. Molly May Hague. Has she got a picture of this thing there? Just because I saw the story as I was coming in. There we go. And it's a dream, it's a dream. She's showing off her designer watch. £46,000 encrusted with 56 diamonds. Now, I'm either assuming she is the stupidest person you've ever met in your entire life, or she wants to be attacked. Because this is just dangerous. This is a Patek Philippe piece. And she's also telling you that she's got £30,000 worth of rings. And you look at this, she says, currently it's my... Now, I'm telling you, somebody somewhere, she's also got a £37,000 Cartier bracelet. She said, currently my new watch, it's a dream. And I'm thinking, are you really thick? That's like going around with £50 notes shoved in all your pockets going, just take them. Somebody, the next thing is you'll be reading, we were broken into at home and they took all my jewellery. Because you don't do... I mean, unless you really are dim as a blanket... Dim as a blanket. That's a new one. I've never heard of that one before. And so she's telling you, it's very flash, dear, but only if you're a bit, let's just call it thick. You don't tell people what your watch is worth. Not if you spent that much on a Patek Philippe. Somebody will have it. You know, you go out the next time, they're going, is that the watch? You can't even rest your arm on a car. Because if you've got a flash watch on and your window is open, occasionally I have my window open and I rest my elbow on it because it's a good look, and but also I don't wear my watch on that wrist. I wear my watch on the other wrist, and I've had this one for donkey's years. But I wouldn't be going in the press saying, oh, I've got a £46,000 watch on. You know, I'm a bit of a bimbo, but it doesn't matter, dear, because nobody will touch me. Think again, love. Think again. Very, very dangerous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So John Barrowman's been axed. He repeatedly exposed himself on other shows. He's been doing it for years. He's been doing it for a long, long, long time. And they obviously decided, being a family-based programme, they couldn't have somebody on there. But the majority of people watch it, they wouldn't know what that was. You know, so John Barrowman was dropped for flashing. You ask, they don't know what flashing is. They've got no idea. No idea at all. But there you go. And apparently he used to he flashed during a Radio 1 interview. But to be honest with you, this was 2008. It was different. Why do people not accept the fact... Yes, he flashed on the radio. It doesn't quite work, does it? Yes, I am sitting here naked at the moment. Enjoy. Be so funny, wouldn't it, really? But anyway, he has admitted that he exposed himself on set. But as I say, I never saw him do it. I knew the stories because I'm in the business. Anyway, Strictly's ratings have slid for a third week. And now the 2 people, I think it is, who refuse to get vaccinated have gone to Equity, which is the actors' union, to complain that they're being bullied into getting the vaccination. They don't want it. Although there is the mother of a 15-year-old girl who... The girl was about to go and get vaccinated. She collected COVID and she died as a result. She didn't have COVID. And then there was another woman who's been an anti-vaxxer for ages. The anti-vaxxers have been out actually targeting Dr. Hillary from the television. And you think to yourself, I hope you don't get it. I really hope you don't get it, because these people are just particularly stupid. And also, the partner of the England football star, John Stones, is causing controversy by reposting anti-vax messages. This is beauty clinic boss Olivia Naylor. Are you stupid? Honestly, what is the matter with these people? Get the vaccination. Listen, if she chooses not to have it, that's her problem. Everybody else, you go get it.
This is LBC.
Roger says Molly May reckons she's the first Love Islander to rake in over £2 million. Well, but what a fool. What a fool. What a fool. Mind you, we found two even more stupid people. And this is a gran, Claire Vickers, and who's 46, and Barry Douglas, who's 44. They broke in to a swimming pool after they were boozed up, okay, and they decided to go down the tubes into the water. Unfortunately, they smashed up their legs, hurtling off, because the water slide was closed off at the other end, because the pool was closed. Okay, both suffered broken shins and shattered feet. She'd been boozing in the pub for 4 hours. He'd been boozing there as well. And at 2 a.m, she suggested they try the nearest Lido. They really are the dimmest couple you could ever meet. Anyway, and as they sped down, they saw a barrier was blocking the exit. Claire's snapped right shin pierced her skin, and every bone in her left foot was broken. The former bartender said, I couldn't think straight as the pain was excruciating. No police action was taken, but she's sharing her story as a warning. What, because you're a drunk and you decided to break into somewhere? Mum of 5, Claire, remained there for 2.5 weeks in hospital. What a waste of our money. And will not be able to walk for another 6. She said, we're idiots. Let that be a lesson. Well, you're stupid, aren't you? Well, it's your fault, breaking into somewhere. I mean, you know, it's your own fault. She says, I'm still having nightmares a month on. Good. Good. Well, that'll teach you, won't it, to get boozed up and break into somewhere. Perhaps, you know, you wouldn't like it if somebody broke into your place. Very odd. Paul Hollywood's taking his show on the road. He's taking his cakes on tour. He said he can't wait to start baking on a live stage. I've seen him. I saw him at the Hampton Court Food Festival some years ago, and we went in to see him. He's very good. People like him. They like him a lot. Alison Hammond has got a book out. I wonder why there were pictures of her all over the papers. She says, I don't look in the mirror and think I'm so fat. And then somebody pointed out to me, perhaps she's looking in the wrong mirror, and she says, I think I'm beautiful, man. I am fire. I don't know. I mean, she was interviewing Matt Damon. Do you remember? And the chair broke. She said it was a horrible moment. He was very nice about it. Yeah, you do need to lose weight, though, Alison. You really do. I mean, it's not a case of, you know, being fattest. You know that you're overweight. You know that it's a danger. You know that you could be diabetic. You could end up in hospitalisation, you know, and all sorts of things. Unfortunately for Alison Hammond, sweet though she is, she's not particularly good at what she does. Mind you, the other one, he looks so he's got no body chemistry with her at all. Nothing at all, even though they've already said, oh, yeah, we're fine now and all the rest. You can tell by his attitude. Dermot O'Dreary, you must have seen him on the television. He sort of pops up every so often. But they quite clearly don't get on. There's no chemistry between them at all. She can't ask questions. She doesn't ask. She sort of does the, you know, oh, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're wonderful, which Lorraine does. Yeah, it's almost like those sort of standard questions. You can tell she's switched off mentally. She has no idea what is going on the programme. I should imagine the meetings before the show must be hilarious. But, you know, so she's got a book out, priced at £20. My tray and the money goes to charity is £15, free postage and packing. Thank you very much indeed. If you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section at the top, and then you can buy one or two. Or 5. Steve, it's easy ordering the tea tray. It already had my name and address. All I did was tap PayPal. It was so easy, says Shane. It's amazing, isn't it? John says, I can't wait for the wife to wake up and sort out my tray purchase. She's in charge of the tippy-tappy machine. And that's good, actually. And Callie says, never have I ever bought a tea tray in the middle of the night. Well, there you go. We're trying to sell as many as possible to raise money for our charity. Globals Make Some Noise, and every year we have an item. We've had the tea towels, we've had the Prosecco glasses, and we've had the tote bag, and now we've got the Steve Allen tea tray. If you go onto that page, which is on the LBC website, click on the charity, you can see me holding it, and then you can order it. The tray, yes, obviously, and you can then order the tray, and the more we shift, the more money goes to our charity, Make Some Noise. And I'm competing with the rest of the building. You can imagine what a bit of a strain this is on my heart today, but I'm doing my best. So thank you very much indeed to all the hundreds of people who've ordered the trays so far. I've decided I'm not going to set myself a target for today. You can only order it for this week, by the way. It's not. It finishes on Friday, but as everybody keeps telling me, it's very, very easy to actually order it. Somebody said I can't wait to put my cuppa on it as well, which is nice. Steve, I had my converter stolen too. Cost me £400 to have it replaced to my Honda CR-V. Wow. And Steve, Tesco have kindly switched off pay at pump, says Gordon. Well, I suppose because then people could just keep putting petrol in, whereas they can control it when it gets to 30 quid or something. I think they're actually stopping people having any more. But we're the worst served in the capital for the petrol. We are the worst served. Everybody else around the country seems to be getting back to normal. No, not down here in the south. Oh, no. We still can't get it. And I've got no idea why. Christmas is getting nearer, Steve, in a great mood for a Monday, and you know why? Yes, I do like Christmas, as you all know. So thank you very much indeed. Another picture of poor Little Minx person. This is Little Mix. I'm so sorry. This is sort of Jessie Nelson, who's still pretending she's a popsicle star. Whereas, in fact, I don't think the record's been released yet. They're holding back for some reason. But she doesn't seem to talk to the rest of the girls in the band, which was she says we've managed to evolve over the years. And that's been one of our strong points. Still being Little Mix and still having fun and that empowering sound. But poor old Jessie is out there all by herself, dressing so badly. I mean, listen, if you're trying to be taken seriously, dear, this isn't helping. This is not helping at all. Also, Harry Styles has revealed the true meaning behind his hit single Watermelon Sugar. And I can't tell you what it's about, actually. It's too rude. Too rude. Some people do that, don't they? And but he seems to have done well out of all of them. He's still touring. Whereas poor old Jessie Nelson, it's not happening for her, and I doubt it really will. Like the other girl from Eternal, what's her face? Whose name I can never remember. Louise Redknapp. I mean, that's another one. Like Matt Goss. I mean, there might have been a few fans that bought the record, but it's not enough to get him into the charts. And you don't need many records to sell to actually get into the charts now. I don't know why. Prince Charles aims to turn Buckingham Palace's living quarters into a flat above the shop. Well, they've already got that. The Queen has already got. We've already seen their kitchen. It's Formica furniture. You don't think they eat off gold plates and everything? Of course they don't. Oh no. It's a working business. And here's a picture of reality TV star that nobody's ever heard of, called Ampika Pixton. Who's called Ampika? I don't know what she's wearing. But, she's from the former Real Housewives of Cheshire. Oh, gosh, she was ghastly in that. What a dreadful programme that is. Dreadful. And she's 40, at least. And going out with David Sullivan, the West Ham co-owner. And he's 72. She's 40. Oh, what was it about the billionaire, David, that first attracted you, dear? I hate all the people from the Housewives of Cheshire. They really are a ghastly lot. Absolutely. Another one here. A lot of people talking about Twitter people, these sort of the what do they call them? Trolls. I can never remember the troll word, actually, but it's very easy to find them. Steve, I've just bought the tray for my friend Carol, who listens to you from Colorado. And Davey says, Esso at Shannon Corner haven't had petrol for nearly a week now. Oh, well, ours have been about a week and a bit. I mean, hopefully the army can kickstart it. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it, really? They're going to bring in some other people, which is good. Steve. Can you find out the delivery cost for Brazil? I can't help you on that one, Conrad. You'll have to leave a message for them on the website, and they will then get back to you. It's all doable. Don't worry. It's all doable. Very easy. Also, what have I got to do? What? That's right. And it'll tell you before you buy the international delivery costs. Okay. Of course, what would be easier if you know somebody in this country who can look after it for you, and then then if you come over back on holiday or something like that, then you can take it back with you, which is very nice. But have a look at the picture of me. Very good picture of me, actually. Steve, Asda is great. The pumps are open. Yeah, but not all of them at the moment, are they? The South East is the worst served, Steve, for fuel because everyone in London has a lorry van, so it can only deliver during the daytime. It's just annoying, isn't it? I find it frustrating. I just wanted to get back to normal, so you pull into a filling station and you put the petrol in the car. Don't have to do anything else. Makes it much easier. Apparently, Britain's Got Talent will return next year with a live audience watching auditions in theatres. So they're all coming back, which is great. But most of the people in Britain's Got Talent come either from the Midlands, where they can't sing. They had a woman who was on one of those... What? They had a... Oh, no, just in the Midlands. They had a woman who was singing on one of these things, and she was singing Love Changes Everything. And I kid you not, it was as bad as... Love changes everything. Love changes, and they let her go through this whole song, and then at the end they went, "You can't sing." Somebody obviously had told this stupid woman that she had a singing voice. She's made herself out to be the biggest plank in living memory. You've got to be able to hold a tune. You've got to be able to hold the tune. If you can't hold a tune, there's no point in putting you on anything. You know, but they all go on there. Most of the people on Britain's Got Talent, which is the same as the X Factor. Again, it's another load of no-hopers. You can always tell when they do an interview, what's the dream, darling? Want to be like famous. Okay. And what are you going to sing for us today? I'm going to do a Rihanna song. Oh, right, lovely. And you know damn well they can't sing for toffee, these people. They really can't. But nowadays, it doesn't matter whether you can sing. You go into a studio. Bananarama never sang live in their lives. They only ever mimed. And in fact, if you remember Steps... Mr. Waterman, Pete Waterman, said he'd never let them sing live on Top of the Pops. He said, what, and kill all my hard work in the studio? So, of course, and one of the boys never sang at all. The good-looking one, which was not H. Not H, no. H was not the good-looking one. Lee Latchford Evans. Poor bloke, he hardly ever get a look in. Hardly ever got a look in, but quite funny. But no, so if you can't sing, I think Louis Walsh said that to somebody on the X Factor. He said it doesn't matter because you look right. So they're selling a look, and then I mean, put it this way: if you probably put, who would you put together? I don't know, Little Mix on stage without being enhanced or anything else like that, you'd probably be quite surprised, because to dance and sing is very, very difficult. Madonna, when she came to this country, and she didn't sing all of her concerts. Remember, her and Elton John had a big spat when he was saying she mimes bits of her concert, because you've obviously got to get your breath back, and you can't do it. And she would go out running. You'd see her running through Hyde Park in the morning, and so to get herself super fit for doing a concert. You know, it's like people who are in West End shows. Most of these little pixie bands, little beat combos, you know, out there, you know, Sound of the Underground, you know, Mind the Gap. And it doesn't matter whether they can sing or not. Makes no difference. Stacey in Bury St Edmunds says, I feel sorry, Steve, for the drivers that followed the tanker that contained cement. He was a cement lorry, and they didn't know. They followed him for 70 miles. And then he got the other end, and they went, where are you delivering petrol to? He said, it's cement. They hadn't realised the sign on the side said cement. They were a bit thick. And so one of them then let off, and he said, why don't you tell us? He said, well, I didn't know you were following me, did I?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
According to the papers today, and good morning if you just joined us, a 5-day, 21 degrees centigrade Indian summer will make Britain hotter than Turkey amid a 500-mile-wide subtropical swell. Last thing we need, isn't it, really? I mean, I'm not good with heat. Not very good with heat. A Met Office forecaster said it'll be warmer and more settled from Wednesday. Temperatures expected to be above average through the period to the weekend, with sunny spells and patchy overnight fog. It's always patchy overnight fog, isn't it? Have you noticed? We always suffer. Dreadful. Charles says, I ordered our tray within minutes of waking up. The wife-to-be Ellen's looking forward to taking tea everywhere. I should think so too. Steve just bought a tray for my very good friend. And Ellie in Durham's got the tray. Very happy indeed. Very happy. And then Mark says, I knew you'd reply about Primark in that funny way. Typical Steve Allen response. Exactly. Do I sound like the sort of person who's been to Primark? Do I sound like that? No. I did sort of stand outside the one in Oxford Street, clinging desperately to a lamppost to make sure I wasn't dragged in there. Because there were people clothes all over the floor and everything. I couldn't bear it. If you've just woken up, nice to have your company. They're doing a thing about Saint Bob, the Live Aid rock hero who became known as. I mean, have you seen the state of Bob Geldof now? He seriously looks like it. I mean, I've never seen anybody look so awful. Absolutely, he's aged so badly when he sort of did Live Aid, and they've still got the same problem. There is still the same problem. There is still widespread famine and people not getting all the things. You know why? Corruption in other countries. You get corruption. Wherever there's money going over and food lorries and everything else, people take advantage of it. But he's been given an honorary Knight Commander because he's Irish, so he can't have a proper one. So we've just woken up at 5:20. Now you know what the item is for today. It's the global Make Some Noise, improving the lives of disadvantaged people by working with those small charities. And this year alone, we're supporting 100 small charities in your local community and across the UK. That includes food banks, mental health and domestic abuse helplines, carer support and community projects. And if you go to makesomenoise.com, you can see what the charity is doing in your area. And for 1 week only, we're giving away a brand new limited. We're giving away? Well, we don't. We're giving it to you, but you have to pay for it. If we were giving it away, we wouldn't raise any money, and it raises money for Make Some Noise. It's the Steve Allen tea tray, the must-have item for every 4 a.m. spiker, available to buy for just this week. So if you bought the tea towel and the tote bag and the glasses, you're going to want this one as well. All the money raised will go to LBC's charity Global's Make Some Noise. So whether for your morning tea or coffee, or to hang on the wall, don't dither. Purchase your Steve Allen tea tray today. It features a drawing of me, Steve Allen, by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did those brilliant illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. It's available only to buy until 10 a.m. this coming Friday, the 8th of October. It costs £15, and we've included free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders shipped in November. You can order yours right now. Go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charities section, and of course all proceeds go to LBC's Make Some Noise charity. Go to see. Shipping, I said December. Did I say November? Play it back to me. Play it back to me. I bet you £1. Bet you £1. £15? I haven't got £15. I'm broke. Honestly, I tell you, I can't. Barely struggling to pay my bills at the moment. I'm having to borrow tea bags around here. Look, Zora put me a bowl of tea bags in. There was a shortage of tea bags, so she's given me a bowl of tips. I'm taking them home. I'm not messing around. Actually, I bought some Twinings tea the other day. Pop it on the tray, which I thought was very nice. It's got Christmas written all over it on the box. It's English breakfast tea. Christmas. It's only £3 for something like 400 bags or something. I can't remember. Whatever it was, I thought it was very good value because the tea bags here are excellent, and I've also got the only milk. Da, 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 da. Nobody else has got milk. I've got it. we had to send Zora on a hunt, a milk hunt. Luckily, she came back with some, which was very nice. Comic Jack Whitehall is now worth £14.6 million. Do you think he'd like to buy a tea tray? Please buy a tea tray. Please buy 2 or 3 or even more. Also, we don't need to worry about turkeys for Christmas. Don't believe all this sort of rubbish about the empty shelves for Christmas. There's tons of stuff out there. I've been in every supermarket over the past week and a half. No shortages anywhere. Seriously, nothing. There's no shortage. Turkeys, they've got loads of, and they're coming in from Poland. It's really nice. I don't think they know that they're actually coming in from Poland, but that's what they're. Polish turkeys. We've got loads in this country. I don't know whether it makes any difference they're coming in. A nice smart cut of Bob Geldof's hair make him look so much better. Adam says the tea tray's a very good idea. Best of luck with it. Thank you. Bay City Rollers, the worst for miming on stage. Well, they never featured on their first 2 or 3 singles. I think their very first single was Keep On Dancing. Keep on dancing. And they didn't sing that one. But mind you, there were lots of groups out who, in fact, it was the same person singing on First Class Beach Baby. There was about six different groups, and it was the same singer on every single one. Yeah. Beach Baby by First Class. Beach Baby, give me your hand. It was the same person. I think it was Tony Burrows who was the lead singer. You check how many groups Tony Burrows was in. There you go. Written by John Carter, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Tony Burrows. You click on Tony Burrows and session singer Chaz Mills to record it along there. Tony Burrows. Look how many groups he's been in. He appeared as lead singer with 3 different groups on 3 different UK singles in the same Top of the Pops. That's what he was. He was associated with the Kestrels, the Ivy League, the Flower Pot Men, White Plains, Step Into a Dream, the Pipkins, Give Me That, Give Me, Edison Lighthouse, Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes, First Class, Beach Baby, Brotherhood of Man, That was all Tony Burrows. All Tony Burrows. And the Flower Pot Men was Let's Go to San Francisco. And he was also a session harmony singer with Elton John on Tiny Dancer, Cliff Richard and James Last. And he sung everything. But he was on 3 different groups on Top of the Pops on the same episode. I've got an album of him singing. I think Tony Burrows sings the hits, and it was all those hits of all those different groups. I think White Plains was Step Into a Dream and Leave Reality Behind, Take a Ride. I'll tell you, I'm wasted. Seriously, I'm so wasted. But he was born in Exeter. He got to number 4. He was just constantly, because he had one of those great voices. I wish I could sing. There you go. All his singles. Everything. He also did Run, Joey, Run. Never Gonna Fall in Love Again. I mean, he just popped up everywhere. I don't even know if he's still alive. He's still going, is he? 79. 79, honestly. How fabulous to be Tony Burrows. But he was the man behind all of the... What? He was the man behind all those hit singles. It must be good when you could... I remember seeing First Class. Because Did you remember First Class? Beach baby, give me a hand, give me something that I can rely on. Yeah, pass you by. Yeah, you remember Elsie Blooming Tanner, don't you, from Coronation Street? How odd is that? That's my producer. Oh, I remember Elsie Tanner. He doesn't remember. He can't remember last Thursday. Seriously, hopeless. Ina Sharples, yeah. You don't remember her, do you? Do you know that she was terribly posh? Ina Sharples in Coronation Street, ladies and gentlemen, was almost like... Stan and whatever his wife was called, Hilda Ogden. She was quite posh too, but and Pat Butcher was definitely posh. Yeah, I liked her as well actually. Pam St Clements, which was good. Tea tray bought, Steve, says Martin. Personal delivery, please. I'm only in Oxfordshire, so when you get petrol, blimey, I'll live in hope. And Mark says, since we are loyal listeners to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, what do other global stations offer as prizes to make some noise? How do you think I know? I'm here in my little studio, of which you can see a picture of it on the website, so that you can purchase one of my tea trays. Please purchase one of my tea trays. Oh, look, here's poor old Christine McGuinness going out in a dress that doesn't fit. Have you looked in the mirror, dear, before you slathered your makeup on and that fake tan? Should you not buy something that fits? I'm only mentioning it because you look a bit naff, I'm afraid. Also, Kanye West's latest plan for world domination is to create a tech company bigger than Apple named Donda, which was his mother's name. Yeah, you're really intelligent, aren't you? You have to laugh at him. Every paper's got Dame Helen Mirren there, strutting her stuff for L'Oreal at Paris Fashion Week. I've got no idea why, actually. We looked at the picture of her. If this is to advertise L'Oreal, the eye makeup is the worst I've ever seen. We couldn't work out what's the matter with her. Definitely very odd. Also, controversial statues should just be removed from their plinths, says Dame Mary Beard. The professor's come up with the compromise following a wave of calls for some statues to be abolished. Honestly, we have turned into a woke nation, haven't we? Ooh, can't do this. We don't like that. Ooh, egg on toast. Ooh, I'm anti-eggs. I don't like eggs. Mind you, Boris has promised us that they're going to sort out the idiots who go and sit in the middle of the road for no reason whatsoever. They're going to get them locked up. Shouldn't take too long. We've only arrested over 100 so far. And guess what the space chiefs have come up with? This is a cracky one. I love this one. Good space chiefs. It's amazing. They've teamed up with Barbie to encourage girls to become astronauts. And then I'm looking at a picture of this Barbie. Doesn't look like Barbie at all. Barbie's boobies out here, hair piled on her head, and she's married to that gay bloke. Barbie and Ken. Well, not sure about Ken. Ken at one point looked so camp he could have been part of the Village People. He was wearing a flowery shirt. He had a little moustache. Very odd. And somebody went, this is Barbie's husband. And we went, I don't think so. I think Ken is holding a secret away from poor Robert. But they think that if they have a doll dressed up as a space astronaut, it will encourage girls to be astronauts. I don't quite get that. It's like saying, could Captain Birdseye be a woman? But hopefuls will need to study science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Wow, lovely. I don't quite get this thing into space. We haven't achieved anything at all, have we? Apart from we've actually got people up there. They've done the walk in space, and we've seen the walk on the moon and all the rest of it. And since then, it's all gone a bit quiet. I'm expecting by now them to set up Burger King up there or something like that. I don't know why we haven't all moved into this colonisation of the moon, but not happening so far, is it? Steve, I bought a couple of tea trays. Glad there are some left, says Paul. I have to tell people that they are limited supply, and it's only running until Friday. But if we sell out before Friday, it'll finish before Friday. Okay, so just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and then it'll take you to my picture, and you can order your own personal tea tray to make some money for Global's Make Some Noise.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Steve, I've just purchased a tree tray. It's a tea tray. So Sandra says it's very good. Very good. Yes, I hope we raise lots and lots of money. I don't think anybody guessed, said Shane, what it was going to be. No. People sort of guess it napkins. They come up with all sorts of little things. But no, it's the tea tray. The Steve Allen official tea tray for regular listeners. Sandy in Peterborough, actually on holiday in Spain, so I've ordered 2 tea trays. One for me and for my sister, Val. So that's good. So if you want to get your hands on one of them, well, you want to see what it looks like first. This is part of the... Listen, you buy a tea tray, we give the money to charity. So that way you're giving the money to charity, we're just the intermediate people. And then we let you... you'd have one of our special limited edition tea trays. This is one of the must-have items for every 4am spiker. Even if you come in a little bit late on the programme, we don't mind. If you've already purchased the tea towel and the tote bag... and the glasses, we don't want you to miss out on the next item. So whether for your morning tea or coffee or to hang on the wall. I don't know why they came up with hang on the wall, but I thought how you could fix it. Don't dither. Purchase your Steve Allen tea tray for today. It features a drawing of me, Steve Allen, by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. It's a limited edition tea tray. It costs £15. You can only buy it till 10am this Friday, the 8th of October. We're giving you free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders shipped in November. You can order yours right now. Just go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and of course all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, Global's Make Some Noise, and we can put it to very, very good use. Very good use. More than 100 charities this year will benefit from your generosity. And if you've got the glasses and you've got the tote bag and you've got the tea towel, then the tea tray is the new addition. The troops which are liberating the Shell garages, taken them long enough, hasn't it? And the good and the great outrunning in the marathon. It's the people dressed up in costume that we're interested in. I don't know why. We just want to see what people will do. Sarah Ferguson could be quizzed in the Andrew case over, did he go to wherever it was, that pizza place in Woking? Listen, I shouldn't imagine anybody nowadays can remember like last Tuesday, let alone years and years ago. Maddie's parents fear the prime Maddie suspect won't confess. Well, he's not even been quizzed by the police. I don't know, what are they doing? This is almost sounding, we don't know if he's a prime suspect. All we know is it's taken all this time and they've still not questioned him. So I don't know what they're telling. We haven't heard from the McCanns for ages and ages, have we? And I don't know how much more money we sort of pump into it, because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere at the moment. Experts say mushrooms could help save the planet. How that works, I've got no idea. And Harvey warns the new Dancing on Ice recruits to be prepared for hard graft. He's apparently going on tour. I mean, he hasn't had any hit singles at the moment. He's just sort of a little pretty boy who knows apparently the Beckhams, which is very exciting, and he's going out on tour. What sort of places he's playing, I've got no idea. So here he is. He's got an official thing. I mean, he just looks like any other sort of... That's all his songs, is it? Talk to Ya. Hasta Luego. Are all of these his? How many of these have been hits? Have they been hits? We're not sure how many have been hits. We're not sure. Here we are. Harvey Lee, I've lost him. Harvey Lee Cantwell. He's 22 and he comes from Kent. He's a singer and television presenter. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. They always put that down, don't they? Just in case the singing doesn't work. And so his genre is pop R&B. Labels Universal Music, Virgin AMI Records, BMG. So let's have a look. Okay, Thank You, which came out in 2014, reached the dizzying heights of number 73. The next one was called Personal, got to number 62. The next one, Hasta Luego, got to number 70. The next one, that was about it, actually. That was it, I'm afraid. And he's going out on tour on the strength of no-hit singles. I mean, publicity he might have because he's a pretty boy, but he hasn't had any hit singles. What's the point, dear? Who on earth is going to be buying things apart from little sort of girls? I'm having a look here. Studio album. Can anybody hear me? Obviously not, because it was unreleased. Oh, God, how embarrassing. It's like Little Mix all over again. And poor old Jessie Nelson and the other girl from Eternal, Louise Redknapp, and Matt Whatsit. There you go. And let's have a look. He was in 2019, the Teen Choice Awards, he was the Choice Breakout Artist. A result, nominated. Didn't go any further. How can you do, a tour when you haven't had any hit singles? That's like me going, I'm going to be singing songs from all the West End shows I've been in. Yeah, sorry about that, yeah. I mean, I never thought about that before. Is that the oddest thing ever? I mean, because I'm always reading about him. They have a picture of him with the Beckhams. And all he is, as I say, it just turns out he's a little pretty boy who hasn't made it into the top 10. Couldn't even make the top 10 or the top 20. Or the top 50. Well, I think that's being cruel now. It's not his fault he can't sell records. Is it because people don't buy records anymore? They do downloads? But he doesn't seem to have had those either. Still goes into the chart. Oh, right, still goes into the chart. Well, it's very disappointing. So you're buying tickets for somebody who hasn't actually done anything in the charts. But he's just a little pretty boy from Kent, which actually doesn't exactly sound like the music capital of the world, does it? Be easier to buy a tea tray. See, that'd be a good idea. Look, you've noticed the effortless link into please buy a tea tray. And the reason I tell you that is because over the years you've been very supportive of my programme and very supportive of all the items that we've come up with. The tea tray is very, very nice. Very nice. Daniel in Welwyn Garden City. I think it's Welwyn Garden. Same, isn't it? Welwyn Garden City. And says, I ran the marathon yesterday in 2 hours, 56 minutes. So thank you to all the bag sorting volunteers. How do you have a wee if you're in the marathon and need to go to toilet? Have they got toilets along the route or something? You don't think they have? On the routes they have toilets. You just sort of nip in, just have a wee and then sort of carry on. Must be a bit difficult, isn't it? 2 hours. I mean, I don't know whether 2 hours, 56 minutes is very good because I really wouldn't know these things. Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Good morning. Wayne, what's very good? Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Oh, 2 hours 56 is good. Is it? See, I wouldn't. To be honest with you, I get tired even looking at it. But I like the idea and I like the concept of it. And I like the idea that we seem to come together. Even though the country's falling apart, there'll be no food to eat at Christmas, and you won't be able to put petrol in your car, so you're not going to see anybody. Apart from that, it should be fine. Anyway, Wayne the Trolley Dolly, my friend, says tray purchase to accompany my tea towel, tote bag and glasses. He says also do consider a podcast with the fabulous Ian Dale. Unmissable listening, because this is after the other day when Ian was asked in one of his Q&A things, ask me anything, who would you like to do a podcast with? And he said me. Out of all the people that he could have done a podcast with, he wants to do one with me. Whether it comes to fruition, I have no idea. There are loos every 2 miles. Well, I'm not sure I could make every 2 miles. I'd have to stop before then. You'd have to run, wouldn't you? Very fast. I don't think. Yeah. Oh well. There you go. Matthew in Croydon says, looking forward to my tea tray. Nice. Tote bag on the door handle. Prosecco glasses on the shelf. Tray on the wall and tea towel hanging on the knob. My kitchen is a shrine, says John, to the Steve Allen show. I'm thrilled beyond belief, as you can well imagine. And Ringo says, I've just ordered a fantastic tea tray, which I'll place next to my bed, so when I wake up I can hear and see you. Do you like loose tea? I have had loose tea before. If I have a tea bag, I'm a tea bag person, actually, I better tell you, Ringo. But if I have a tea bag and it leaks the what? And it leaks the actual tea bag, you spend all your time trying to get rid of stupid tea leaves. But we used to when I was younger, because we didn't have tea bags. They weren't invented when I was younger. No, they didn't come until much later. You'd be surprised, actually, how late tea bags came in. So when I was younger, it was loose leaf tea. You bought a packet of Brook Bond, and there'd be a card down the side of it. So we'd empty it into our tea thing on the wall. I can't remember. Don't ask when tea bags became, big. Some of them had bits of string on, and you could pull it and squeeze it if you really wanted to squeeze your bag, and you'd pull the little strings, and it would sort of squeeze the flavour out. Now, my answer to that is leave the tea bag in the cup. So in other words, the flavour goes all the way through, because if you squeeze it with a couple of spoons, I mean, apart from the fact it just doesn't work the same. But it doesn't. Stewing went out ages ago. You only get that if you've got a teapot and then you add. But I've managed to get a couple of cups of tea out of a tea bag before now. I'm very good at recycling tea bags. So in other words, I'll use it, then I go and fill it up with hot water again and hang it on the line, dry it out, blow it dry, and then get another cup of tea out of it, which is lovely. One here says, somebody else saying, I've just ordered your tea tray, Steve. Oh, good. I'm so glad, actually, because I like people because it's nice. They've all been very nice items, and I don't know how many we've done at the moment, but I think that we're ploughing in with them, but it only runs until Friday. So if you're thinking about ordering, the idea is sort of pick what you think is a quiet. I don't know how many calls the machine can handle. It's very sophisticated. It can handle apparently more than 3. It's good, isn't it? Millions of calls. And John says the trays are the same ones you get in the butcher's windows without your mug on them and a pound of mince. Well, I could order a pound of mince for you, John, if you want. I mean, I do like mince, as you can well imagine. And I think you do as well, because you're in Smithfield. And if you can't get mince in Smithfield, where can you? That's what I say.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Would you go to a freak show? No. Here's an interesting one. Disability campaigners want to stop a dinner in a circus tent during which a replica of the Elephant Man will be dissected. Now, you know who the Elephant Man is. He was Mr. Merrick. And Mr. Merrick, there are photographs of him. He was exhibited as part of a travelling show in the 1800s. His skeleton is, I believe, still in one of the London hospitals, because if you remember some years ago, Michael Jackson wanted to buy the Elephant Man. So he went to the London hospital, and I think that is where his skeleton is. I mean, the exact cause of his deformities is a bit unclear. In 1986, it was conjectured that he had Proteus syndrome. DNA tests on his hair and bones in 2003 were inconclusive. That's because the skeleton was bleached multiple times before being displayed at the Royal London Hospital. I mean, to be honest with you, if you look at him, he was. I mean, I think he toured in Europe. I mean, he went everywhere. He had this sort of elephantitis, hence being called the Elephant Man. He went to live at the London Hospital. And there was a very good film about him, but he was the one who contacted the showman, who's called Sam Tour, and proposed that he should exhibit him. And so they took him out. He was at a penny gaff shop rented by the showman. So you would pay a penny, you could go in and see him, and that's how he made money. But he had a hood that he put on because it was so frightening in those days. In this particular show, Dinner and Dissection, this is what this show's called, organised by the ITAE Productions, whose chief, Sam Pirrie, won financial backing on TV's Dragon's Den. Karen Diamond, whose 2-year-old girl Willow has a gene mutation, said it's despicable. We still think it's okay to exploit people with disabilities. She's found 9,500 signatures on a petition opposing the modern-day freak show. Mr. Pirrie said his touring event promises to be an educational and informative experience to teach anatomy and physiology. Known as the Elephant Man, Joseph Merrick had suspected Proteus syndrome in this travelling exhibit in the 1800s. It's amazing what people... Didn't they have a guy, was he a German guy who came over here, and people, when they died, had given him their bodies and he would cover them in plastic or something? And I can't remember what the exhibit was called. It was something very odd, and these were actual people whose bodies had been immersed in some sort of plastic or something, and you could see what they looked like to see how the bodies worked. Now, there was nothing new in this. There's Gunther van Hagens. He preserved biological tissue, specimens called plastination. Plastination, that's what he did. And he's made the anatomy of the human body accessible, because what people did years ago, and it was quite common, was that people would... that's why in all the cemeteries in London, in the early cemeteries, you go into the City of London, opposite Tower Hill, you go round one of the back streets and there's a cemetery there with like a little guard box in it, because you'd have a guard in the cemetery to stop people nicking the bodies, because the surgeons of the time, the surgeons had no way of knowing how the body operated, so they would pay around about, I think, £30 or £40 to get a body. The fresher the better. So they had to put guards on the cemeteries, because somebody would have a funeral there in the afternoon. People would go in there, dig them up, and go and sell them to surgeons, and they would buy them. It was cloak and dagger. We talk about Burke and Hare, but they never did that. They used to nick the bodies from other people, and then they would go and sell them to doctors and make money that way. And the more bodies that they actually got, the better it was. Bodyworks was this other thing. Bodyworks. Lovely moon in Norfolk this morning, says Stuart. We have rain here. We have rain in Leicester. I mean, honestly, what a miserable time. But apparently by Wednesday we're all going to be stripping down to our Speedos and a little mini bra set and going out there and sort of sunbathing. Today, partly cloudy with a gentle breeze. Where have you heard that before? 16 degrees. Tomorrow, 15 degrees, rain. Wednesday, 17. Sunshine, cloudy. Thursday, cloudy, 19. Friday, 20. Saturday, 20. Sunday, 18. Monday, 18. So it goes on. So it's all roughly about 18 to 20. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Listen, if you're sitting in your car, it's the best place, isn't it? As long as the windscreen wipers... I had a car that the windscreen wipers broke going down the motorway in a torrential downpour. And I remember thinking, this is blooming dangerous. You would think the rain would run up. You can't see a thing. You can't see a thing. You'd have to put your hand outside and keep wiping the windscreen. It was very dangerous. Steve, the electricity went down in Chadwell Heath. 0210 is still out. Any information? It's still out. Okay, it's still out. That's all I can tell you. And please tell my friend Julia, Steve, who's in Dubai, sitting up taking a lightly boiled egg. I've ordered her a tray. I can't eat boiled eggs. I don't know why. Angela says, I've just bought my tea tray. Merci. Thank you very much indeed. The more people that buy it, the happier we are, because the more money we will raise. Ben says, have you seen the Christmas M&S food magazine? It's amazing. Will it be available at Christmas? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Seriously, it's not going to make any difference. Seriously. I went in to buy some toilet roll the other day, and I bought 2 packs of toilet roll, tons of it on the shelf, tons of it. You don't need to stockpile anything. There's no shortage. The only shortage there is petrol, and they're sorting that out, thank goodness, which is good news. Katie Price, and she's not been in the papers for a few days, Katie Price. Her mother has begged for the troubled reality star to be given space after the drink driving crash. I mean, the mother is terminally ill, and she's having to look after the daughter, which is a bit embarrassing. That she says, it's the abuse I've seen. She says, my daughter needs space. But she was only on the television the day before this. Literally only on there, bouncing around and being all jolly and happy. I mean, I always thought that, because they always say, don't they, that comedians are really people who suffer from depression because you're so happy all of the time. And it's not everybody, but there is a fair percentage of comedians who drink, a fair percentage of comedians who, it's the insecurity. Will I go on stage and not be funny? That's your worst nightmare. I've seen people at the Royal Variety Performance walk on stage, huge round of applause, and they've walked off to the sound of their own feet because their material's not been up to it. It's a very difficult thing to do, very difficult thing to stand out. It's all right if you're part of a group, because then you rely on everybody else. But if you're doing it by yourself, you stand and fall on you. I don't have anybody else to fall back on this programme. Small wonder I'm the way I am. I've just got the producer. He's my eyes and ears. And if I say something funny, then he smiles. You know, I put it down to wind again, and that's so I have to buy him a present every so often. I was at the. Can you believe it? I was at the checkout in Waitrose yesterday. And I was buying some biscuits and things, and the woman said to me, "Oh, you can't have things like that, can you?" I said, "Well, they're not for me anyway." I said, "I'm diabetic." She went, "Oh," and then she proceeded to start telling me about her husband who was diabetic, who I'd never met at all. And I said, "Oh, they're not for me." I said, I take them into work for people. And the girl on the till nodded sagely as if to say, yes, he buys chocolate biscuits, but they're not for me. And then I bring them in and I go to give them to Joe, and he goes, "Well, actually, Steve, I weighed myself the other day." He didn't tell me how much he weighed. Too embarrassing. And he's off the chocolate biscuits for today. So seriously, I promise you, by the time we get to tomorrow, I'll bring in something. What will I bring in tomorrow? Popcorn. He'll eat popcorn. You watch. I'll bring popcorn in. He'll be go, "Well, I'll have a little bit, Steve. Muesli. I'm not bringing muesli in." I love it. So Bodyworks. Has anybody ever been to Bodyworks? I wouldn't want to go to that. These are genuine dead people. And they've willed their body to him so that they can be exhibited. And I've often thought, I don't know, there's one job that you wouldn't want. Somebody has said to me, "What would be your worst job?" I said, "Well, I don't have any worst job kind of syndrome going on, believe you me. But you would have jobs that you can't imagine you ever doing, but people do them. It's like, I wouldn't want to be a funeral director, because I think that must be incredibly sad. I think you must be, I wouldn't want to be a nurse or something like that, because I think you have to deal with certain, for the pittance that they get paid. I definitely wouldn't want to do it. I don't think I'd want to drive a petrol tanker or be an HGV driver, and I certainly wouldn't want to fly a helicopter. So that makes me a radio presenter. They used to say that on your passport, didn't they? They used to put down on your passport what you did for a living. They gave that up some years ago as well. So we know we've got a nice moon over in Norfolk. I like it when you see the moon. I often used to wonder why you couldn't see spacecraft going round the outside of it. Well, until about last week, when I looked up at it, it was a particularly bright moon, and I remember thinking you could see the mountains on it. Well, I mean, obviously not really, you couldn't see the mountains, but you could see this sort of outline. And I don't know how many places we've been to on the moon, whether or not I think they've been to the Sea of Tranquility, haven't they, or something like, I don't know what it is. I've got no idea. It's sort of, yeah, exactly. It's all done in an aircraft hangar in Houston, in Texas. That's what some people believe. Seriously, some people believe that. Not so good, isn't it? Apparently, a trip to the optician could reveal your risk of a heart attack or stroke, as well as whether or not you need spectacles. Oh. Mind you, when I went to my opticians to get some, they did the test, and she went, "You've got glaucoma." This was years back. And I went, "Oh, right." And she said, "Yeah." She said, "I can't do anything else." She said, "You need to go and get that sorted out." So I went to Kingston Hospital, and they checked and said, "Yeah, you've got glaucoma." This is where it goes a bit misty. Little bit misty, and within 2 months I had both of my eyes done with new lenses put in. Best thing I'd ever had done. Well, it wasn't the best thing I've ever had done. I've had other things. Strictly runner-up Hervey has good advice for new dancers. Don't go into the singing brigade, I should imagine. Poor at Harvey. His UK tour kicks off in Glasgow. How wise. Before it gets anywhere near London, because Harvey has had no hit singles at all. We can't understand how that's like, I don't know, a juggler going on stage and he's never once had his balls all in the air at the same time.
This is LBC.
Monday, the 4th of October. I trust we find you well. Thank you so much for ordering the Steve Allen tray, which we're raising, hopefully, a lot of money for Global's Make Some Noise charity, which improves the lives of disadvantaged people by working with lots of small charities across the UK. Now, one of the small charities that Global's Make Some Noise is supporting this year is To Wish, based in Cardiff. They provide support to anybody affected by the sudden or unexpected death of a child or a young person. Rianne lost her 1-year-old son to pneumonia, and 5 days later her husband Paul took his own life. She was supporting 100 little charities, and that's food banks, mental health, domestic abuse, helplines, carer support, community projects, and Rianne's charity, To Wish. And all we do is we ask for your help. We come up with an item every year, especially on this programme. It'll be a Steve Allen. Well, we've had tea towels, the tote bags you all know about, and the Prosecco glasses. And this year, it's the Steve Allen tea tray. And you can see what it looks like. It's on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, if you've just woken up. On the top, there's a bar which has got all the different things on, and one of them says charity. Click onto that, and you'll be able to see me modelling a tea tray. I ask you, how do you model a tea tray? Answer, I do it very well, thank you. Somebody used to ask Liberace how he used to play the piano with all those rings on his fingers. He said, very well. And I sell tea trays very well. And with your help, we're going to sell a lot. It's only for this week. We've only got the tea trays until Friday this week. So it's a case of get them now. They're £15. And that includes free postage and packing in this country. We can send them anywhere you like, but there's different rates that will be applying. So whether it's for your morning tea or coffee, if you have your cup of tea with this programme every day, or you have your dinner or anything else. The tea tray features the drawing of me by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea, towel and the tote bag. And it's completely clean, washable. You just sort of wipe it over and it's there. So you can only buy it until 10 a.m. this Friday, the 8th of October. And it goes to helping so many little charities. They won't know that you've donated, but with your generosity, and some people have ordered quite a few of these already. They're limited edition. I think one lady bought 5 tea trays. 5 tea trays. Mind you, it doesn't beat at the moment, but I'm sure it will, that somebody bought 100 tea towels. One person bought 100 tea towels. I couldn't believe it myself. So the more you buy, the merrier. All free P&P. And as I say, if you want to send them abroad, international postage and packing rates will apply. Orders will be shipped in December. You'll have it for Christmas, I promise you. You can order yours right now, and I hope that you do, because you go to lbc.co.uk. You click on the charity section, which is at the top. You can't miss it. And, of course, all the proceeds go to LBC's charities. Globals Make Some Noise. And it's only available until Friday. So please go to the LBC website. Angie says, it's another great idea. I've just ordered my tray. Thank you very much indeed. So only until Friday at 10 a.m. will we be selling them. Michelle from Redruth says, I ordered 2 of the tea trays last night and also a couple of Prosecco glasses, as I saw they were still available. Yeah, they found some more. I wasn't going to tell you that, actually. You managed to find that being a bit devious, because I wasn't going to tell you about that. They have got a few more, actually. So there you go. Adam says, you're keeping me company while I'm waiting for the garage to open in Herne Bay. Not been able to get diesel for 10 days. Yeah, I mean, we're doing very badly in London, very badly. And hopefully the army today will be able to get stuff out. But also, I'm just amazed that we're running the story on the news that the army are getting ready. Why are they not out already? Why did they not fill up the tankers last night? And then this morning at 4, 5 o'clock, you're not training them still this morning, are they? They're driving the blooming things today. But they actually should have been out there already and so been at the garages. So the garages just don't. And also, I tell you what really annoys me. The garages with all their lights on and a big sign, no petrol. Why don't you turn the lights off? Then that would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? You know, unless we're calling in to pick up a packet of crisps or a bottle of milk or something. Turn off the lights. Don't put your lights on a blazing, because we get a bit excited. You put our foot down on the accelerator, using up even more petrol that we don't have. So come on, those tankers should have been filled up overnight. They should have been at the garages. They could be driving back from the garages, filling up again and going back again for the second time. It's organised chaos, isn't it? Absolute organised chaos. Really dreadful. So LBC are going to be talking about the army tanker drivers. There's only 200 of them. How many do we need? 100,000, apparently. A little bit far short of that one. And Steve, it's looking like our household has been struck down with a sickness bug. Seems to be doing the rounds at the moment, says Lindsay in Leeds. Oh, it's not nice, is it? Not nice at all, but it doesn't matter. And Steve, you're wrong. You can sing and dance at the same time, says Connie. Take a look at the London Boys. And sadly, they both died in the same time in a car crash in Austria. Watch them on YouTube. The London Boys. Connie, we shall have a check of those a little bit later on. Thank you. I've never heard of them. I used to know a guy called... Oh, God, what was his name? But he had a hit in Austria, which was called... Rock Me Amadeus, which used to go Amadeus, 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 Amadeus. And his name was, I think it was one word. Because I had lunch with him. Because the Austrians are very unappreciative of their pop stars. They just treat them as normal people. And they just, he sat in the canteen at the ORF. His name was, give me a slight clue. Give me a slight clue. Oh, it's oh, oh, bugger, what is it? Falco. Amadeus. And I sat down having lunch with him thinking, because he was riding high in the Austrian charts, but over there, they just treat them as normal people. They just sort of have a sit down there and you go, but he's a huge star on television in the pop charts. Falco, Rock Me Amadeus. Ian says, who's my favourite train driver, he said, you like to be a train driver? I would. I think I could do that. It's not difficult. You don't just steer it, do you? Steering it could be a problem. But, no, I mean, a train driver. But I'll tell you not yesterday. I'd never let anybody on. Seriously, I'll be looking at it on the platform. You're not getting on. Put a mask on. You're not getting on this train. But the rain came down at Waterloo Station, and it came down like it came down. It was like a tsunami, but from the skies. And the train came in, and there's only a certain bit of the platform which is undercover. The rest of the train, so half of it is undercover because they weren't expecting this sort of tsunami of rain to come down. The rest of it, when the train pulled in, because you can't tell if you're on a train what the weather's like outside, because the window's all misted up because people are breathing. Damn them. And they sort of... so it pulled in, the doors opened, ping, 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 and they all suddenly looked, and you could suddenly see, whoa! And nobody had umbrellas. They got drenched. I laughed. Other people's misery. I'm sitting there with my own umbrella. I thought, yeah, I'm all right. I'm cool. And so just as well, I had brought my umbrella today, and I only picked it up at the last minute. The reason being, I thought, just in case it rains today, and then blow me down. The producer, who'd stuck his head out the window very bravely, said, it's absolutely tiddling down out here. And now it's stopped. On, off, I ask you. Amazing how many of you know it was Falco. Thank you very much indeed. Falco, Amadeus. Catherine says, I used to love the Amadeus song. As kids, we used to laugh as there was a word in the song that sounded like a very rude swear word. There's quite a lot of songs which have got rude swear words in, Catherine. I can tell you, I've heard all sorts of words. A friend of mine used to have to listen to the records that were played on Channel 4 just to make sure, because he said to one of his daughters, he said, I've just put that record through, that's okay. And his daughter went, are you sure? And he went, why? He said, it's full of swear words. And he said, is it? He had to quickly go onto the computer and start deleting left, right and centre, because people get offended by swear words on records. But they're all over the place. Even early records have got sweary words. I don't know, can't think of any off the top of my head. But I'm sure they must be out there. There's probably a swear word if you can't get hold of one of my trays by going to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Click on charity. Have a look at the picture. If you are taken by it, you know that the money goes to a fantastic cause. And you know that we wouldn't sell you a pup. This is a very nice tray, and it's part of the Steve Allen limited edition. 15 quid, free postage and packing. Order as many as you like. If you've got the money, please, because it goes to such a good cause.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Steve, we've just bought the tray. Keep up the great work for the charity. Thank you. Steve, great show. Used to love Falco. Used to tape off the charts and then listened back to somebody else doing the charts. Still got my cassettes with Falco on it, which is nice. Steve, I've just ordered, says Ben, my Steve Allen tea tray to hold my LBC mug. And the war films you mentioned. We did The Man Who Never Was. I can't remember all these things now. We did Battle of Britain, The Man Who Never Was, Battle of Britain, and there was something else. Carve Her Name with Pride's a very good one as well, just sort of another one. But Battle of Britain I thought was one of my the music I thought was fantastic for that film. The Man Who Never Was. And what was the other film we mentioned? Somebody will remind us, because some people are much better. The one with the poem. The life that I have is the life that I have is yours and yours and yours. And that was the story of Violette Szabo, wasn't it? And I can't remember what that film was called. Oh, it's so annoying, isn't it? You get to people ask you a question and then you think, yeah, somebody will remember what it was. Come on. You have to pull yourself together for some of these things, which was very good indeed. Well done to Douglas Smith. Douglas Smith is 43. It makes no difference. Why they put people's ages on a news story, I've got no idea. But he was the one who's broken a world record. 2 weeks after setting a world record, he grows tomatoes. And he's grown tomatoes off one truss. One truss, that's one long truss of tomatoes, 1,269 tomatoes on it. The other week, it was 839. He sent a video to the Guinness Book of Records. He said, it's amazing. Well, how do you do these things? I mean, it's a lot of tomatoes to eat. And I do like tomatoes. I like them when they're actually on the trusses, but I've only ever seen little trusses. And you sort of, you pick up your tomatoes. It's great. And Tony says, when you had your eyes done, you said, how much did you pay? No, I did it on the NHS. About 1,400 quid, I think. 1,400 quid. I think that's what it was. And Steve, I was Monty's double. That's right, I was Monty's double. Well done, Maury. Thank you very much indeed. There's a woman here. You can always tell when it's a free advert in the newspapers because they say, here she is, fatty, who looked like Shrek, and now she's lost all this weight to get married. And then they put down the name of the company who've helped her do it. And you think, yeah, but out of the thousands upon thousands of people, they won't have lost any weight at all. It's just that they have to find one person. So this one looked like Shrek. And then she was 27 stone, and then she'd lost all this weight, but she'd done it with the help of this company. You don't need to go to a company to lose weight. You go to the doctor, they'll give you a diet sheet, don't have to pay any money, it's free, and you just do things like watching what you eat, not all fried food, eat less, exercise more. That's all it is. Eat less. So in other words, small portions and exercise. So as opposed to taking the lift, you walk up the stairs. So you don't need a company like this one who's mentioned here. She said she worried she was going to look like Shrek because she was 27 stone. Why? Because she was stuffing her face with food. I mean, it makes perfect sense. If you don't stuff your face with food, you know, her other half, Dave, lost 7 stone because he was huge as well. They now look totally unrecognisable. But as I say, out of all the people that would probably pay to use this particular company, she'd be the only one who's lost weight that much. And so that's what they do it as. And you think to yourself, it's a bit of a swizz, really, because you don't need to pay any money to any company at all. I'll tell you, it's like it's like Alison Hammond in the papers today. She doesn't see a fat person when she looks in the mirror, but she's sitting next to What's-It on the settee, whose posture is terrible. Have you seen Dermot O'Dreary when he's sitting down? He lounges, he doesn't know what to do with his hands. He's a very uncomfortable presenter, and he's nowhere near her. Thought, well, he can't. He can't be. He's what? Social distancing. I'm not sure if they are still socially distancing. Are they still? They've still got the screens up, have they? Christ. Just face down. Oh, sorry. Space down. I thought we said face down. I couldn't work out which bit he was looking at. But no, she's big. She's very big. I'll tell you what I saw the other day. We all looked at it. We were on the bus going to Kingston. And as we came out of Teddington, on the left-hand side, before you turn right to go down the Kingston Road, there's a graveyard. And there's a little child climbing all over people's graves. No parent in sight at all. And there was an elderly couple in front of me. And he looked across and saw her. And he said to his wife, have you seen that? She's climbing all over people's graves. And the mother was nowhere near her. Which I thought was a bit funny about graves and people climbing all over them. Very disrespectful, but the mother didn't get... And this girl was trying to sort of shake gravestones and things like that. We remember the beer festival, don't we, held in the graveyard where they're sitting around people's graves with their food on it. That was a bit disgusting as well. Space Barbie. Oh, there's Space Barbie. But you see, Barbie never looks like that. Barbie's either aged very badly. I mean, she looks like a member of a boy band. Have they got her doing weightlessness? It's quite clever, isn't it, really, I suppose? But, no, I think Barbie is a space person. No, definitely not. We found a bee whisperer. His name's Barry. And he doesn't have a mask on. He has no gloves or anything else, and he handles bees. And he trusts them not to sting him. Whereas everybody else is masked up, the white thing. You look like something that's wandered out of Village of the Damned. And he says, my favourite place to be. He makes his own honey, called Barry's Wildflower Honey. And very clever it is too. He's lovely. He's Rastafarian. And he's more than happy in a coat and a woolly hat, and that's it. Some people see, I'd be frightened already. Even looking at the picture, I think to myself, oh no, definitely not. Oh, look, a picture of Prince Andrew. Boo, boo, boo. Nobody likes him. Sarah Ferguson, double boo. And here she is. She could be ordered to testify in his sex case. Why? I don't know where it's going here. So they say Duchess to face pizza alibi grilling. I mean, I don't think anybody knows what's going on. She, of course, had to apologise, didn't she? She took money from Jeffrey Epstein. She asked him to lend her money. Yeah, do you not remember it? She said in this interview here, she said it was an error of judgment. She accepted £15,000 from Jeffrey Epstein to help clear a debt. She's that bad with money. She's that bad. She borrowed it from him. She said, I've made a gigantic error of judgment, like most of her career, actually. It's all been gigantic errors of judgment. 15 grand. Then she was trying to sell, access to Andrew as well. That was another error of judgment. There's been quite a few of them, actually. Quite a few. But, there you go. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Sorry, do you pardon? There you go. The Telegraph reporter is Sarah Ferguson's personal assistant, Johnny O'Sullivan, 15 grand at the request of the Duke of York. That payment then reportedly allowed a wider restructuring of Sarah's £5 million debts. Wow. Well, no, obviously they don't pay directly, but he's dead, so it doesn't make any difference. It still ended up with her, and she's had to apologise. But she's had £5 million worth of debts. How on earth do you end up with £5 million worth of debts? Dreadful. She's since apologised for her association. It's funny that, isn't it? We haven't had Andrew apologising for his association, and he's stayed at the mansion on numerous occasions and took flights. Another one here says, isn't there a playground in a graveyard in Twickenham behind the George? Yes. But it's deconsecrated. They've moved all the gravestones to the back walls, and there's a playground in there. Yes, absolutely. Somebody says, how do you sleep at night? Fantastically. I sleep so well. It's great. Jenny says, Trey bought. Lovely picture, Steve. Merci bien. The film is Carve Her Name with Pride. The poem is from that film. And there you go, Carve Her Name with Pride. Steve. Another one here. Says, just bought the tea tray. I don't sleep well. Enjoy my company first thing in the morning. Well, you can use it. It's absolutely fantastic. And somebody else has said that they bought that. They used that poem, by the way, Terry, in quite a few films. That wasn't the only film. I think you'll find it was used in. I think it was an Agatha Christie film. I'm pretty certain. Was it Murder on the Orient Express or The Lady Vanishes or one of those things? I'm sure that they used that poem before. The life that I have is the life that... I'm pretty certain. Because I remember them opening a door and they're trying to remember the poem. And there's the lady who had vanished from the train. Remember that one? That was I'm pretty certain it was Murder on the Orient Express. Something like that. Steve, no diesel at Herne Bay, says Adam. It's supposed to be getting better. It's supposed to be. That's what the government tell us to tell you. But there's no point in me lying to you. Yeah, put it this way, we have it worse in the southeast. The rest of the country is doing so much better. Mind you, the reason that is because there's nobody living there. They're all living down in London, and we've got so many vans and things like that need sorting out. I've got something coming up for you. Having bought the tray today, go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on charity, have a look at the tray, and then you can purchase it for £15, including postage and packaging, and all the money raised goes to our charity, Globals Make Some Noise. And thank you in advance for your generosity, and especially those of you who've ordered anything up to 5 trays. Really, that's over and above. So special thank you to you, but to everybody, thank you so much for what you've done so far.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Somebody just pointed out to me, actually, that Barry Ryan died the other week. That was Paul and Barry Ryan, who had the big hit single Eloise, I think, which was in the mid-'60s. Barry became a solo artist after Eloise reached number 2 in the charts, and he died the other week, actually. He was 72. I think one of them used to live just down from Richmond. I'm pretty certain down in Ham. Lovely house, which was in fact a beautiful house. It's if you went by on the top bit of the bus, you could see the house and you could look into the garden. It's all timbered. Stunningly beautiful place. But I think Paul Ryan died in 92 in London at the age of 44, and Paul wrote Barry's hit Eloise. And also Who Put the Lights Out for Dana. Do you remember? Who Put the Lights Out? And I Will Drink the Wine for Frank Sinatra. That's not bad. You imagine saying something, yeah, I did a thing for Frank Sinatra. Not going to be arguing with him, are you, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Roger says, Steve, children playing in cemeteries, if you play on graves, people can do themselves serious damage. But that's what I thought. I was more worried about the ignorant mother who wasn't there supervising her child, and we looked and we couldn't see any mother. And this child climbing about, a little child, I mean, she can't have been any more than 3 or 4, climbing about all over the place. Dreadful. Steve, got my tray. Thank you very much indeed for highlighting and supporting these little charities. Definitely. The amount of people who are in the paper today talking about Strictly, the audience appears to be dropping off. I can't quite understand. I thought it was incredibly popular. But I think it is popular, but it's just not as popular as it used to be. Craig Rebel Horwood said he can barely hear his fellow Strictly judges because of the plastic screens between them. That he says it makes it difficult to hear Tony Beak and Shirley Ballas, who sit at the other end of the panel. Best way, I should imagine, actually. I haven't had to sort of put up with it. So the third week now, Saturday Night Show, I think got a peak audience of 8.8 million, down almost 2 million on the equivalent show last year. I was right. Dan says yes. Petersham, Barry Ryan had the old haunted house with the elephant topiary. You have to see that the house is stunning. I mean, I don't know if you can find. I wonder if you can find it on Google. There must be a picture of it. Yeah, put in Barry Ryan's house. Peter, that's it. It's the most stunning place you've ever seen in your life. Look at it. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? I want to go and live there immediately. And in the garden, oh, look, Prince Charles went. Or is that somewhere else? I don't know. It might be for something else. That's at Petersham Nurseries, topiary elephants. But that house, owned by Barry Ryan, obviously not there anymore, but it's the most beautiful place you've ever seen. In the middle, you can only see it from the top of a bus as the bus goes round on its way to Kingston. Tap it in. You'll be going, oh, I want to live there. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dan, for that one, which is, very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. You see these houses, and you often think, I'd always knew that he'd lived there, but it's got these topiary elephants in the front garden. Alison Hammond tells Fabulous she's comfortable with her weight. She's flogging a book. Should tell anybody that. Tell anybody. She said there's a slim woman in here with a lot of fat around her. Well, that's the old, inside you, dear, there's a thin person trying to get out. And I think the mother in Ab Fab goes, just the one, dear. And that's it. But she's carrying a lot of weight. And I don't know whether or not it's glandular or whether it's eating. Bit difficult when you've got somebody cooking in the studio, isn't it? And you sort of go, well, we'll just try a little bit of this. I mean, he couldn't stop. Poor old Damon Holmes. I mean, every time the camera went back to him, he's chewing away on something. Football fans from rival clubs are teaming up in an effort to restore the grave of a legendary player. Harold Halse, I think, was the first man to play in an FA Cup final for 3 teams, Man United, Chelsea and Aston Villa. When he died, aged 63, in 1949, he was buried with little ceremony in an Essex resort. But every player should be remembered, so they're going to clean up the grave and do everything else, which I think is quite nice. People doing something good. How many people... I heard this the other day and I wasn't sure if I was going to mention it or not. How many criminal paedophiles have operated within the Catholic Church over the past 70 years? The answer is 3,000. This is in France alone. 3,000. And the victims number many thousands more, according to a new report. This is it's released tomorrow. It's a 2,500 page report unveiled by an independent commission set up in 2018 in response to the abuse scandals in France. And this is a victims association called Talk and Revive. And so it will have the effect of a bomb. 3,000 criminal paedophiles operating within the Catholic Church. That was just in France. But I do seem to remember some years ago, one of our popes, it was about 2 popes back, he had what was laughingly called a clear out of Catholic priests who had been interfering with children. And I think they got rid of 300 priests because the Catholic Church didn't do anything about it, as you've seen from the cinema films. All they did was they just shoved somebody away somewhere else. So, if they had a paedophile priest operating in wherever it happened to be, and people started talking, they would move them somewhere else. So they didn't actually do anything about them. They didn't sort of get rid of them from the church. But finally, they're pulling themselves together. Finally, I do like curries. I haven't had a curry for ages and ages. I could eat a curry now, actually. And tarka dal. They had somebody on one of those cookery, whatever they call it, where people go around to somebody's house and they cook, and they all sit down and then give them marks. Was it Come Dine with me? Yeah, I've said that. There was one bloke on there. He'd never heard of anything. How he even got round to cooking, I've got no idea. He had no. Somebody said to him, "You haven't ever heard." Well, there's some, common meal that somebody else cooked. He said, "I don't know what that is." Sausages, which is very nice, very nice. Nick Ferrari's coming live this morning from Conservative Conference up in Manchester. I can see him on the cameras already. Quite exciting technology, isn't it? Quite exciting.
This is LBC.
Another anti-vaxxer has died. This is a young mum who fell for the anti-vax conspiracy theories. Has died after admitting not getting the jab was the worst mistake of her life. This is a lady called Abby. She lost a near 3-week battle in intensive care, leaving 3 young children behind. Now her mum is pleading with others to get vaccinated. How many more times do we have to tell people? How many more times do I have to sit here in the morning and every other presenter saying exactly the same thing? The anti-vaxxers, don't listen to them. They're spreading lies. They're spreading lies. People can still die. She contracted it. The first day she was admitted, she said, "Ma'am, I wish I'd got the vaccine. It's the worst mistake I've ever made." And lots of people have also suffered the same fate. I feel like saying to everybody sitting on the bus without a mask on, A, they're complete and utter idiots. I'm not bothered about the fact that people say, oh, they're exempt. You can still put on a visor, which doesn't prohibit anything at all. They might not be able to wear, a mask or something like that. But this is a mum. 24 she was. We've had younger. We had a girl of 15. She was due to get vaccinated the day she contracted COVID and died, which is not very good indeed. I love my favourite ventriloquist, Steve Hewlett, bless his heart, and he says, loving your podcast. He's very sweet, very sweet. People are very nice, actually. Just people are very nice, because we're coming to the end of the programme for today, and I have to tell you that we've sold an awful lot of trays. Okay, an awful lot of trays. I'm very, very grateful. So this is my last mention for this morning, but we're doing it all this week. The idea is to raise as much money as possible. You heard earlier on that lady talking about losing her son at 1 and then her husband committed suicide. And it's for little charities that don't get much attention from people that we're helping. And so I think this year we're helping, I think it's our maximum amount, over 100 little charities who will benefit from your generosity. And so for 1 week only, this week, we have a brand new limited edition Steve Allen tea tray, raising money for our charity Globals Make Some Noise. The must-have item for every 4am spiker, available to buy. If you've already purchased the tea towel and the tote bag or the glasses, you do not want to miss out. Even better, all the money raised will go to LBC's charity Globals Make Some Noise. So whether you're a morning tea or coffee person who want to hang it on the wall, do not dither. Please purchase your Steve Allen tea tray. It features a drawing of me by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. It's a limited edition tea tray, only available to buy until 10am this Friday, the 8th of October. And you can see what it looks like. You can see it online. You just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. No matter where you are in the universe, you can go to that. Click on charity at the top, and it'll take you straight there. It costs £15, this tray, and we include free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders will be shipped in December, so don't panic. Once you are confirmed as having purchased, then it will be on its way to you. In fact, you'll be getting this quicker than we get petrol. Orders shipped, as I say, in December. You can order yours right now. Just go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and of course all the proceeds go to LBC's charity Globals Make Some Noise. And in advance of all those little charities who are going to be benefiting, thank you very much indeed, because you've done something that's really nice. And as I say, I've had people this morning who've bought up to 5 trays. Lots of people have bought 2 trays. Five trays is the maximum. I predict by the end of this week we'll have people who have decided to give them away to people as Christmas presents and birthday presents and anniversary presents as well. And because all the money goes to such a good cause, and and then we've got the holiday which we were doing as well earlier on to the Maldives. I mean, we've got some lovely stuff this week on LBC for Global's Make Some Noise. So in advance of all those people who are going to be very grateful, but they don't know yet. They don't know. Steve, did Tommy Steele used to live in Ham or Petersham? Yes, he did. He lived down in Petersham. Big house that was on the corner, the one where the wall is sort of falling over slightly and they keep propping it up again. I forget who owns it at the moment. Pokey little garden, but the house is beautiful. And in fact, Tommy Steele owned all of that corner. There used to be a filling station there years ago, a long time ago, and then they put up a little mews, things like that. But no, you come down the hill, you turn, you do a right, and you go round, and just you go round a tight corner for the buses. It's a real tight corner. That's Tommy Steele's house, or was. I think he sold it for 10 million years ago. 10 million. I mean, put it this way, an absolute steal. Absolute steal. And Kim says, I'm going to try and get your podcast for today, very late night. I'm not accepting excuses. Steve, I'm waiting for the first person to connect the wrong hoses and put diesel in the petrol tank. It's been done before. They're different sizes now. They're different sizes, the hoses, so they know which one it is. It's like if you try to put certain petrol in your car, the hose won't fit. The actual nozzle. It's done there to prevent idiots putting the wrong petrol in. Because if you put diesel in a petrol car, you're in for a big bit of trouble. So please don't do that. But they should be. I mean, I don't know why they've not set off already. Petrol station care is worsened by motorists filling up with the wrong fuel. Because people think, if I can't get this fuel, I'll put this in. Perhaps they think it's all the same. More than 5 times as many people as usual in the UK put diesel in their petrol engines. I mean, really, are these really stupid? I mean, it says diesel. What do you think it is? Do you think if you can't get petrol, you put it in there? I mean, hundreds of panicking motorists filling the tanks with the wrong kind. You completely screw your engine up. Seriously. You know, large amounts of smoke will come from the exhaust. The engine is apt to misfire and cut out. Using petrol in a diesel car is a more serious mistake. You know, even Edmund King, the AA president, said drivers also need to be careful because this weekend we've seen a dramatic rise in misfueling compared to last weekend. I mean, surely people can read, oh, I can't get unleaded, I'll put diesel in. You know, doesn't work. Really doesn't work like that. So just be aware. But it should be filtering through. I think it'll take a week. Easy. Before we get anything back to normal. It's a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? I understand where you're coming from on that one. COVID has sparked a mental health crisis which could take a generation to recover from unless tackled urgency. Apparently a Mirror survey found 1 in 4 of us is now in a worse state of mind. 1 in 12 has panic attacks, and many people have thought of suicide. Good Lord above. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? But mind you, the good news is you've got LBC here 24 hours a day, so if you're feeling a little bit, you know, as you sort of wake up in the early hours of the morning, because we get people who wake up at 2, 3, you know, different things like that. Steve, my 97 BMW has a different size hole to prevent incorrect fuel, says Raj. Thank you, which is lovely. And Catherine says, I bought my tray handy. I was able to pay with PayPal. I'll take anything. I'll take anything. Just buy the tray. Just buy the tray. The more we sell this week, the better the charity will benefit, and it'll all be down to you. So thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, I'm on the website but no link to the charity. It's very simple. You can't lose it. I mean, seriously, unless I'm speaking another language. It's the LBC website. Go to the charity thing. It's on the top, and that will take you straight there. And if you can't find it after that, get rid of your computer. It's obviously rubbish. You need to bring yourself up to date or turn it off and then reboot the system. So much easier. Right, that's it for this morning. We do have 2 podcasts today. We have the whole show and we have the free little bit extra podcast. Gordon Ramsay charging 31 quid for fish and chips. I mean, that's 2 tea trays. I could have benefited from that, but actually we didn't think £31 was too much at all. The latest from my favourite rappers, Kanye West and Cardi B. And we find the solution to people caught using their phone whilst driving. Yes, people still do it. The weather wasn't too bad, but by golly, it was freezing. When I walked out of here yesterday morning, and I get on the bus, and it was okay, and then I get to Waterloo Station, and I thought it's a bit chilly around the Urals, and then Joe wrote me a thing saying, blooming cold out here this morning. I went, too right, so I dug out one of my mini coats, and if I keep discovering coats. I go into M&S, I see another coat I like the look of, and I buy the thing. So I gave my brother about 6 the other day. I've got a camel coat, full length, very nice. I've got duffel coats, with hoods, without hoods, furry hoods, not furry hoods, plush, lots of pockets. I do like pockets on a coat. So this morning I've got a rather nice coat, and it's got nice big deep pockets, and I keep finding things in there like an emery board, packet of peppermints, and a penny just in case you need to go to the toilet. And I've got bomber jackets too. I'm just very lucky, really. Good morning. So what have we got in the papers for today? 2 new dinosaurs been discovered. Well, I mean, obviously not living, obviously dead, but there'll be somebody out there. I watched a fascinating programme on the television yesterday. What was it? It was Pip Schofield and Holly. Where Are Your Brains this morning, Willoughby, and they had some bloke on. It might have been Bez from the Happy Mondays, or it could have been whoever it was. They were very fat and very bloated, and they obviously believe. Who was it? Or is it Sean Ryder? That's it. I think because doesn't he do something with Bez on the television for Gogglebox? Yeah, the language is absolutely atrocious. But anyway, he's on there, and he's obviously a believer in UFOs and all that kind of stuff, which of course prompted all the loonies to phone up and start saying, I saw this, I saw that. And Holly Willoughby is buying into this. She's obviously not the brainy person I thought she was, unless she was playing devil's advocate. But I mean, it didn't sound like devil's advocate to me. Philip Schofield, they had the woman on. Do you remember we said that she'd been out with her husband and she took a photograph by Stonehenge, and it looks like there's a UFO. Well, honestly, she quite clearly must have some sort of problem going on, because Philip looked at the picture and he said, what am I looking at? And she went, the flying saucer, the alien thing down by one of the stones. And he went, that's the reflection of the sun on the camera lens. And so it went all quiet, and so they then blew it up, but you could see what it was. It was where you get that flash of light which illuminates your camera and all the rest of it. And so he asked all the cameramen in the studio, does this look like it's sunburst or whatever they call cloudburst, whatever it was anyway? And all the cameras nodded in turn. Yeah, it was. Looney Tunes on the telephone. We think it was an alien. And and then they had some bloke on who said he was on a warship. To which Philip went, oh, so that they are serving military personnel. Well, they're the worst ones. They're the worst ones. Serving military personnel, drink alcohol. You've heard of sailors having a nip here and there. And he said the whole ship was illuminated for about 2 seconds. I thought you were off your chump, aren't you, really? But, of course, Pip Schofield kind of bought into it, which was lovely. Very nice indeed. So we'll take all your oh, by the way, if you're driving in London, OK, coming into London, avoid Piccadilly Circus. The people who are in charge of digging up the roads have dug up the road, so you can't go right by Eros. You have to go all the way up Shaftesbury Avenue, and it takes forever. All the buses are going up there and everything else because some bright spark decided they'd close all the roads off and dig them up, so you can't go right. It took us forever to get through. Took us forever. So the idea is, if you're coming in, just past the Ritz, turn right. If you live in Edinburgh, this has got nothing to do with you, so mind your own business, all right? You turn right, you go down St James, do a left into Pall Mall, and come up that way. Much easier. And then if you click into Orange Street, then you can end up here at our building. We have our own road and everything. It's just so exciting. So exciting. Fancy underwear could help save the planet, so that's me out straight away. And a difficult golfer pouring weed killer on the green. They refused his membership because he's a bit screws loose. And so he thought he'd retaliate. So he mixed up weed killer, went round the green and poured in a can, he had a watering can, all this stuff which killed the grass instantly. It's caused about £14,000 worth of damage. And he superglued all the lockers. Unfortunately for Thicko Boy, we'll tell you who he is a little bit later on, he was caught on their new CCTV system. And the groundsman happened to be watching it and saw him doing it, ran over to him, because the bloke who did it's fairly geriatric, and he ripped his balaclava off so they knew exactly who it was. And he's been fined, I think, £10,000. That'll keep you busy, love, won't it? Which is lovely. Somebody says, Steve, has Mihal told you what your name is in Irish? No, he hasn't, actually. Is it Stephen O'Halin? Something like that? He's listening downstairs. It tells you how to. Oh, does it tell you how to say it? Wait a minute. What your name is in Irish? Steve Fawn O'Halin. Oh right, phonetic pronunciation. Steve. Yeah, I'm having all my jingles remade now. That'll keep them busy. Let's bring in the Royal Philharmonic, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Fawn O'Halin. I quite like it actually. I quite like it. It's taken me ages to actually work out. What sort of Mehall's name was. I have to keep going through it in my mind, and I have to do it as in my hall, me hall, my hall kind of thing. It's the only way I can get it. It's Michael. His father's called Michael. But he had somebody on the phone the other day who knew him. Well, knew the pub down the road from him in Ireland, which is great, isn't it? I thought that was quite cute. Quite cute. And then somebody looked at a picture of him on the internet. Not difficult to find them. And they're all there. Bradley Walsh showing off his Bond-inspired car. Jimmy Carr fears being too old to give his son advice. His son is 2, so he's written a book. What a feeble excuse. It's to pay for all that stupid cosmetic surgery he's had done. He's had his whole face done, the hair transplant. Doesn't bear any resemblance to Jimmy Carr at all. And they've discovered on Mars ancient valleys which were carved by water and everything. I mean, it's really quite exciting. They were carved more than 3.5 billion years ago. I can't even remember what that was like. I was on LBC, probably. Yes, probably one of the original people. Also, some son goes hunting for his mum's ashes. He collects his mum's ashes because they don't do you straight away, and they give you a nice little, tube kind of thing with the person's ashes in. He goes to the pub with his girlfriend, gets completely blathered, staggers home, loses the ashes. He can't find them. He's got no idea where they are. The pub, I don't think, know where they are either. I mean, fancy going to the pub and taking your mum's ashes. I mean, that has got to be the most stupid thing I've ever heard. But anyway, that's the worst. And also, the Tilly Ramsey's sparking the Strictly Curse rumours. No, just sparking the... Have we got any stories to write about Strictly? We've done the gay storyline. Okay, can we get anything else out of that one? No, that's run its course. So they're a bit boring. Has Tilly Ramsey done anything? Well, not really. She's a bit plain. Could we? Yeah, let's do the Strictly Curse story. Tilly and her very, very good-looking dance partner. I mean, to be honest with you, there's no chance. No chance. Once you've seen the pictures, you will realise. Definitely. And that's from Steoforn O'Halin. And a tiny but deadly fish caught in UK waters. I think it's a lionfish. Off the coast of Dorset, they found a few of them. And the Cream drummer, you won't remember Cream unless you're a certain age, left just £92,000 in his will. It was 130. He was on benefits and everything. He spent most of it shoving heroin into himself, and so all the money went. Yeah, the lion sting, the deadly lionfish. It can paralyse and kill humans. There's a man here who's called Arfon Summers, hooked the 6-inch lionfish, which has 13 spines, packed with venom at a tourist hotspot. Now, did he, or did he take it down there? I mean, I don't think a fish like that would be in our waters, but that's it. He was at Chesil Beach in Dorset. The sting causes paralysis and induces vomiting. Well, I mean, you can go to most pubs and drink enough and you're boozed up there. And, yeah, paralysis and vomiting, quite standard around Liverpool on a Friday night, I would have thought. His dad, Bill, 75, said, "I'm glad the thing didn't sting him." Lionfish are local to the South Pacific and Indian Ocean. But it is, they said it's possible the fish, sold for upwards of £200 in Britain, may have been kept in an aquarium and dumped in the sea. Well, if you've spent £200 on it, why on earth would you take it to the sea? It's not going to survive, not in these waters. But they think it might have travelled from as far away as Italy. Yeah, right. Yeah, well, I don't buy into it. I think it sounds a little bit suspect, that one. Yeah, I'm a cynic, thank goodness. I love the story of, Cristiano Ronaldo. You heard of him? He's a little footballing person with a girlfriend who's desperate to get... I wish he'd asked me to get married. Yeah, I think not, Liz. I think not. But anyway, his driver he sent out to fill up with petrol in his new Bentley. He waited 7 hours in this garage, hoping the tanker would turn up. It didn't. And so he came home with even less petrol than he started with in the first place. You see, they all have to worry about it, which is good. A celebrity spirit guide, they're not. They just make it all up. Oh, what do you do, dear? I talk to the dead. No, you don't. You're a liar. Okay. She's been on The Only Way is Cheshire, or whatever they call it. Yeah, The Real Housewives of Cheshire. She's on there. I mean, she has the word avoid written all over, as far as I'm concerned. She's lost a high court battle with a rival over online courses. They sort of call them archangels or something. Whatever it is, it just parts you from your money. Okay, take my word for it. Listen, just phone up here. You know, people who give you the advice immediately for free. Should I buy this new house? No. Should I queue up for hours to get petrol? Absolutely not. There you go. I've solved all the problems. We didn't charge you a penny piece. Paul McCartney likes being a grandfather, including the bonus of giving the kids back. And Gary Lineker cowered in the showers when he was younger. Why? He didn't develop body hair until he was about 18 years old. He said he was late, you know, going into puberty. So he used to face the wall all the time. Which is lovely. I love it. I absolutely love it. Apparently, Miho is a Japanese name. My daughter is named Louise Miho, says Dave, which is lovely. Britt says, I've just been trolled on Twitter at 4 a.m. for commenting that you're on. Oh, I know. It's the same person all the time. There are only two trolls to this programme, and they masquerade. They're not all there in the upstairs department. They masquerade apparently as other people. Somebody told me about a year ago. They said they always complain about it. I said, yeah, but they always listen. They're always listening because A, they don't have any friends. They're a bit like Victoria Beckham, who has confessed that she doesn't have any friends. Dave goes off to an exhibition the other day, and an arts and craft exhibition. Dave, apparently a footballer at one time, and he was there by himself. Otherwise known as Billy No Mates. Poor old soul. Steve, have you ever had a sheepskin donkey jacket, Arthur Daly style, says Roger? No. And Mark says, currently driving around Purley, looking for fuel. Saw people sleeping in their cars outside Tesco's Purley's forecourt. Well, probably, although they've just taken on a load of drivers, got the drivers. They don't have enough petrol tankers now. They've got petrol tankers, but they've got more drivers than petrol tankers. You know, don't ask me why. It was in one of the papers. I remember thinking that's good. So in other words, very shortly we're going to be swamped with petrol. So all those people, there are two blokes, real saddos, who are filling up a bin with a bin liner in it with petrol. What stupid garage allows people to do that? These places are covered in cameras, and they're all pictured. You know, the people who are thieving it, you know, from other people who could put it in their cars. They've already filled their cars up, so they carry on filling all their buckets up and everything else. You can only hope that there aren't any unexpected accidents, you know, where there's an almighty explosion. We had that once. I think it was on YouTube, and it was a petrol station in America, and something had happened, and the hose that they were putting in the car slipped out and caught on fire. And the next thing, the whole garage goes up. People are running like it's on fire. Run. Because there's so many thousands of gallons of petrol just under your feet. Kevin the Milkman says, thank you for the warning about Piccadilly Circus. I can't avoid it, but at least I know what to expect when I get there. Yeah, it was a nightmare when we came in. Must have taken us about a good 10-15 minutes just to get through.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Do you know, every day is a good day. Every day is a good day, especially yesterday. I don't know why. Why was yesterday a very good day? Oh, you're going to be seeing on Monday. Monday is the day that we launch our new Steve Allen piece of memorabilia. A bit excited by it. We've had some photos done. I've not been shown I hate looking at pictures of me. I really do. They never look as I want them to look. You know, I do my best. And so that'll be on Monday. Now, you know, in previous years for Make Some Noise, you've been unbelievably generous in purchasing all sorts of... One of the people who purchased What do they purchase? Oh, Poppy, look at you, honestly. Look at you. You're all exciting this morning, Henry. Oh, isn't it good? It's really good, isn't it? She's sitting there, and when he sort of says something to her, like, who would I recommend for this? And when I used to pop round your house, and she looks and she just collapses in laughter. And who needs the money? No, she said, that's right. She said, I thought, which actress there? Not who needs the money more. No, it's a super thing, isn't it? Dame Edna's very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Nice to see you, Henry. Not very well this morning. Everybody's in such a good... The thing I like about this place is everybody's very sociable. From the security... Not all the security men, but most of the security men are very chatty, very nice. Very young, unfortunately. Very young. I mean, well, compared to me, they're all very young. Which is actually sort of... it's good if ever I sort of collapse in the studio, at least they will have sort of lots of strong people to lift me out. I think it sort of prop me out. There'll be lots of them. I think they'll be fighting for that one. I think, definitely. Shane in Sydney says, good afternoon. And good afternoon. Sorry, I can't do Australian accents. Most of my Australian accents come out as somewhere between, the Pyrenees and Wales. Just get it completely wrong. But it doesn't matter, does it? The world's top alien hunter says we're all doomed if we're attacked. Well, there you go. Then that's good news, isn't it? Shut up about it now. So we're all doomed. Fantastic. Why would you need to worry about it? It'll be over in seconds. This huge thing will descend from the sky, and the first person, I'm going to give them your address. Okay, the world's top alien hunter lives here. Take him first, so we can do it. Because in Independence Day, they all go, oh, aliens, aliens, we want you. And they stand on top of this building, and this huge craft, have you seen it? This huge aircraft is above them, this huge spaceship. And the bottom opens up, they're going, yeah, take me, take me. And the bottom opens up like a giant starburst. And this bolt comes down, kills them all. Hilarious, hilarious. Like watching a James Bond movie. A friend of mine can't read a paper until she's been to what is it? Oh, she's seeing it on Monday. She doesn't want to read a newspaper in case there are spoiler things, which is good. Janice says, I think I've developed psychic powers because I knew that you were coming on just after 4 a.m. I know. No Time to Die out today. Unfortunately for some of the people in there, it's exactly the time to die, as the body count is fairly high. Also, Kim says the Irish version of Kim is Coimin, pronounced common. Is it really? Do you know, I didn't realise. I don't know why I never thought about that. It's like Stephen in French is Etienne. Etienne. Very hard to pronounce Irish. And I don't know how many people there are who speak Gaelic. I mean, I don't know. And I don't know if Micheál speaks Gaelic. Or I know he's very flirtatious. Isn't he? I mean, he is, yes, just with me. And, he smiles all the time. I thought it was wind. And it turns out not to be. He's just particularly happy. But his brother, Pordy, used to be on my programme. He used to be my producer. And so when Micheál joined, he said, used to work with my brother. And I said, who's that? He said, Pordraig. I went, that's your brother? Because we used to go out for afternoon tea and all sorts of things. And two nice people in the same family. That's very rare, isn't it, in these day and age? Very rare. If you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. I'll be the first one to wish you a happy birthday. And the first one to say that we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. If you're particularly stupid, and unfortunately, because of this time of the morning, there are a few people who haven't taken their medication. And so we have to sort them out. And the producer he's very free and easy on the get rid of button. And it's, I've said to him before, I said, I mean, honestly, Joe, you were so cruel with that one. He goes, I'm just feeling in that kind of mood. And he just pushes a button and you disappear completely, which means you either have to go and find another account or you've got to get another telephone or something like that. But if it comes up again, he'd have to delete and then it goes. You have to do that. I was listening to, I wasn't actually, I asked Joanne Webb. She was listening to another radio station, and the main presenter on there, somebody you will have heard of, got trolled the other day by loads and loads of people complaining about the coverage they were giving to the panic stations in the garage. And people going, it's you're making it worse. And he came up with the same answer that we came up with. It's a news story. You have to report it. It's like saying, we're in the middle of a war, but we're not going to talk about it. Okay, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it, because it'll upset a few numpties. Yeah. They did, well, there were, I mean, they used to say, I think was it the last war? Careless talk costs lives. Because you never knew who was listening. And I've seen some really good British movies, pushing out the propaganda of careless talk costs lives. Nowadays, careless talk makes the front page of newspapers. It really does. That's what people, they're always saying, do you have a story about a celebrity or some, that's what they like to look for. That's what they like to look for. But when I was telling you about the thing that we have for you on Monday, a friend of mine bought 100 tea towels. 100 tea towels. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. So we got a lot of money. Just had a one person for the charity, which was very, very generous. Very, very generous. And let's have a look, shall we, on Monday morning and see exactly how many we're going to move this time round. I think the most we've done is about 10,000 of one of them, which is, it's a nice amount of money that goes to charity. So you get something in return and we get something in return. So it's a win-win situation. So we'll see how we go. I mean, newspapers were issued with guidance about topics, that were subject to censorship in the Second World War, and invited to submit any story that might be covered by these so-called defence notices. Submitted stories would be scrutinised by the censor and redacted in accordance with the guidelines. Any information about military stuff, from weather reports to the exact location of troops, would be removed. So if a story was suitable for publication, it would be returned to the newspaper with an official stamp with any changes marked in blue pencil. It was to avoid giving info to the enemies. Did you ever see the film I Was Monty's Double? You've heard of Montgomery. You've heard of Montgomery? Big war general thing. General Montgomery? No, maybe not. A bit before your time. But anyway, what they decided to do, I'm reliably informed it was a true story. And they found a guy who was an actor who looked like Monty. He was very distinctive. And they decided, the British Secret Service, that they would train this man, who was an actor, to walk like Monty, to be like Monty, to do everything like him, so they could send him round doing rallying cries, and the spies within the country would say, we've just seen Monty giving this talk, blah, blah, blah. And it was all fake. It was all fake. It was all designed to, they did all sorts of things. And it was very interesting. This was General Bernard Montgomery, but in fact it was a guy called M.E. Clifton James who wrote this book about the operation I Was Monty's Double. You have to get it. A lot of you listening will know the film very well. In exactly the same way, we had The Man Who Never Was. And the government, the Secret Service, were entrusted to put a man ashore, dead man, but they had to make sure that he died of something that they couldn't investigate and find out how he died. So they took him out in a submarine, in a torpedo tube, in this thing. They'd had to ask his family, and they said, can we use your son? His son had just died. And he said, as long as you promise me that he's given a decent Christian burial at the end. So they then said, I can swear that we will give him that. So they took this man and they created an image. They created a story about who he was, about where he'd been that evening. So they put theatre tickets in his pocket, a dry cleaning bill. They came up with a girlfriend and all sorts of things. And he was washed up on the beaches, I think of Normandy or something like that. And of course the people took him in and they went, but he had this briefcase chained to his wrist. And so when they opened it, they found all the stuff that we'd planted. Very good. So 2 films you need to get: The Man Who Never Was and I Was Monty's Double. And when you see him, he follows Monty around. It's very carefully cut together. And he's watching every little thing that Monty does, every little twist. And this thing here, the German High Command expected Monty to play a key role. And Clark and the other deception planners reasoned that a high-profile appearance outside the United Kingdom would suggest that an Allied invasion was not imminent. An appropriate lookalike was found, which is M.E. Clifton James, who spent a short time with him. And on the 26th of May, 1944, James flew first to Gibraltar and then to Algiers, making an appearance where the Allies knew German intelligence agents would spot him. He then flew to Cairo. They had to push him off the plane practically. They went, you're on. And he had to stand there with his hands behind his back. It's a really good film. Really good film. So if you've got an elderly person in your family, as my family have, then get those 2 films, because it will bring back great memories. And then buy them Battle of Britain as well. There you go. Three recommendations on the one programme. Look at that. Look at me recommending things. Unheard of, isn't it? Right, we're going to take a short break for the news. Don't forget all of your texts and emails, 848 info, steve@lbc.co.uk. Jeanette said, Vince and I had the flu jab, both got sore arms. Did your arm hurt? Nope, nothing at all. Not sore arm, not illness. I haven't had the flu jab. No, I never get ill with the flu jab. I developed a cough one year, which was very bizarre. Very strange. But I'm still waiting for the doctor's surgery to contact me because I'm in the high-risk category. But so far, they seem to have overlooked me. Might have to go round there and bang on the counter.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh dear, honestly. 27 minutes to 5. We're having so much fun here. I don't know why. It's just me and Henry's popped into the office. So those three films, The Man Who Never Was, I Was Monty's Double, and Battle of Britain. Battle of Britain because it's so brilliantly done and the music is so fantastic and it's got the biggest cast you've ever seen. And it was just brilliant. Apparently the term used in the war was loose lips sink ships, says Bob. Yeah, it was. Well, they had various things. I've never heard of that one, actually. Loose lips sink ships. Well, we did lose a lot of ships, didn't we, to those German U-boats. See, I didn't know that the U-boats were submarines. I don't know why. I just assumed that they were sort of these fairly mobile craft that they had all over the place. Anyway, the law hold-ups of helping the puppy smugglers, or as I prefer to call them, the animal killers. That's what they are. They're people who, there was that farm they found a short while ago. What was it? 500 dogs, puppies, which were covered in lice and everything else. And they don't care. They couldn't care less if these things die within a week of you having them. They just want to take the money off you. Disgusting people. So please go to animal rescue charities. It's so much better. One of the last surviving D-Day heroes has died at the age of 97. Good innings, but he should have lived longer, much longer. And more pictures of Wills and Kate in the papers. 1 minute going to a Bond premiere. What if they got free popcorn? Did they have a nice lolly in the interval? Because I'm hoping there's an interval. I should imagine Harry must be absolutely wetting himself over in America. Oh, look, they're getting better publicity than you, hypocrite. That's the way it works. And the Windsor Castle staff are dusting off their grand chandelier. They come down on ropes. They push a button and the chandelier descends, and then they go round. They either put a big, like a sort of a bucket thing underneath it, or a huge sort of plastic thing, and then they spray it. I think they turn the electric off, otherwise Her Majesty could get a nasty little shock. I mean, like on Only Fools and Horses when they got the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, wrong chandelier. But the ones in Windsor Castle come down on these chains and everything else, and then they clean it. That you get special chandelier spray, anything to make money out of the old Queen. Yeah, go on, you've got to spend. How much is that? Oh, it'll be £16 for a little bottle, Yeah, I'll just get the purse out. Oh, wait a minute. I'm Queenie. I don't have any money. No chance of her pulling into a filling station. Do you think they've got their own private petrol at Buckingham Palace and Windsor? They must have. They've got a shell garage. Yeah, a shell garage just for the Queen. I'm Queenie. Fill her up. You just imagine it, can't you? I shouldn't imagine she's ever put petrol in a vehicle in her entire life, which makes her even more interesting, which I quite like, actually. We found a romance trickster, jailed for 4 years, used to play for some nondescript football team. But I love the idea of all these drivers queuing for 3 hours to get into a garage that was closed. It was actually closed. I love it. Honestly, people are so daft. And Scove. You know Scove? Old Pip Scove says having therapy when he came out was cathartic. I don't know why. I never quite worked out the Philip Schofield coming out, oh, by the way, I'm gay. Yeah. How dull and boring was that? Here's his lovely wife, who is 2 gorgeous children, and your old man's gay. Now, I could understand it if he was going to come out and go, I'm gay, and this is my boyfriend. But he didn't. He just came out and said he was gay. It's like me coming out and saying I'm a Martian without showing you where my spaceship is hidden. And not quite the same. But Philip Schofield sort of goes, I'm gay, and we're all going, OK, who is the boyfriend then? Is there a secret boyfriend? Where is he hidden? Is he in the flat? Oh, my spaceship. Well, you see, I'm very good with that. I can miniaturize it. I can make it very small and it fits in my pocket, which is nice, isn't it? I mean, I am The UFO king. I'm the person. If you want to know about UFOs, you ask Steve Allen, because he knows all about them, because he's never seen one, because they don't exist, because I'm not sad and lonely and decide to go on television and tell people and make yourself look even more pathetically stupid. But so Scove comes out and we're all going, so, I mean, you really want him to find a boyfriend, don't you? I mean, if he's going to come out as gay, that's like saying, I'm going to the wedding, but I'm never going to be the bride. You know, you would expect Schofield to actually have a boyfriend. I don't know what sort of person he goes for. We'd all love to know what sort of person he's attracted to. And the first picture of them holding hands and skipping through Regent's Park will be on the front page of every newspaper in the country. But at the moment, it's all gone a bit quiet. But how lucky that they had somebody from one of the top newspapers in the studio when he made his announcement. You could see the look, couldn't you, on people's faces, because they're going, you're coming out as gay, like it was a secret. I thought everybody knew. My friend Ian says, talking about the man who never was made me think of the man who knew too much. I don't know that one. But, yeah. My friend... What? What's the matter with you this morning? Honestly, you're very energetic. Yesterday, it was I preferred you yesterday when you were almost comatose and horizontal. Far more entertaining. Henry... Yeah, a couple of hours listening to this programme. My friend Henry, yes, I've now lost the blooming thing, honestly. Henry was... Oh, I've lost it completely. What's going on today? But, yeah, sorry, I'll come back to Henry in a moment. But my friend Ian says a lot was filmed around Brixton, Camden and the Royal Albert Hall. I love it when films are filmed in London and you spot place. You go, ah! Richmond is very topical at the moment. Richmond's very topical. They're filming some Netflix thing there, and I can't think what it is. Anything ever been done in... Oh, loads in Twickenham. The shop in... You know that... This is a local shop for local people. That was filmed in Twickenham. Yeah, that was done in Church Street. Yeah, League of Gentlemen, they did a bit of that. Also, Blitz of Little Britain were filmed in Church Street. We've had all the Sky adverts filmed in Church Street. Loads of things. And just up the road from me, in what was a hairdresser's, but we used to have a fur shop in Twickenham, a shop that actually sold fur. I mean, obviously not for many a year now, because, you know, the only thing wearing fur round our way are pussycats. And so they were filming that. What's that thing with Rodney from Only Fools and Horses, where he goes back in time? It's Good Night, Sweetheart. That was filmed there as well, because they always put big sheets up round the shop and things like that, and you know that they're filming in there. And they're filming at the moment next to the Stoop, the rugby ground, the little rugby ground in Twickenham, because all the big film wagons are on the ground there. And we've got a big circus that's arriving. Circus Extreme, I think, is in Richmond. I love a circus. I think it's just fabulous. The lorries turn up, and then some little man gets out. I didn't go to the last one. I know. And they hammer in things to form the ring, and then they attach it to them, and somebody goes around painting. It's all very meticulously done. But this looks like a super. Apparently, it's the first big top. This circus at Richmond, which is next to the swimming pool, it's the first big top with social distancing. For that reason, we've taken some seats out. Same kind of thing, I suppose. Steve, according to Andy, says Gus in Billericay, the Queen having her own petrol supply, clearly she doesn't have any at Balmoral. No, I think Andrew's running out. I mean, he must be going off his trolley. What's he doing every day? Perhaps he's doing colouring. You know, here's a picture of Sarah Ferguson. Let's colour it, shall we? Where is that ginger pencil? Get on ginger pencil and get all that done. What do they make a ginger pencil? They don't, do they really? It'd be orange, wouldn't it? Yeah. Because I've seen people, I used to have somebody who worked on the programme years and years ago, who was redhead. A real proper red. It was amazing. I think he dyed it. I don't think anybody's natural redhead, but you tend to find people who are quite pale, who are sort of ginger and red and everything else. I think it's a very appealing colour. It's very strong hair, isn't it? I wonder if you'll sort of go grey. Will you go grey? You'll go white. Oh, very wiry. Oh, right. Too much information. Steve, the Queen worked on motor engines in World War II. She must have put petrol in, says Theo. Of course not, to be said. I'm the Queen. She doesn't put petrol in things. Somebody else does that for her. She'd have somebody coming up with gloves going, let me do that for you, ma'am. And because it's ma'am rhyming with jam. Okay, not ma'am rhyming with nothing. Okay, so it's ma'am and jam. I hate it when people get it wrong. Even people in the know say to me, oh, it's ma'am. You go, no, it's ma'am. It's ma'am. Nothing worse, isn't it? I hate people who profess to being royalists and they turn out not to be. Steve, I listen to you every morning whilst walking my dogs. I live in the Middle East. It's very nice for you. Very nice. I like that. Many years ago, whilst laying sleepless and in deep despair, says Pauline, I turned into your show. Tuned in, I suppose, yes. Your description of a bus ride and its inhabitants lifted my spirits. I'm currently shell-shocked from receiving 2 anonymous poison pen letters. Really? Police. Pauline, police. Okay, it's as simple as that. You take the letters to the police. I mean, who in this day and age writes a poison pen letter when people have got an internet? You know, people wouldn't bother. I mean, that's why the trolls are so sad, because they just sort of, you know, do all sorts of little bits and pieces. You know, and but having received a poison pen, mind you might have received a poison pen letter on the internet, in which case you print it off, you go to the police station, they can find these people within seconds. I promise you. There's whole units that deal with stuff like that. The police like to get them into court as well. It's like drink drivers. Police like to get drink drivers off the roads as quick as possible, and listen, give them, you know, extensive bans and things like that. Because if somebody goes out who's been drink driving and they happen to kill somebody, that would just about be the worst thing that could ever happen. Absolutely. So Henry's message. Now, is this... Oh, let's see. My phone is playing away. And he's written... Play away, play away, play away. Brian Cant. Twiglets. That wasn't what he said. It was something I obviously said the other day. Henry sort of... Every time I mention something, Henry rushes home and tries it out. So I recommended the Barry Humphries and Judi Dench with Sharon Osbourne on there. And Judi Dench is just delightful. She also stole the scenes from the Bond movie yesterday. Today you recommended Twiglets. Yeah. I was eating Twiglets earlier on. You know, the problem is, because they're covered in Marmite, you get it all over your fingers. It goes all around your mouth, and it's very sticky. It's very messy. So when James O'Brien picks up his papers today, because I share a set with him, nope, he shares a set with me, because it says Steve Allen underneath that. It's got James O'Brien. You know, I'm more important. And he will discover that you can lick the pages of the papers today because they've got Marmite on them. Although actually I was wearing my coat today because I told you it was cold yesterday, so I put it on. And one of the... We use him occasionally as a newsreader out there, Dominic, and he said, cold, in that kind of sort of sneering way, looking at me like, you know, I'm a fragile little wallflower, you know. And I said, yeah, because it was cold yesterday. He sort of turns up in like a singlet as if he just wandered in from the gym. Have you noticed people who go to gymnasiums will walk about in the early hours of the morning, knee-deep in snow, in a pair of shorts? You know, where are you going? I'm going to the gym. You know, me, I've got a blanket over my legs just sitting in my car. I took the car out yesterday, actually. I thought, no, if I want to waste a tank of petrol, this is the way to do it. Because I reckon by the time the army start delivering petrol, we can have so much of it, I might as well just go out every day driving and then come back and just go and fill it up again. Which is lovely.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve, I took your advice, bought a water pistol to spray the damn pigeons. I didn't know the curtain twitcher was downstairs. I wet him, says Shane. I think he thought it was raining. I know. I've got a super soaker to get rid of pigeons. I'm more than happy to soak pigeons, really, you know, and if it frightens the life out and they have a heart attack, good. You know, because frankly, the mess they make, I mean, to clear up, we had 6 hanging around, and to be honest with you, you've never seen mess like it over people's cars. We've got spikes, but what they do, they've learned how to break them. So they have a surprise coming. We're going to paint all the pipes where they sit on and little hidden places with that sticky paint. So once we've got them, we can beat their brains out. And then we're going to do... Have you seen the mess pigeons make? Do you know how much it costs us in London to clean up after pigeons? Millions every year. And there's still a few sad, lonely people in Trafalgar Square who go round and they drop the birdseed down their trousers to feed them because it's illegal to feed them. They have wardens down there, and they've got a man with a hawk, which if you go down early morning when we finish, you'll see him flying it around. This thing takes off, you know. Little old ladies at bus stops getting quite frightened. Oh, it's going to get me, it's going to get me, you know, like that. Oh, it's the Queen again. Anyway, so they've got this hawk that flies around, And I should get myself one, actually. No, I tend to find the water pistols quite good. Because what I do is, I've got a little trick. And what you do is, every time you come out and you spray them with water, jangle your keys. After about the third time, you won't need to take the water with you, just jangle the keys. They will associate keys with, oh, we're going to get wet. Fly away. They're not stupid. I found that out when I just walked up to them with the water pistol and they were off before I'd even done anything. Because I used to go, shh, fright myself there and spat all over my hand. That wasn't very clever, was it? But, yeah, that generally gets rid of them because the mess they make on buildings and everything else. There was one old woman, I think she was out at Sutton, I'm pretty certain, and the roof of her house was covered in pigeons. And the reason was she used to feed them, and so they would all turn up. There's a house down by the riverside in Twickenham next to the pub. Their entire roof is covered with pigeons, and so they put up a fake owl. Well, the pigeons, you know, for the first day they go, oh, there's an owl down there, that'll catch us. Second day, the pigeons are going up to it going, you're not even real, are you? You're not even real. But I've also got the drone. I've got a new supersized drone coming. And I'm going to equip that with machine guns, and that'll take them out, little blighters. It'll be like, you know, some ET program. They'll be sitting there, and this thing will rise in front of them, making all that noise, and with flashing lights. Because I've got a very small one that's got flashing lights. A little tiny drone. I've got it with me. I can't make it fly. I can't read the instructions. They're too small. So, but it's tight. Wait a minute. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very important part of the programme, this. You wait till you see this. You'll be going, that's tiny. Look at that. That's cool, isn't it? And then you sort of push a little button on it, and, yeah, look, it lights up. And I've got another one that not only lights up, but I held it between my legs. Well, to be honest with you, couldn't get your legs off the ceiling. This thing took up the power in it. I was quite surprised. But I can't read the instructions on this. They're very tiny, but it does have a controller, look. Super duper controller. Which is lovely, isn't it? Yeah, well, you can't. It's too complicated. Seriously. Look, I mean, the instruction booklet is like 10 pages long. Ridiculous. But fun. What have we got? We got Steve. I'm off to Trafalgar Square to fly my hawk. I work for a pest control company employed to get rid of the pigeons. It's interesting, isn't it? I've seen this man. His hawk is called Podrick. I didn't know they had names for hawks. Do they really have names for hawks? Sounds quite good. Apparently, according to the DVLA, says Roger, your old Mini has been off the road since the road tax expired in 1996. Oh, dear. I mean, is it still around then? Is it still around? I think that's quite... It was chocolate brown. Chocolate brown. I mean, I'm in the right mind by the chocolate brown Mini. I did. I had it on finance. I bought it on finance, and I was sort of... In fact, I've had 2 cars in my life on finance, and each time I've regretted it. So I've always, for the past 20 or 30 years, I've only ever done cash for my cars. Because it's too depressing, because every month 220 quid goes out, or yeah, I know. Sorry, we're just laughing at a couple of the texts coming in. People saying, I enjoy listening to this programme more than any other station in the entire universe. Which is nice, isn't it? That's why we smile. That's why we smile about it. Steve, I won first prize in a raffle. I'm spending a week in Clacton. Which is nice, isn't it? Second prize was 2 weeks in Clacton. Ha ha, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Freezing in Essex. That's why I brought my... my big thick jacket. I was going to wear a scarf today, but I thought it's taking it a bit too far, isn't it? A little bit too far. But this morning, the car turned up for me. I texted the producer. I got a bit panicky. The car turned up to pick me up, but I hadn't had notification from the cab company. I got nothing at all. In fact, I still haven't had anything from the cab company. And so he turned up, and I went, I haven't had notification, so I don't want to get into a car that I don't know. It was from the right company until he showed me his phone with my name on and where I was going to. The moon. And so I got there thinking perhaps they'll be nothing arrived at all. So how that worked, I've got no idea. I was a bit trusting, so I immediately wrote to the producer just in case, and I said, listen, just in case I don't turn up, I'm in this car and all the rest of it, so they could trace it back. And then when I got here, bless his heart, it was so sweet, honestly, he wrote, are you still with us? I thought that was cheering, wasn't it? Yes, I was. I kept every so often, because I normally close my eyes in the back of cars. Sometimes when I'm driving, I close my eyes as well. And that's when you end up in a ditch. Do you know I've never had an accident? Isn't that amazing? I've seen loads. I've never had an accident, I don't think. No, I had an accident once, but it wasn't my fault. A lorry took the side of my car off. And he got out, and the driver said, oh, sorry, how much you want? So I looked at the side of the car, I went, about £5,000. And he looked at me and said, I get boss. And that was it. They paid.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 5. I have to look at the clock sometimes and think, yeah, am I doing it right? Mind you, where would we be without clock? This is not a real clock, is it? This is what? Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, if all of a sudden the electricity failed in here, the entire thing is all electronic. The clock is electronic, isn't it? That's an image that is made. It's not actually a proper clock. I don't think so. It's we've got a backup generator, have we? Where? What, in here? Oh, is it downstairs? Really? Well, there you go. You learn something. It's massive. Is it really? Well, it should have to be for this building. My friend Stuart Manning says, Steve, this is going to be an interesting journey to work. As if I don't get fuel on the way in, I'll run out on the way home. Oh, Lord. They've said they're bringing in, Stuart, not much help to you this morning, I realise, but it's a case of they're bringing in lots of extra drivers. They're all ready to run this week. And so, you know, they should start seeing, you know, more and more filling stations filling up. Presumably they have to pay for the petrol, don't they? Might have Shell there. What? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Are we doing sign language now? Do I want tea? Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea, yeah. Leave my bag in, do not squeeze it, and don't put any sugar in, okay? It'll be our secret. I very rarely let people make me tea. Ever since the pandemic, I've gone and, you know, propped myself up in the kitchen. But it actually doesn't make bad tea. I've had some terrible APs who couldn't make tea for love nor money. I reckon Henry would do good tea. That's why he works on breakfast, because he does good tea, actually. Angela says, you cheer me up every morning. I put my name in the hat for the Mini. Listen, you stand as good a chance as anybody. The only problem is I can't enter it. I wish I could. It'd be very, very nice to enter. Can you imagine if you got sort of that? But you can't. Anybody who sort of works on the station, you can't enter the competitions. Such a nuisance. But I mean, that's the joy of doing it. And Steve says, John, I'm a driver. I haven't had notifications for my first job this morning either. Strange. Yeah, I thought it was very odd. I thought at least on the journey in, I would have had notification that my car was going to be so-and-so, but it's not. Henry says, I got into trouble for making you tea once. I put 3 tea bags in. He always likes to overcompensate. It does. Makes me laugh. Yeah, that was the last shift he did on the programme. We had him out the door so fast his little legs didn't touch the ground. But everybody's been on holiday. Somebody went on... where did they go to? I can't remember where they went to. Madeira? No. Was it Madeira he went to? Oh, right. Because when Dominic came back, he said, I've been on holiday. And I thought, well, we didn't miss you. And I thought he'd be really brown. But he wasn't. And then our Hillary, who was our boss's PA, I said, oh, she's just come back from a holiday as well. I said, I bet you're brown. And she went, no, not at all. And I thought, perhaps people don't sunbathe on holiday now. I mean, I can't sunbathe because I suddenly realised that because of diabetes, and don't ask me how it works, I burn to pieces. I absolutely, and also I find it deeply uncomfortable. And I used to have, many, many years ago, sunbeds. I used to tan. The only time I ever tanned is when Dale and I went to the south of France, to Cannes, and we were there for, I think it was about a week and a half or something like, whatever it was. I was brown as a berry. I mean, literally, I was the colour of creosote. the dark variety. I mean, it was the only time, because you know when you take your Speedos off and you've got everything is white, looks really odd, compared to the brown colour that we all loved, and then it starts peeling. But people don't sunbathe. I used to do sunbeds, and I can't. My skin goes, it's like having prickly heat. I don't know if you've ever had prickly heat. If you've lived in hot climates, prickly heat is fairly common. I used to spend my life being bathed in calamine lotion, of which I loved the smell. Steve, they're trialling driverless cars. Why not driverless tanker lorries? That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? I think so. Years ago, Steve, says Kim, when we visited the beautiful Orkneys, we visited Scarpa Flow. There's a museum and a military graveyard. There's some smashing walks and so much engrossing history about the area. I don't know if it's your thing. I like stuff like that. You'll always know on this programme, anything that they find. We were talking about the Sutton Hoo treasure that they found the other day. And if I was listening to the radio and somebody talked about this treasure ship that they unearthed back in the 30s, I'd be wanting to look at pictures. It's like the other thing I like doing is, have you ever wondered what it's like inside one of the Great Pyramids just outside Cairo? They've got film footage of people going in and going inside the Great Pyramid. They put all these walkways in so you can get... And it's just unbelievable. It is just... I love stuff like that. I did a documentary series on lots of the grand houses around London years and years ago on LBC. And it was really interesting. But I wanted to go down into the cellars. I want to see the rooms that you can't. If you go to Hampton Court Palace, lots of the walls, you can see there's a hidden door in the wall. And that's so the servants could get in and out of the rooms. So you go through it and then you're in the back stairs and they've got the little corridors and everything. Really fascinating. So they can bring water up to the baths and stuff like that. Steve, locked into the spike, says Waj, looking forward to watching the Bond movie in Cineworld. Well, so many people have bought tickets. I mean, it's about 180,000. Oh, Stuart says, I've got some. What, petrol? Wow, you went woohoo. Isn't it an exciting... When you do it and you actually get some petrol in... Very good, aren't you? Very nice, thank you. Thank you. Do you know what make the tea bags are? No, I just had to ask, you know, I mean, I wasn't...
Aldi.
Aldi. Isn't it pronounced Aldi? Isn't it pronounced... It's pronounced Aldi, is it? Oh, right. Yeah. I didn't tell him that we've now got the pronunciation of the Steve Allen name in Irish. I'll have to check with him whether it's right, because it might be wrong. Another one says, did the idiots realise that by panic buying petrol it could leave ambulances stranded? They don't care. They really don't care, James. The sort of people, when you see them filling up, you know, jerry cans and things like that, I think that's, you know, people like that, they're a bit sad. I hope they get stuck with it. So the phonetic pronunciation, Mihal, Steoforn O'Haleen. Steoforn O'Haleen. That right? That's Steve Allen in Irish. Does he speak the language? Do you see? You know, Steoforn O'Haleen. Oh, Steoforn O'Haleen. Interesting, isn't it? Look at that. Steve Allen in Irish. Because somebody wrote in and said, has Mihal told you what your name is in Irish? No, he doesn't care. Why would he care? So, Steoforn O'Haleen. Yeah. That's good though, isn't it? I can go out and tell people that now. I could go to sort of some Irish pubs in Kilburn and go, hello, Steoforn O'Haleen. And they'll be going, I've heard you on the radio. You're rubbish. This is great. Thank you. Steve. Jed says a big money maker for the charity would be an evening with Steve Allen. Well, we've done the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. In fact, we've done it there. I think we've done 2 there, 1 at the Hippodrome, or is it 2 at the Hippodrome? Might have done 2 at the Hippodrome, and we've done loads of other theatres. And actually, it might not be as far-fetched as you think. I think there might be, depending on, you know, availability and bits and pieces like that. Yes, my availability mainly. Is he well enough to get through something? And because I was reminded actually, and I was only thinking about it yesterday, because I've had sort of a fairly up and down year, putting it politely, like everybody else. So when I came back, my bosses, who are, I mean, I can't, you know, sing their praises enough. Not because they give me a contract, not because they're very nice to me. It's just because, you know, they sort of go over and above to look after people, and they said, you know, do you think you can manage doing 3 hours? And I can remember there were phone calls backwards and forwards between various producers on, you know, how was it at the end of the show this morning? Because they were worried. They didn't know whether or not I was going to make it, and I didn't know if I was going to make it either. So we did these things, and I had meetings, and then I said, I remember at one time I said to one of my bosses, I said, I can come back Monday, and so he went. And the moment he paused, I thought, he's not going to let me come back on the Monday. So I didn't go back on the Monday, because previously I'd said I'm coming back on the Monday, and we tweeted. And then unfortunately things took a turn for the worst. And so consequently, I didn't make it on the Monday, and was off for another week. Is there a Steve Allen magical Christmas or New Year show at the Magic Circle this year? Well, actually, strangely enough, I spoke to the Magic Circle yesterday, and I'm going to try and find out, because they have started having their shows again, and I think they do have a Christmas show. Whether I've got one this year, I don't know, but it's, as you know, it's only a little theatre. It can only hold 160 people, and so if we do it, it's an opportunity to come to the Magic Circle, and you get to see some close-up magicians. I mean, really top people who are operating within a matter of inches of where you're sitting, literally. Very good. I don't actually perform. I might do this year. I don't know. I always say that I'm going to. Then you have a deck of cards. Think of a card, 7 of spades. Thank you very much indeed. Rabbit in a hat, dead rabbit. Glass bottle, bottle glass, glass bottle, bottle glass. Oh, it's a sixpence. You know, I mean, people love that kind of stuff, don't they? It's quick fire, humour, a little bit of magic thrown in. Oh, look, da-di-da-di-da, cloth up in the air, down, elephant. What do you reckon? There was one man one year performed a show at the Magic Circle, and his prize possession was a cheetah. He produced a cheetah from a box at the Magic Circle. Unfortunately, the cheetah, you have to be very careful if you're working with animals in magic acts, and some places don't let you do, you know, you can do, you know, a dove or something like that, but a cheetah would definitely be a no-no. And this cheetah was it was used to going in the box. Unfortunately, decided it wanted to go to the toilet. Well, I don't know if you've ever been to a zoo. When animals like cheetahs and lions go to the toilet, they go to the toilet. They had to evacuate the entire theatre. The smell permeated. There were people there fresh, and the cheetah, of course, you're going, what the hell's going on? Who wants to smell of honeysuckle? Kind of thing. But, yeah, and so, yeah, but what was I saying? Yeah, so and then you go up into the theatre, and we have a stage show up for you, normally with about 4 or 5 magicians, all sorts of people. It could be somebody who paper tears. We've had people doing sand drawings. We've had people doing mime. We've had doves. We've had all sorts of things, all sorts of magicians. And I get to host the show, and it's a nice opportunity. But I don't know if that's going to happen just yet. But we're only literally just going into October. So I think within a few weeks we will know about any shows featuring Steve Allen, or the voices or the talent of Steve Allen. I mean, there's so many treats coming up. But my friend Ian says, will you have a glittery jacket on for the magic show? Do you know, I touched one the other day. I've got them hanging up at home because we had about 10 of these jackets made. I would go and buy the material in Soho, and it's glittery material, and then we would send it out. Paul Savory would go to Thailand. He had a flat out there, and he would take it, and he took out one of my jackets, one of my normal jackets, and they would copy, but in this sequin material, and he would then bring them back. So once they'd made one, they could just make them all lined, pockets, cuffs, buttons, everything else, but glittery. And I think when we did a show at Fairfield Halls in Croydon one year for a packed house, I mean, 2,500 people packed in. It was sold out. In fact, we didn't have a show that didn't sell out. They always sell out. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. And we had all the jackets on stage, and they look fantastic under the lights. They look really good. I've got green, red, blue, black, silver, gold. I mean, literally, there's just loads and loads of them. Very nice.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. We get ever nearer the weekend and it gets ever colder. I mean, it really does. Roger says record show OLR 299W has not been statutory off-road notified. Must assume it's been scrapped. Well, I mean, for goodness sake. I mean, the trouble with the early minis is they would rust on the sills, all sorts of places. I mean, water hides and sort of. And I used to have a Mini Traveller, and that used to have sliding windows. You put a runner in and you fix the glass in and everything else. You screwed it in, and so you could replace your own windows and stuff like that. The only thing I ever did once was replace a radiator in a Mini, and nearly broke my hands because there's no room to get your hands in there at all. And you could open sliding windows from the outside. I mean, if you hadn't put the lockdown inside, but I mean, to be honest with you, they were fairly easy to actually break into. But it used to have a starter in the middle. You turn on the engine, and you'd push a button in the middle of the floor, which was by the gear stick thing, and it had a little heater in it, which you turn it on. I mean, seriously, it was like having a jet power going on. It was really. But £3,300 I paid for it. I wonder if that was tax deductible. There was quite a lot in those. It was on HP. I didn't have the money to pay for that straight away. But it was the fact we had to take it back to the garage. Nowadays, you can't buy a car without showing them you've got insurance. They don't want people going out without insurance. To actually go out and drive a car when you've got no insurance is, of course, one of the stupidest things you would ever do in your entire life. Because if you have an accident, who do you think is going to pay? Who is going to pay for it? Imagine if I went out in my car, didn't have any insurance, drove it into a ditch, and then tried to claim off a non-existent insurance company. Unless you've got the finance, who's going to pay for it? That's why people take insurance. That's like pet insurance. You have to have pet insurance, because if your pet becomes ill, these operations, who's that Irish vet? Noel. He must make a fortune because he never tells you how much these operations cost. He just say, listen, we're going to do this and do that. And it's all terribly clever. Makes me feel quite queasy to watch it. But, and he does it. And I'm thinking, this looks like thousands of pounds. Because it's like private surgery, isn't it? But he seems to be able to do miracles. Dogs that sort of come in, who've been run over and stuff like that. He seems to bring them back to life again. I mean, he is the super vet. He brought a book out. Brought 2 books. God, I bet you've got them both. And I bet they're signed, aren't they? Yeah. Do you know him? No. I do. And I don't. I couldn't do anything like that. It's like, what are jobs you couldn't do? One of them would be a vet. One would be a surgeon. And the other would be a funeral director. I mean, you just really wouldn't want to do that at all. No, people wouldn't trust me doing surgery. I mean, do you know that anybody can do it? You can rent premises and you can set yourself up as a cosmetic surgeon. There appear to be very few guidelines on it. You can buy the equipment to do laser eye surgery. You can do all sorts of things once you're trained in doing it. I mean, where do you get Botox from? Yeah, but you're trained to use that person's equipment. Where's the most common place people get Botoxed? Hairdressers. Somebody will go in there and they will offer Botox. You can buy the stuff on the internet. We had 3 hairdressers in Twickenham offering Botox. They don't call it Botox. They call it, skin plumping and all the rest of it. And it's people who've done that. It's like, they used to have diet clinics in London and they were handing out Tenuate Dospan. Tenuate Dospan was what's commonly known as a food restrictor. I can't remember what they call that now. Yeah, it was an appetite suppressant. But the person who had to dispense the tablets, the Tenuate Dospan, had to be a GP. So they would rent a retired GP he had to dispense the tablets because they were on prescription technically, and that's how they got away with it. And they would not only sort of sell you Tenuate Dospan, you'd get 7 tablets, but they would sell you water tablets as well. So you would wee the weight away. And that was fairly common. You see that all the time. But not so much now. And yet go to France, as if you really must, and you can buy all sorts of stuff over the counter. Ventolin inhalers over the counter. When Dale went to the south of France years ago, he stocked up. Because over here they were on prescription. But and loads of... Well, actually, I don't think he was smoking as many. He always seemed to have cigarettes, but I mean, when I went round his house last time, he had literally loads of them stacked underneath the stairs because he used to smoke Stuyvesant and inhalers everywhere. Hadn't had an asthma attack since he was 12, but he had his Ventolin inhaler, and every so often he'd go like that. It just puffs stuff into your mouth, doesn't it? It's like sort of talcum powder or something. I don't know. I've never had asthma. Never had it. Steve, hope you're well. My colleague at work saw Andrew Lloyd Webber's new musical Cinderella, says little Julie, and said it was good but different. I'm thinking about booking it. It'll be another one of those that goes down as classics, isn't it? I said the other day, I'm glad that Wicked is back, because a friend of mine's the producer of it, so we very much like people to go there. It looks wonderful. I've been on the stage. I've stood on the stage of Wicked. It's got a rake on it, where you're literally leaning backwards in case you fall over. And they have to have that so that everybody can see it. Every stage has got it. And during the stage is permanently built like that. Oh, no, I went down there to do we did a feature on it one Christmas on Wicked, because when I first went to see it, I was amazed at how many people in the audience, all young girls, knew all the words to it. They knew everything. I mean, they were way ahead of it. And when they do the bit that goes into the interval, because she floats up from the stage, but fast, she shoots up from the stage and whoosh, like that. And of course, if you're not expecting it, it's completely mind-blowing. Very good. Very, very good show. Very good show. But Cinderella, I'll probably get round to seeing it. What's the other one that I want to see? Oh, yeah, I want to see the Bond thing, but I'm going to wait till the fuss has died down a little bit. So I get a free ticket. I mean, like that. I've got a few days spare, Well, I hope I have anyway. Steve, don't forget to do the Euro Lottery Friday. It's now 139 million. Already got the tickets, thank you. And it wouldn't change anything, because it's been 160 something, hasn't it? The top prize, I think, on the lottery was 160, which seems like it's a nice amount of money. I love people who sort of say, "Oh no, it's far too much money." And you go, "No, it's never too much money, because you could become a philanthropist. You could give money away to all sorts of. I'd love to do that. Can you imagine? I would love it. Britain's biggest ever lottery winner received a jackpot in October 2019, 170 million, but decided to remain anonymous. That'll be that bloke who lives down Cheshire Way, won't it? That one who's just had that huge house built, and nobody knows how he manages that on a postman's wages. 170 million. It's a lot, isn't it? Sorry, I had to have a slurp of the tea just to get myself in gear. I'm toying with the idea of going, when I finish not today, obviously, when I finish the programme, of going to a gymnasium, perhaps have a little workout or something like that, or sitting in a sauna. That's quite a nice idea, isn't it? I quite find. I used to do it before, actually. I did it before when I was doing overnights in LBC. I would drive out of town on the M4, because I would cut up through the Heston service stations, and I would go to the David Lloyd Centre. Because in the early hours of the morning, at about 5 o'clock or 5:30, whatever it was, there was nobody in there. Nobody in there at all. It was closed. I just sat in the car park, turned the heating up, and that was my sauna. But no, I used to go in there and just have a sauna, just to sort of get all the toxins out of your body. And there used to be a little old man in there, and he used to have what will they call it? Menthol. A bottle of menthol liquid or whatever it was, and he would pour this menthol onto the heater in the sauna, and the heat would rise, but it was like sort of being stuck in a Vic Vapor Rub situation. And I'd sit there and go, coughing away. And if you had a chain on round your neck, which I had at the time, you had to take it away because it would burn into your skin because of the heat in the sauna. And you'd sit in there and nobody says anything, like a medallion type thing with my name and address on, if found, return to. And you'd sit in the sauna and nobody'd say anything. There'd just be two of us sitting, this little old man who looked like something out of, Lord of the Rings. And he poured this menthol. Every time he did it, if you sat on the top shelf, you nearly died. I could barely breathe. It was like being sort of caught, as I say, in a Vic Vapor Rub trap. And people were smearing you with it and all, oh, ghastly. And it all was going so well. I would sort of have my sauna, and then I would finish, go and have a shower, get changed, and then drive home, feeling all refreshed and everything else. Until one morning, he said, I forget how it happened. I think I'd perhaps been on the telephone. He said, "I know who you are." I went, "Oh, nice." He said, "You're on the radio." That was the last time I ever went to the David Lloyd Centre to have a sauna first thing in the morning. Imagine sitting there and somebody goes, "I've just been listening to you on the radio, and here you are, stark naked, sitting opposite me." No, they thought I was Clive Bull. Certainly never thought I was anybody else. Ventolin inhalers cost $3 or €3 in France, and $75 in America. Yeah, Shane says, one of my relatives had a Mini, but he was very tall. His head nearly hit the roof. Live around Bondi. Everyone used to laugh. It looked comical. They were small, the Minis, but now they're quite roomy inside. Quite roomy. And somebody else says here, I'm searching for fuel for the second morning, says Alan in Eltham. Well, Stuart Manning got it. I think it's perseverance, isn't it? I think by the time we get to this weekend, we should be okay. I think it'll be getting an awful lot better. So Alan and Eltham is still trying to get to the fuel, but I think you will. I think what they're going to start doing is sending more and more tankers out, so there will be loads of it. And the best way, of course, is the motorway, because nobody's technically going to drive down the motorway just to look to see if there's any petrol there. You might as well do locally. And I think it will start getting better. I think today 150 army drivers are starting. That's what the papers have said, 150. So listen, if you're very clever today, you might have petrol by late this afternoon. But you don't need to queue for it, because they'll have it tomorrow or the day after. There's no shortage of petrol. We've got loads of petrol.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. I trust you are well. So they're going to send out 150 more drivers today in petrol tankers. So, I think possibly by tomorrow we might be on the road to full recovery. Thank you very much indeed. Your heart bleeds when you read the papers today about Sarah Everard, and her old sister, Katie, bravely confronted the man as he sat with his head bowed in the dock, and she said, you treated Sarah as if she was nothing. As if she was nothing. I mean, how the parents have put up with this, I have no idea. I cannot even understand. Even her dad says, you've broken our hearts. I would think that would be an understatement. They'll be forever thinking about, what that poor girl went through, for some person's gratitude. But as one lady wrote the other day, she said, what do you do if somebody comes up to you, shows you a warrant card and then a pair of handcuffs and arrests you? If you're a single woman, are you supposed to know about these things? Somebody said they hand warrant cards in at the end of the day. I'd never heard of that. I think I heard that on Darren's programme. Somebody suggested they do that. Yeah, but then you can get anything. I mean, I wouldn't know what I was looking for. The amount of... You go onto YouTube and see how many fake cops there are in America. People who are pulling people over and going for this. And then it turned out one of them, it was 2 undercover cops who were pulled over, and he kept saying, you've got your licenses. And they're going, who are you? And it turns out he pulled over 2 undercover cops. But there's loads of these people out there. They've all got screws loose. But when you look at this sort of... you wouldn't know. Because, these people who perpetrate these crimes... They don't have a big sign on them going potential murderer or abductor. I mean, this poor woman, I mean, her parents have got to relive this today in all the newspapers. It's just not even sad. It's just beyond anything. And he'll be sentenced later. I mean, what would be the sentence? Somebody was asking me, I think it's probably been done on LBC, do we bring back capital punishment? I said, that doesn't solve it. If capital punishment worked, there'd be no crimes committed in the world. But unfortunately there are, and 2 idiots here filling up petrol into a bin liner. An open container lined with a black bin bag. One has a face mask on to protect against COVID, and the other one just looks like a complete idiot. A complete idiot. You've never seen anything like it. They don't say. The reckless pair were filmed on a Shell forecourt. But, why did the person operating the pump not turn it off? They're as guilty as the other people. They say it's from an unknown location. However, the petrol could dissolve both the bag and the bucket. It's petrol. But these people are too thick to realise that. I mean, you almost want something major to happen to say to people, literally, they've got a bin with a bin liner inside it and just piling petrol in there. Really thick. Unbelievably thick. It's so awful. So awful. Anyway, the eco-yobs are facing new powers, so says... Oh, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Honestly, we've seen this before. Has anybody been put in prison yet? No. What do? They arrest them, they take them to the police station, then they let them go. Twice in one day they went back to the same place. The police must be absolutely kicking themselves, wasting their time on this. Tilly Ramsey's chemistry with her dance partner, who's called Nikita Kuzmin, has sparked talk that the... I don't think so. I don't think so. You only have to look at him to realise he's very, very pretty boy. And they say she's sizzled in this... No, absolutely not. I'm so sorry. There is nothing. He does have a girlfriend. She's called Nicole, as in Papa, Nicole. and he's very good looking, and Tilly nowhere near it. I mean, we're not even kidding, but they have to do it. You know why? It's called publicity for a programme. You know, it's called publicity. Some people are very good at it, but they've had their fair share of COVID, haven't they? In Strictly, it's very nice indeed. But I'm just a bit, I don't know, I'm just a bit bored. The costumes look pretty, but that's about it actually. Tennis ace Emma Raducanu is to have a bite at the Transylvanian Open. She was invited to play at the tournament in Romania, and yesterday she agreed. Of course she did. They're offering money because she'll go everywhere. That's how she's going to make her money. What do we got here? Oh, they've got Katie handling a tarantula. Yes, I couldn't handle a tarantula. So if somebody put one on my hand, I'm afraid I would absolutely freak out. Tarantulas, and Kate's holding one, and the tarantula's called Charlotte. Do you think it knows? Hello, Charlotte. Hello, how are you? Yeah, as it sinks its fangs into her hand. I've never held. I wouldn't touch one. No, I mean absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then there's another one, a snake. Oh, it's called Harry. And, so sorry. William, he seems to be enjoying the old booze when he's doing. He must get home smashed most nights, mustn't he? Because they went off to do she had to go at playing rugby and everything else. She's so much, part of the people, as opposed to Harry's other half as a part of nobody at all, really. They've dug up a dinosaur in the Isle of Wight. Look at the size of the thing. That's the most amazing. A giant tarantula spider, big as a human hand, found in Leicester Street. They move fairly quick. Have you ever seen them? They move. They sink their fangs in. I mean, I just feel ill looking at it. It wouldn't. You get bird-eating spiders and tarantulas, and they look like that. They just don't. I know you get people who are. What are they called? Is there a name for them? Is there, is it arachnophobic? There's one here. It's a giant spider eating an opossum. I mean, how is this possible? But a Goliath bird eater. And they're able to sort of. I just find it unbelievable. I don't like things like that. I'm not very good with snakes either. Ridiculous. And Steve, why doesn't the government allow PCV Category D drivers driving HGV Category C rigid trucks? I can drive a 15-metre double-decker triaxle bus with 109 passengers, but I can't drive a truck full of toilet rolls. I know. The DVLA are swamped under at the moment. They don't have enough people. Somebody says it's Olbus oil that gentleman was using in the sauna. I was in Berlin once in the hotel sauna, and a couple came into the sauna naked. I didn't know where to look, says Nicky. I know. Well, I told you when I went skiing. Well, we didn't ski. We had a toboggan with a friend of mine, Andrew, up in the Austrian Tyrol, and we went to this hotel, Hotel Panhans, which was lovely. We just had dinner there. It was beautiful. I mean, absolutely beautiful. When you see the Tyrolean countryside covered in snow, it's beautiful. And we went for a sauna, I think before we had dinner, and we're just sitting there sort of, chatting away, blah, 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 trains back and all this kind of stuff. And a family came in, mum, dad, son of about 14, 15, and the daughter about 16, 17, all stark naked. And, being British, you don't know where to look. Well, you do, but you don't like to stare, so that they don't think anything about it at all. But I mean, how many of you listening can sort of say, I've sat in a sauna with my parents stark naked? I don't think so. Unless you're naturist, in which case it's probably quite normal. It would be your worst nightmare, wouldn't it? Apart from that, you don't want them to see you. You don't really want to see them either, thank you. But they all sat there chatting away, very animated. And I'm sort of looking at, we did the Scott, yes. The Gates, yeah, no. And German, they were German, yeah. Well, they would be in the Tyrolean Alps. And it was, we just stared, 10 minutes of staring at the ceiling, I think, had enough for me. I just went, so of course you pull your towel around you quite discreetly. They were sitting there, starkers. How big was this beast dug up on the Isle of Wight? 30 feet, the length of it. And they found all sorts of bits and pieces. They said it could swallow a human being in one gulp. Yeah, but it's not really. They've just dug one of these things up. I don't know what bits they've actually got of it. It's like a dinosaur. They said finding the remains of such two huge animals in close succession was a huge surprise. I'm not surprised. Very interesting, isn't it, when you think these things roamed the earth and then we can't remember why they sort of disappeared, whether or not there was sort of a giant explosion in the sky or something like that. I don't know. So the best film car of all time is Bond, the 5, they say, is the greatest. It beat Back to the Future's DeLorean and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh, chitty, you chitty, pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And chitty, oh, chitty 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 bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. I'm not bad. Near, far, in a motor car, on chitty chitty we be penned. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, our fine four-fendered friend. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, our fine four-fendered. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, chitty 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 bang bang bang. This is LBC. I love it. Steve, I hope the companies are paying the military drivers. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's no, they're not. That's what I said. Somebody said, no, please don't hand in the warrant cards at the end of the day. No, we know that. We've just, honestly, some people, honestly, get some cotton buds. And we said, somebody put it forward on Darren's show that that's what you could do, have people handing them in. You know, they said they've got to carry them at all times, even off duty. If they witness a crime, then they can produce the warrant card. Well, yeah, and can't you just say to somebody, I am a policeman? I mean, the government has started deploying the reserve tanker fleet driven by civilians to boost fuel deliveries. So that's good. But there is no fuel supply crisis, OK? We've got tons and tons of fuel. So 150 drivers ready to drive the first tankers, with another 150 army personnel ready to support them. Get them out there today. Get them out there today. Fill up the tankers, get them through, get them out there now. You know, it's not complicated. If you've got them there, what are they doing? Having a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich? Get them out there. Goodness sake, honestly. Why do we have to tell the government what to do? Are they so inept? They really don't know what to do? You know, ridiculous. Although we're all being told now, can you not call it a panic? What do you call 100 people lining up for a garage waiting for a fuel delivery? What do you call that? Yeah, jolly day out. Oh, yeah, we took crackers and a board game. Very nice. Danny says, I've got an HGV licence and received a letter yesterday from the DVLA giving me information and incentives to be a tanker driver for 3 months. Well, there you go. Which is very nice. Very nice indeed. I mean, to be honest with you, why can't they just have people at the filling stations who can do the pipe work and just have somebody who can drive? Bring in HGV drivers. We'll fill it up. You're now driving to this garage here. Off you go. And you get there and... Sorry? Shortage of what? We've got 150 of the blasted people with another 150 on standby. That's 300. Well, they'll have to wait for those ones. They're not coming from Poland, that's a fact. They've already said, basically, do one.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Love your mention and renditioning, says Lou, of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I thought I'm quite good at remembering. Isn't it funny? You can remember things one day. You can remember the words to songs that you haven't sung in years and years and years. And then you can't remember what your old car number was. It's funny. And you see that every day. If I got stopped by the police today, which would be unlikely because I won't be in the car, but and they went, what's your car number and what's in the boot? Well, I mean, the what's in the boot question would have us there for days. We'd have to go through it. Yes, there's an awful lot in the boot. An awful lot in the boot. I mean, at one time, the last time I emptied it, 14 bottles of Prosecco. Look at this volcano. This is in La Palma, in the Canaries. They've got walls 12 metres high of this stuff, and it's now going into the sea, and it's formed another island in the sea. I mean, it is... Look at it. It's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? All that power under their feet. All that power there. And so now they've got... it's more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, and the thermal shock it creates when it hits cool seawater is dangerous because you get plumes of steam that have got hydrochloric acid in. You know, you just think it looks very pretty, safer from a distance, and it will form another part of the island. So it's like a giant molten waterfall. It cascaded over a cliff face, and it will just keep going. I mean, for how long? They appear to have no idea at all. But when you look at it, it's just, oh, isn't that pretty? You know, it's a bit of smoke coming off it, but it hits the water. You've got the hydrochloric acid there. I mean, you have to be so careful with these sort of things. I mean, some people are sort of praying that it stops. And they're hoping that the sooner the volcano goes quiet, the sooner the lava flow stops. And then they'll be free of the threat, which is coming from the ocean with the hydrochloric acid. I mean, if the wind changes direction and the toxic gas heads their way, they probably won't need the government to order them to stay home. Because that's what they're doing at the moment, hoping. But, I mean, if you're sitting there and all of a sudden the back garden vanishes under molten lava, you're going to be whizzing out the front door a bit quick, aren't you, ordering an Uber or something like that, just to get out of the place. But it shows no sign of slowing down. In fact, if anything, it appears to be intensifying. Steve, I heard a scream last night. It was me. I had a huge spider running over my bed. Oh. Have you ever had that, Rona, before? I don't like that. But they do eat insect spiders. But, you know, not on your bed, presumably. She says, I don't want to share my bed with one. I don't blame you. Imagine if you lived in Australia, where they've got these things, which are huge. They could eat a house. They could eat a house. I told you there was one's... Well, obviously not a whole house. You know, they probably leave the veranda. But there was one woman, she came back and a snake had got into the house and it was eating her chihuahua. She went into the bedroom to see the chihuahua's legs vanishing inside the snake's mouth. That didn't last long. I mean, that was, you know, because that's what they do. But when you look at these dangerous spiders, I think the funnel web, isn't it, is fairly dangerous. And you look at the damage that they can do to your hand. But, I mean, some of them are tiny. Some of them are very tiny. Australians are warned about these things. And the funnel web spider here, because it rears up. It rears up. I mean, you know, they're dreadful. And then you see little baby spiders. They seem to have thousands of them at any one time. Teeny tiny. And the spider will look after it. It's like fish. You see this fish in the ocean. It opens its mouth and all the little babies swim in and then it closes its mouth to keep them safe. Never seen that? You've seen it, haven't you? I think, yeah. It lets them out to go swimming, you know. Swimmy. Okay, come back inside, get the towel, dry yourself off. And the mother puts them in her mouth and then closes the mouth and they're safe in there. I think she doesn't eat them. Well, not intent. I mean, obviously, sort of. But the trouble is, if the mother develops hiccups, there's a very good chance a few of them could disappear. But, I mean, you know, when you've got thousands of them in your mouth, it's not going to make too much difference, is it? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think you could eat spiders. Oh, yes, you can. I've seen them at street markets. Yeah, not here, obviously, but if you go to other places around the world, you would find spiders on skewers and things like that, and you can eat them. People eat scorpions. I can go to Fortnum and Mason and find a scorpion in a lollipop. We had it one year. We went to Fortnum and Mason's and bought loads of insects, which are inside, beetles and everything else inside these lollipops, and we had a scorpion inside a lollipop. I didn't eat it, no, but you could eat it. You could eat it. It was edible, and also we had very salty. Oh. And what else do we have? Oh, chocolate-covered ants. We had chocolate-covered ants. Now, I don't know whether or not you have to kill them, and in which case, how do you kill them? Because otherwise they'd be all squashed. And these look like perfect ants, just covered in chocolate, and you just popped it in your mouth. I didn't. I made my friend Alan do it. Yeah, I mean, I just had those Payne's poppets. I wasn't going to be indulged. And I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to eat? I mean, the stuff they do at the street markets. I mean, some of it's very clever, but I wouldn't want to eat it. Thank you very much indeed. Ginger Baker, the Cream drummer. You have to be a certain age to know who he is. He was a wild man of rock. His incredible lifestyle meant his fortune dwindled before he died. It was thought he was a multi-millionaire until his family revealed he was living on 150 quid a week state pension. His real name was Peter. He was voted, once, the man least likely to survive the 60s. His only tour demands were 2 prostitutes and a limo. That was what the rider was, as they say, on his thing. But he spent years hooked on heroin and booze, gave his 15-year-old son a line of cocaine, and had sex with his daughter's pals. But he left 92,000. It was a little bit more than that, 132,000, and then they take off tax. And I tell you, it's no fun dying nowadays, is it really? But half of his money would go to his widow and 4th wife, a quarter to musician son Kofi, a 6th to daughter Leda, and a 12th to daughter Jeanette. Royalties, including from his autobiography Hellraiser, will also go to his wife and kids, because he founded Cream with Jack Bruce and Eric Clapton. But, and he died, and that's all he left. When you think that all these people have been in the business for ages and ages, and that's all they leave, because they basically, you know, up the wall with it. It was a case of it was the rock and roll lifestyle, whereas my rock and roll lifestyle is buying pasta. The other day, I bought some of that bow tie pasta, and I was going to do it with salmon. I bought the salmon and everything else, and then I spoke to a friend of mine, and she cooks. She's very, very good. I remembered it's called farflum something, farfalle. Yeah, I found it in Waitrose. Get a big pack of it for however much it costs. And so I took it home, and I was going to have it with salmon on the top and then like a sauce over the top of it. And she said, salmon and pasta? She said, I don't think so. Put just the sauce with it. You know, like a tomato-based sauce. So I've got to go out today and get the tomato-based sauce. She told me how to cook the pasta, which is, you know, put some water with salt in it. I don't have any salt in. I've never had salt in. So I'll have to go and... Do you have to put salt in? Don't think so. I can do it without. And so I bought this bow tie stuff, and I'll do it today, then drain it off, and then sort of just pour sauce over the top of it. I'm sure it'll be delicious. Another cordon bleu meal from the Steve Allen kitchen. Yeah. Apparently, there's a great documentary called Beware of Mr. Baker. Heard of it? My friend Ian says he breaks the arm of the documentary maker at one point. Oh, right. Beware of Mr. Baker. We think, who was that bloke that we were talking about this morning, Joe? That bloke, do you know who I am? And he said his name was Ronnie Pickering. There's one of these people stops. Nobody knows who this man is. He's obviously some bewildered old... He can't still be alive, can he? He looked fairly dangerous there. Beware of Mr. Baker. There you go. Ah, it was about Ginger Baker. There you go. And for the article, The Devil and Ginger Baker in Rolling Stone magazine, Bulger, this is the man, lived with him in South Africa, where he spent the previous decade living in seclusion. And it was interesting. He had a compulsive, combative personality, which is displayed in the film. So it's called Beware of Mr. Baker. But what was the other one called? I've now forgotten his name again. Ronnie Pickering. The bloke goes, I'm Ronnie Pickering. And nobody knows who he is. I felt like sort of shouting through the window at him, well done you for remembering. There was another one. It was a bloke who was in a car and he was shouting at a cyclist. And this is Ronnie Pickering speaking out. He's an old man. He's past his sell-by donkeys years ago, I should imagine. He had a road rage thing. Who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering, he goes. And we all go, who's Ronnie Pickering? He's a nobody. He's an absolute nobody. But this other one was chasing a cyclist. At one point, he's effing and blinding all over the place. And he says, oh, I'm going to get you and break that camera. And every other word was an F word. He was a complete bozo, a complete dodo bird. And at one point, he gets out the car and he starts running down the road. But, of course, he's vastly overweight. And he's about to gain ground on the cyclist who's filming all of it when he falls over. Funniest thing we've ever seen. He can't still be alive, can he? I mean, he looked pretty ropey in these videos. But do we think Ronnie Pickering's still alive? What is it? What is he, Ronnie Pickering? What does he do, I wonder? Apparently, my friend Ian says, there was an English tea shop I used to go to in New York, and the owner said Ginger Baker went in there once and was lovely. It's always when people have had booze or drugs or something like that they turn into, you know, complete wallies, complete and utter wallies. And so I think that would probably have applied, you know, on some occasions to Ginger Baker. But it doesn't make any difference to him that he only left £92,000, but that meant he didn't have a property. He didn't have anything else to leave, because if you live in London and you've got a 2-bedroom flat, you know, you could be leaving £600,000, £700,000 just on the flat. Just on the flat. Steve, once again, the armed forces will step in to clear a civilian mess, and without doubt, on conclusion of the emergency, they will be forgotten and neglected again. Well, we used them before, didn't we, with the Green Goddesses, when the firemen went on strike and the army had to come out and do it and deliver PPE. Yeah, they had to do all of these things. Did they get any thanks for it? No, we just assume they're going to do it for us. So they're going to be delivering petrol, and they're going to start today. So things looking up. But I don't know how many deliveries would be made in the course of a day. If they say 150 lorries are going out today, I don't know. Is that, you know, are we short of 1,000 lorries in a day? I don't know. No idea. But let's keep our fingers crossed that some people are sensible. But the bozos in the paper today, you've got to laugh at the sheer rank stupidity of them. News at 6 o'clock is coming up. It's Thursday morning on LBC with Steve Allen. It's the 30th of September, last day of the month. Tomorrow, apparently we go into winter again. And if I was you, I'd take a big thick coat today, because it's blooming freezing out there. But it might warm up a little bit later on. Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. Welcome to Thursday. I was just trying to... I couldn't open the door. I picked myself up a cup of tea and I was trying to open the door with one hand. And sometimes I wish I was ambidextrous. But I can't eat it anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Steve, the bloke who chased the cyclist and fell over wasn't Ronnie Pickering. We didn't say he was. It's two completely separate... Are you listening properly? We're going to have to get you syringed out, aren't we? I can tell. And, Steve, if only our politicians were as reliable as Her Majesty's Armed Forces. Thank you. Yes, I mean, we never thank them, do we? But we, you know, over the years, we've come to rely on them. And we need them because we're not going to get the petrol delivered. So contrary to the government saying, oh, there is no problem, no panic. Of course there is. That's why people are queuing for petrol. We haven't got any getting to the stations. If we get 150 tankers out today, I mean, I think you should do a delivery. Then you go back to the depot, fill up, then you go back out again. Yeah, hopefully that's what they'll do, so we can get all the deliveries out. So by later on today, there should be petrol back in the pumps again. I mean, it can't be that blooming difficult, can it? Why don't people want to drive tankers? Why have we lost so many tanker drivers all of a sudden? It's like, oh, producer's going to explain to us, then that'll be quite nice, won't it? Also, a finance controller, you'll always find one, who stole $437,000 from her employers, must pay back more than $120,000. Emma Rhodes, a crook, comes from Dorset, a place called Verwood, jailed for 5 years in 2020 for fraud. And she siphoned off all this cash, which people do. And she had extensions built, and due to her action, there was no bonus paid out in the company. She's been fined £120,000 in assets from illegal purchases. What a ghastly old bag. Emma Rhodes. So, you know, she spent it on houses, holidays, cars, jewellery, everything. Basically, she was lining her own pockets while everybody else was suffering in the company. These people, they should send her to prison for life. I think we shilly-shally around, don't we? And they sort of go, oh, let's not bother, you know, let's send them off so they can get some help or something like that. No, she's a thief. Just a common little thief. Well, common she might not be, I don't know. Poor old Gary Lineker used to cower in the showers. Who didn't? Everybody hated the showers at school. Nobody ever liked it, but he was playing football. He admitted he was a late developer. He had no body hair till he was 18. Too much information. Too much information. Every time we look at him now, we shall be thinking. He was on a podcast. He said, I didn't reach puberty until I was 17 or 18. He said, very embarrassing for a young man. Why do they say that? What do you mean, embarrassing for a young man? Not really. He said, genuinely, I had no body hair. In the showers every day, I'd go in holding myself, hiding in the corner, back to the wall. I would have thought that would be the last thing he'd be doing, back to the wall. It would be front to the wall. Wouldn't that make more sense? But there you go. He said, even in football, I didn't get into the county team in the under-16s, but Leicester saw something in me. I think they probably saw quite a lot in you, I should imagine. Bless him. So there's a picture of him. Red-faced Gary hid in the showers. Just takes on a whole new meaning, doesn't it, really, actually? When he was young, he was very good-looking. It's only recently he's gone grey. And he's 60 now. I thought he was older than 60. But he's 60. I don't know, 60 a good age? Anybody listening at the moment going, yeah, I'm 59, Steve, 60 is fantastic. Not. Nobody likes the ageing process, do they? We all hate it. Nothing you could do about it. You just go out and buy, you know, you can buy expensive creams. People try and hold back the ageing process. I've never done that. I've always dressed for my age. Not that I'm sure what dressing for your age is. Somebody said to me, you get little old ladies, the moment they actually become your grandmother, they start wearing and dressing like Mary Poppins. They start wearing sort of very sensible shoes, which they've obviously had for some time, and skirts and little hats and things like that. It's all very odd. Punch up in Epping the other day, group of men brawling, sad, pathetic little people. And we need 100,000 more HGV drivers. So a cocktail of chaos had led to the crisis. So what are the causes? Well, first one, of course, top of the list, COVID. The pandemic saw many foreign HGV drivers return to their home countries, although most of the home countries seem to have a shortage of lorry drivers as well. Brexit, the RHA claims around 20,000 European drivers have left the UK for Brexit reasons. Then there's people retiring. Do you know there's about, is it 2,000 a day? A week, 2,000 a week, apparently. They need to make the profession of a trucker much more enticing. We are the men of the convoy, trucking through the night. You have to try and make it, you know, it was at CB Radio, it was good. Also, the tax changes. A change to the rules on how people working off the payroll pay tax has been blamed for some HGV drivers. This is the reform of the IR35 rules, designed to prevent workers from setting up limited companies for which they pay less tax and national insurance while working in effect as an employee. So the old Inland Revenue clamped down on that one. Another avenue of pleasure denied us. Also working conditions. Conditions at roadside services in the UK are far worse than in mainland Europe. And that's just some of the items which have contributed to all these drivers. The ones that they've got abroad, they asked them the other day. They've done surveys in different countries. And the Polish drivers don't want to come back. They're only offering 3-month contracts. till Christmas Eve. So happy blooming Christmas to you from the government. They really think the world of you. No, they don't. No, they don't. Absolutely not. How ridiculous. Somebody says wearing a baseball cap is not dressing your age. Well, more stupid than you look. Of course. Of course, wearing a baseball cap. Have you seen any American presidents not wearing a baseball cap? Where are you from? You're from a little land all by yourself, are you? Everybody wears baseball caps. All the people in this building wear baseball caps. All the bosses have baseball caps. Everybody, they wear them all the time. You're obviously living in a little land all by yourself where you're very lonely. And you haven't got any friends and you've got nobody who's got a baseball cap. Everybody wears baseball caps. God, I don't think there's an American president who has not worn a baseball cap. They all wore them. Ronald Reagan wore them. Trump's worn them. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln was seen wearing a baseball cap all the time with Abe written on the front. Everybody's got them. Honestly, well, silly, honestly. That's why you've got no friends. Somebody else says, yes, we love the bloke who chased the cyclist and then fell over. I know. I hope he was severely damaged because his language was atrocious. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get that camera. And he was effing and blinding. The bloke said, I'm going to give this to the police. You do what you... And it was the most awful thing. So when he fell over, I laughed. Steve, I'm 28 myself. Well done. And can't drive HGVs because HGVs bend in the middle. It's a whole different kettle of fish to driving a long minibus, says Ollie, who's in Newbury. Newbury. Sounds like those Newberry fruits, doesn't it? That's down in Berkshire. You used to live down in Berkshire, just outside Newbury, actually. Well, apart from me. Mick Jagger. Used to have a home called Starlight or Star something. But I saw him driving through Newbury High Street one time. Used to be a nice little market town. Horrible now. Horrible place. We used to have a very posh house. We were half timbered, which was lovely. With a drive. Thatched roof. No, not thatched roof. No, wasn't that. But we were just outside Newbury, which was lovely. Very nice. We used to have the Newbury show in our field at the back of our house, so we could nip through the hedge and go in and not pay. See all the traction engines and the steam engines. We used to have a big Michaelmas fair, fun fair, down there, which went on for about a week and a half, which was where the Wall of Death was in it, with the motorcycles. Do you ever see the Wall of Death? And used to have the freak shows. I'm old enough to remember freak shows in fun fairs. Which was lovely. Fuel prices could reach record levels, even if the current supply crisis ends. Listen, we've been ripped off by the fuel industry and the government for years. Why should we worry about it anymore? If we want to buy it, we'll buy it. If we don't want to buy it, we won't buy it. Simple as that. They're the ones who are going to be left with it. A celebrity spirit guide, another one of those. Oh, what are you, darling? Spirit guide. Stick the word celebrity in front. Makes me sound important. Claire Stone, who was on The Real Housewives of Cheshire, trademarked her Archangel Alchemy. But Alexandra Wenman had for years called herself Archangel Alchemist. They sued each other and the judge ruled Miss Stone's trademark was invalid. Oh, dear. Poor old Claire Stone. Poor old... You've got a picture of her, because I can't remember which one I remember. I remember most of the ghastly people on the Housewives of Cheshire. Oh, look at that. Kevin sent me a thing. He said, one of my favourite dishes. And it's pasta with... Is it with salmon? Is that with salmon? Oh, yeah. See, I think it looks all right, but my friend Helena wasn't over keen on that idea. But I have got the salmon, and very nice it is too. So it's There we go. Oh, that's the mum of two, Angel Whisperer. That's her. Is that her there on the right hand side? Claire. Oh no, that's her there. They all look a bit over made up. They really do, actually. So she's an Angel Whisperer. No, not really. Just looks a bit peculiar. She's obviously had a bit of a time in that field she's lying down in, isn't it? Obviously having a bit of fun there, I should imagine. Whee! But anyway, she's lost. Also, a romance fraudster jailed for fleecing Thierry Henry's ex-wife for 50 grand, just months after being convicted of conning a Love Island star. This is somebody who used Claire Henry's credit card to pay for a Dubai holiday and dentistry work before she caught him out. Blimey. Well, guess who's going to be on Question Time this evening? Good old Amy Hart, the really intelligent one from Love Island. This is the one who got dumped by AJ and had to go into rehab, if you please, because it affected her so badly. Used to be a trolley dolly for BA and then jacked in that job. And basically, she's not really done anything since then. Appeared on Loose Women once or twice or whatever it was. And she's going to be on Question Time tonight. There's sort of 2 pages in one of the papers on her, as if they're trying to turn her into something. She said she wants to change the perception of people on Love Island. No? Why would people want to change their perception? We know what you are. You know, very important, Steve. Dress your age. I'm mid-60s, regularly go shopping wearing Speedos and a baseball cap. I know. It's interesting, isn't it? And, I wonder why, actually, somebody would ever think baseball caps. Have you seen who buys? But everybody buys baseball caps. All my boys have got baseball caps. You see them on a day off, they get home, they change into their chinos and everything else, and on goes the baseball cap. I love the idea people say, oh, yeah, it's basically to be an image. It's a living thing. It's a living thing. We want to look like Steve. We want to be as successful as Steve. We want to be as loved as Steve and as liked as Steve. And so by putting on the Steve Allen baseball cap, the memorial cap, and they've all got Hawaiian shirts out from Tommy Bahama's, it's basically like seeing a mirror image of myself when I walk down the street. And very good. Everybody wears baseball caps. I love the way somebody look at all. I've seen even the royal family wear baseball caps. Come on, Dimbo. You must have seen the pictures. Charles in a baseball cap, and let's not forget about Andrew. Wills, Harry. Harry has to because he's losing his hair. Will's hair is gone, but all wear baseball caps. Really, you must get out and smell the coffee. Oh, sorry, probably can't afford it.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, baseball caps look great until the Dimbos put them on backwards. Yes, I know. That is the trouble, actually. That is the trouble. When people wear them backwards. It's generally people in the music business who wear them backwards. I don't think anybody else wears a baseball cap backwards. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Do anybody? I've never seen anybody round here wearing them backwards. Is it an age cut-off thing? Yeah. Harry just has to put it on his head because it's... I was watching Matt Goss wearing one the other day. They did in this documentary when the screaming stopped, and he was wearing his baseball cap on backwards. But the trouble is, it didn't fit him. He hadn't adjusted the thing at the back, so it fitted. And then I thought, well, he's probably squashing down that piece of hair that he's got, which is very interesting. Steve, apparently Ronnie Pickering was a nice fellow who was known as One Punch Ronnie. I'm Ronnie Pickering. I looked at him and thinking, who are you? I was still none the wiser. 25 is the cut-off age for wearing caps backwards. Okay, that's official. That's from the manufacturers. That's what they've said. 25 is the cut-off age wearing. So if you're over 25, you wouldn't wear them. Who wears them backwards anyway? They just look a bit silly. It's when people have them perched on their head. As I say, look at Matt Goss wearing a baseball cap, because he has to, because if you saw the hair, you'd die laughing. Or he wears what was he wearing the other day in the picture we saw as he was going off for his birthday party, his 53rd or something. It was a fedora. A fedora. I ask you, does he take it off when he gets in the restaurant? Has to go and plump it up when he goes, to the bathroom quickly. Very odd. I've never understood people who wear caps indoors. Joe Swash. I love it. Oh, guess who could be making his way back to... Have I got news for you? Angus Deaton. Apparently, the man who devised the programme wants him back on it. And I liked it. He was sacked over allegations of drug taking and sex and stuff like that. But he was the best host of that programme. I know that some of the panel don't get on with him, but the trouble is he was the best person. He really was, and I like Paul as well. I like all of them. I like Ian Hislop. Some of the other people. Put it, the BBC are dumbing down, aren't they? If they're putting Amy Hart on, somebody from Love Island, onto the thing. Somebody's having a laugh somewhere, aren't they? They're either going to expose her as a complete and utter useless person, or she's going to emerge as the next political figure to be rivalled with in the Labour Party, which I think is highly unlikely as well. How she's going to contribute, I've got no idea. I really don't know. But don't forget, Sir Keir Starmer's on at 7 with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC for breakfast. Which is very good, isn't it? Very good. See, the only people who wear baseball caps are people with bad hair. No, they're not. No, Adam. No, you can't say that because loads of people wear them. Every group under the sun wears baseball caps. The only people I haven't seen wearing them really are sort of groups like One Direction. But I'm sure that they must have done, probably in some of their videos. So that's it. And so we're still trying to work out who Ronnie Pickering is. One Punch Ronnie. Yeah, because I'm Ronnie Pickering. Honestly, had to die laughing. It was the funniest thing ever. The M25 crusties are wriggling out of jail and fines as they're not named on the government's Get Tough Demos injunction. To be honest with you, some of them just look past it. They look as though they've been dug up, don't they, really? They go, who are you, dear? Insulate. Sorry? Insulate. What are you doing? Gluing our hands together. Have you got nothing to do, love? Shouldn't you be home making cakes or something? They are a bunch of saddos. They really are. Jesse Nelson has recorded a duet with Nicki Minaj. What do we know about Nicki Minaj? Didn't that come up a short while ago? Wasn't Nicki Minaj being a bit stupid about something? Didn't Nicki Minaj... She got into a row, didn't she, with Boris? So well done, Jessie Nelson, for going with somebody who nobody likes. Not a wise choice at all. And she was teasing. You know, a behind-the-scenes clip. You don't need to tease, darling. It ain't going to work. Tell you that for nothing now. Tell you that. You're getting all the... You know, Nicki Minaj. You know, the trouble is we build people up too quickly in this country. Way too quickly. Ed Sheeran must be moonlighting as a scout for Ipswich Town. He's now the club's official sponsor. All right, that's very good. Rita Ora's career. Oh, I'm bored with Rita Ora. She's so dull, isn't she? Oh, it's another picture of Rita Ora. Yawn, yawn. And what we can do about going grey, I've got no idea. Some people go grey and white at a fairly early age. Apparently, going grey ages women twice as much as men. That's why a lot of women dye their hair, but then a lot of men dye their hair now. It's considered quite normal. It used to be a bit strange years ago. Females look 6 years older when they have lots of grey hair, but fellas only look 3 years older than they really are. Oh, wow. So there you go. Never bothered me. I never thought about it. Don't have any hair anyway, so it's not going to make any difference, is it? No, never went grey. I never got as far as that at all. Fanny and Dick apparently are among the 100 worst baby names. Other ones, Alexa, Precious, Maybelline, Hitler, Diesel and Lucifer. Surprising names on the list of shame include Karen, Amy and John. Well, they're perfectly normal names, aren't they? Why would they be on the list of shame? John. I'm so sorry. John's everywhere. You've been named and shamed. You're on a list of you know, sort of not having... There's no such thing as grey hair. What is it? Hair, it doesn't turn grey. Once a hair follicle produces hair, the colour is set. Your hair follicles produce less colour as they age. So when the hair goes through its natural cycle of dying and being regenerated, it's more likely to grow in as grey beginning after the age of 35. Oh, right. So it's really, so when they say salt and pepper, that's what they mean, isn't it? I know people who actually have dyed their hair white and grey to make them look more distinguished. You know, whereas poor Peter Andre, I don't know what he does with his hair. It's quite alarming, actually. But it's actually quite a cool thing now to dye it grey, because you can have a very young face, and you look very sophisticated. I think with grey. Not everybody looks sophisticated with grey hair, but you know, or a blue rinse. And it really was a blue rinse. Ladies still have blue rinse. Around our way, there was a woman on the bus the other day with pink hair. I felt a bit sorry for her. She was obviously a few screws short. They do have blue rinse. Oh yeah, they have blue rinses. Oh, yes, they're very popular. You ask some of the old-fashioned ladies' hairdressers, do you still do blue rinses? Oh, yes. And they will always refer to them as my ladies. You know, you go along to old people's homes, you'll find loads of them with blue rinses. Loads. You must go today. Make it your to-do list, I think. Ciggies and booze are the gateway drugs that pave the way to illegal substances. Oh, God. Thank God I've only got one of those to worry about. And there's an eczema sufferer who got addicted to sunbeds, trying to cure her condition, ended up with skin cancer. Daniela Bolton found creams failed to help flare-ups of the illness, because when you get eczema, it can be very bad, and you go through phases. I used to have a producer years and years ago, and some days you would never know he had eczema. Then another day, it would flare up, and you would know he had eczema. But on the days where it wasn't visible, he just looked like anybody else. This 24-year-old says, when I turned... She's only 24, I thought she was about 40. She says, when I turned 18, I thought about trying sunbeds and reading about it online. And 2 years later, she had melanoma. I was so worried. However, following an operation, she was given the all clear. She said, I burst into tears because it was such a relief. I'm definitely a reformed sunbed addict. Absolutely. Absolutely. And also, you're wearing far too much makeup. You know, should I tell you that? Just in case. James Bond isn't going to be a woman, but here's the real-life female secret agents. And they've got all sorts of people here that you won't have heard of, but they are secret agents, and they're important here. Growing up in Britain with a French mother, Violet Szabo. Now, you should know who she is, because we've spoken about her on the programme. When her French husband, Etienne, was killed in action, she swapped her job in an aircraft factory to work as a special operations executive. In 1944, codenamed Louise. She was parachuted into France, helping the resistance and identifying targets. But that June, she was travelling with a resistance member in a car stuffed with weapons. They were stopped at a German checkpoint, and a gun battle broke out. As the pair fled, she twisted her ankle but held off the Germans, killing a corporal until she ran out of ammunition, giving her companion time to escape. She was tortured, taken to Ravensbrück, where she was executed with other female SOE agents. She was just 23. She's very famous, Violette Szabo. You can find films all about her. And, as I say, to be executed at 23. Very, very young. Steve, what is the new item that I will be adding to my Steve Allen shelf? Can't tell you till Monday. I'm sworn to secrecy. Even people in the building don't know. They've tried to price it out of me. I said, no, I can't tell you. We'll have to wait and find out. I mean, we've had to sign an agreement on this one. Seriously, it's all been a bit hush, and they've come back and they've shown me what it looks like, and they've said, "Do you like that? Is that okay? Okay, that's fine." But what I am offering, I can tell you this much: it comes with free post and packing. Okay. Now, whether or not that's everywhere, I don't know. We'll have to check the rules next week. But it comes with free post and packing. Although I've already heard from people overseas saying, "I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Thank you very much indeed." Thank you very much indeed. So let's see how many we move on Monday. I mean, some of the other ones have been tremendously successful. So I hope this one is going to be as successful. Most people who've seen it within the building have gone, looks fab. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that you all like it. It took us a long time to work this one out, but it should work for us. But we shall find out, shall we not? Steve, speaking about Violette Szabo, every year Rosemary Rigby celebrates her life and birthday at the house where her aunt and uncle lived in Warmelo. There's even a small museum there, says Georgina. It's a great story. Was Violette Szabo, was that the life that I had is the life that I had is yours? And was that the one? Or was that another one? I can never remember. I just remember little bits of these films which sort of drop into your mind. And Violette Szabo, that's right. She was so young. She was only 23 when she died. She got a posthumous George Cross. So she was British-French special agent, born in Paris in France, and then came over here. She was interrogated, tortured and deported at 23. At 23. They didn't really care, actually, the Germans, who they executed, and she was executed along with a number of other people. You just move it down a bit. So, Ravensbrück, blah, 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 blah. I want to know whether or not it was this poem that they used, whether it was in this one or not. But her medals are on display, actually. You can find them. And there is a blue plaque on the wall of the house where Violette Szabo grew up in Burnley Road, Stockwell. Nothing about a poem. There it is. The 2018 10-minute short play, The Life That I Have, developed for the women by play, is inspired by Szabo's last moments, which is find the life that I have. That's she was the bravest of them all. The life that I have was this poem which they had to learn, and it was used as a code in, I believe, the Second World War. And they had to learn this one. The life that I have is all that I have, and the life that I have is yours. The love that I have of the life that I have is yours and yours and yours. A sleep I shall have, a rest I shall have, yet death will be but a pause, for the peace of my years in the long green grass will be yours and yours and yours. There you go. And that's the poem that they feature in the film. And I remember then it was they came back and they did this poem. But again, at least we look after the people who've sort of given their lives, really. I mean, I'm assuming she was shot. I don't know. We sort of the last D-Day soldier. Yes, the last D-Day soldier died. One of the last ones. He was 97. And you can only look, because you don't know who these people are until they're mentioned in the newspapers, and you read about them, and you sort of think, you'll never know what they went through. You'll never know on D-Day what these people did, where they watched all their mates. They got onto the beach and they were just gunned down. the sea ran red. And you'll never know unless you were there. So they've got their memories. And it isn't until people talk about them or talk to them or they put them on, the newspapers that we know about these people and we can honour them, which I think is fantastic. Steve, a young chap who works in our office, has been waiting 10 weeks for his provisional HGV licence. He wants to drive a lorry for a skip and grab hire in Croydon, says Richard. They're running short of staff in the DVLA. They're running really a lot of staff. Huge backlog. I mean, there's thousands backlogging because they can't process things quick enough. Steve, it's not a full Monty calendar featuring all you LBC guys. And I bet you're December. Well, I would have to be December. I would have to be. Jeremy says, did you and your family visit the Yorkshire Dales? No, we lived in Yorkshire. We didn't we didn't do visiting anywhere at all, actually. But by the way, the DVLA backlog of trying to get these HGV licences out, 54,000. So not going to be happening by the weekend, is it? Not going to be happening by the weekend. So it's a backlog of 54,000 HGV licences. I don't know. We seem to be short of everybody at the moment, don't we? Also, the furlough scheme comes to an end today amid fears of a wave of unemployment. Go and work for the DVLA. They're crying out for people, I should imagine. Crying out. Tony in Woodford says, I've now got a fine collection of Fred Perry baseball caps at the age of 53, being follically challenged. It's lovely. I mean, everybody used them. Hearing you mention Wicked, says Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, brought back some very fond memories of seeing it with my daughter. It was fabulous. Fabulous. It is. It's as good as ever. And they got standing ovations. They're back to the standing ovations. Have you not seen it? Go see it. It's a super musical. I don't say that because I have a vested interest in it, apart from the fact that a friend of mine is the producer. It's a case of the fact it's a bloody good musical. It's as simple as that. Pat says, I wish you'd read out more poetry, Steve. You always do it so beautifully. I got myself a bit involved with poetry, actually. And when you read something out, like that, because it brings back so many memories, loads of memories for different people. It's my favourite poem, Steve. Always makes me cry.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7. Why is Daniel Craig the toughest act to follow? Because apparently they're now saying he could be the best Bond. Mind you, see, I thought the best one was Roger Moore, but that was just because of the time that I grew up in. I mean, a lot of people like Roger Moore, a lot of people like Sean Connery. There was something humorous about. I thought Bond had to bring a bit of humour into it and everything else, and I just like Roger Moore anyway, only because I thought he was charming. Daniel Craig in the latest one, they've got some fantastic reviews. I mean, really good, 4- and 5-star reviews, and it's a case of, will you book to see it? Well, hundreds of thousands of you have booked to see it already, so I hope you enjoy it. As I say, I've taken a bottle of water because it's going to run forever. It's out today. Steve, can't wait to see what the surprise is on Monday, says Shane in Sydney. Yes. Don't forget Sir Keir Starmer joining Nick Ferrari this morning. It's got nothing to do with what we're doing on anything in Sydney. And somebody says, what's the cost of the napkins? Honestly, no good trying to fumble in the dark for that one, is it? To be honest with you, I hadn't thought about napkins before, but that seems like quite a good idea. A napkin set. With sort of, not very green, is it? Actually, do people use napkins anymore? Most people just use a piece of paper, don't they? You sort of hanky up your sleeve. Actually, I put this coat on this morning, which I've not worn since last Christmas, and I found a hanky in the pocket. How cool is that? How cool is that? There wasn't any money. No, generally speaking, you have to check your pockets for money, or down the back of the settee is always a very good one. Steve, my granddad is 97. And a Burma veteran, but it's only the last few years that he's spoken about his time in Birmingham. Whenever he opens up, it's always fascinating. All these people have got the most amazing stories because we wouldn't know. They've, and a lot of their contemporaries have died out many, many years ago. So when people do talk about it, it's like the Chelsea pensioners. That's why people treat them so well, the Chelsea pensioner. If you see them walking through Chelsea, they're in and out of how they stand upright, I've got no idea, because every pub they go into, people want to buy them drinks. People want to have pictures taken with them because they're Chelsea pensioners, and they're very special people, very special. Paul McCartney talking about his life as a granddad. I bet there's loads of granddads listening. Niall reckons it's coasters. It's no good guessing these things. You cannot pre-guess something. Oh, goodness me, you're so far left of centre that you wouldn't guess this at all. So Paul McCartney, my life as a granddad, which must be quite exciting when people sort of go, you know, what's it like being a granddad? And you go, I don't know, it just costs you more money, I suppose. He said he likes to give them back at the end of the day, which is like having godchildren. It's like everybody loves godchildren. Oh, take them out, la la la, push them in the pram, take them out when they're a little bit older, and then all of a sudden they kind of grow up really, really fast. They go from being, you know, one of my oldest goddaughter, you know, she was a baby when I first met her, and she used to crawl into my flat, peer around the door, and then come and sit. What? When I first met her, yeah. We met via an app on a dating site. You know, she was very advanced, and she used to come and sit on my settee and watch television with me. But because she was only a baby, she didn't have the attention span of anything. Whereas I was sitting there watching the television, she would sort of sit there. She'd look at the television. If it wasn't anything, she'd climb off the settee and disappear out again. And I used to think, honestly, and look at her now, dating and everything. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The M25 extremist mob are delighted. Good. Well, I tell you what, I still maintain we should let you superglue your hands together and just leave you there. Just leave you there because, you know, you're so boring and so tedious. You know, people have got enough to worry about without buffoons like you, I'm afraid. Loose Woman star Denise Welsh has told of her devastation over the death of her dad, Vin. He died aged 84 of pneumonia and pulmonary fibrosis. Posting on social media, she said, the words I've dreaded saying all my life. Last night at 11 p.m. we lost our dad, the life force that was Vin. I've never seen anyone fight to stay longer at a party than Dad. She's always very open, isn't she, actually, Denise Welsh? If you see her on Loose Women, she's always going to be fairly outspoken. A bit like Janet Street Porter, but without the hypocrisy. You know, Janet Street Porter, I'd never accept an award because it's all, you know, it's for rich people. Oh, yes, I'll take that one. Thank you very much indeed. Poor old Janet Street Porter. I still can't get over why William and Kate are holding animals. They must be at a zoo or something. And so she's holding a tarantula and he's holding a snake. And then they went off to watch football and everything. Perhaps, I mean, they can't push them any harder, can they? Although everywhere they go, they give them a bevy. I should imagine they'll have a drink problem by the time we get to Christmas. They were giving him whiskey the other day, and Charles was having, you know, a bit of a bevy. Here is this man. I'll mention him because he's important. He's called Lance Corporal Thomas Tony Huntbach, or Huntbach, who was 19 when he landed on the beach, later volunteering for the airborne forces. He saw action at Pegasus Bridge, took part in Operation Varsity, during which he was hurt when his glider was hit by anti-aircraft fire. He was given the Légion d'honneur by the French government for his brave efforts. He's got 3 grandkids, 1 great-grandchild, passed away at his home in Blackpool. His funeral's on Monday. A spokesman for the Airborne Assault Museum at Duxford said he'll be greatly missed. What a nice man. What a nice man. So I'm glad that he gets a mention. He probably hasn't had a mention up until now. Princess Diana's old flat has been awarded a blue plaque. She lived there for 2 years. It's not very long, is it? Mind you, we've got Vincent van Gogh, and there's a blue plaque down the road from me, just by the Isleworth swimming baths. Vincent van Gogh stayed in this house for God knows how many years. Hope he painted the rooms properly. You know what they're like, these painters, honestly. They're terrible. They can't do anything at all. And I've often thought it'd be quite nice to have a blue plaque up. We've got another one for Noel Coward in Teddington. So you think I'll get a blue plaque? How exciting. I'm going to make sure that you two get blue plaques as well. I know you don't want one, but I'll tell you, you're going to have one, Michal. I've decided. I think. Blue plaque on your teeth. Bless him. Bless him. There was a tornado the other day. Guess where? Essex. Ripped through Essex, apparently. And this is on the Stapleford Aerodrome. One helicopter was literally thrown onto its side. Other choppers were spun in circles by the monstrous gust. Where did they come from? It literally... What? It just literally knocked one helicopter completely over. I'm frightened of helicopters. I've watched this helicopter SOS programme on the television, which I think is good, but I wouldn't want to get in it. Although Gemma Collins was a complete drama queen when getting in. Oh, grow up, for God's sake, honestly. The oldest 40-year-old woman in existence, poor soul. Steve. Is it a jerry can shaped like a hip flask? I'm not telling you anything. I'm not telling people anything at all. Yeah, you have to tune in on Monday at 4 a.m. to find out what it is. It's being kept secret until then. But again, it's limited supply of these, and we're only doing it for the week, I think, and so we'll have to wait and see. But I'm looking forward to showing it to you.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Pinching a punt for our first day of the month and no returns. White rabbits, all the usual kind of gubbins that we come up with. But it just means that we're now heading into snow, 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 snow. Yeah, they reckon October could be snow time. Which, of course, doesn't actually make any difference. It just means that, you know, as you're driving around trying to find that garage which is disappearing with fuel in it, you know, you'll be sliding about all over the place, which is lovely. So, contrary to what the government told us and the local councils, don't worry, the situation's getting better with the petrol. Codswallop. Absolute codswallop. You know, but there is a real chance snow could blanket Britain in weeks. Who says that? The Met Office. Yeah, so that'll be a load of old rubbish, won't it? Who believes the Met Office? They just sit there going, what should we say? Let's have snow and tsunami, shall we? Let's see what we can come up with today. They've said it could hit parts of the UK after it arrives in Scotland. It's always Scotland gets it first. Don't know why. Guess who is the most internet-trolled thing to look for? Loch Ness Monster, apparently. That old bunch of baloney. You know, people go, oh, look, I took a picture of it. No, you didn't. You're mad as a fruitcake. You should have been locked up years ago. All these mad people. Steve, everybody talking about allergies. I remember Nina Mishkov went to be tested and found it was washing powder she was allergic to. You could be allergic to all sorts of different bits and pieces. And to be honest with you, I mean, I don't think I'm allergic to anything, well, apart from lamb. But it's not sort of a known allergy. It's just it makes me sick. And it never used to. I used to eat it all the time. I used to think, oh, lamb, that's actually quite nice and tender. And then I saw them gambling about in the fields, and I thought, oh, I don't know, actually. It just came on quite suddenly. So I had lamb one evening, climbed into bed, woke up a few hours later thinking, oh, God, I'm going to be sick. And it was lamb. So I left it, no problems. Then I thought I'd try the lamb again, being my own doctor, and same thing happened. So I've had to, not the same, but I had to avoid it. Because I'm one of these big babies when it comes to being sick. You know, I'll stand out, I'll drink water, I'll do everything, you know, running water in the bathroom, do anything to try and take away from the fact that that at any time now, you know, your stomach's going to have a little explosion all by itself. It'll make that little volcano, which is currently seeping into the sea, which is a problem because as it seeps into the sea, all the lava, and there's enough of it, they must be sitting on a time bomb, mustn't they? You'd think, actually, that this lava would pop out from elsewhere, but it seems to be coming out from the main place. But it's the sulfuric acid. Once this stuff hits the water, it starts turning with plumes of smoke which carry sulfuric acid. I mean, at the moment, the area, it only began cascading into the ocean 2 days ago. It's now bigger, the area, than 25 football pitches. I mean, there's clouds of toxic gas and everything else. I mean, it's fascinating to look at, but you don't want to be anywhere near it because, I mean, the whole place could just blow up. You know, and there is the smell of sulphur. The lava's destroyed hundreds of houses, businesses, and huge swathes of banana plantations. That's what they do. They grow bananas over there commercially, and I think there's thousands and thousands of people. So these rivers of molten rock have not stopped cascading into the sea. Imagine, and of course, the thing that nobody else has mentioned is all the little animals and creatures that live in the path of this molten stuff. They die instantly. They don't know what it is. They've got no idea. They might think, oh, I'll go back into my little burrow. No chance. You're going into your burrow and you're not coming out again. In fact, you're going to be bricked in. I mean, it's 1,000 degrees. 1,000 degrees. Molten rock. Molten rock. You never said anything like it. So it's lovely. You know, people go, oh, isn't that very exciting about that? And you go, yeah, it's fantastic. The peril of petrol stored in tubs. The amount of buffoons, I mean, the real saddos, who turn up at the filling station with sort of a little plastic jerry can thing, whereas anybody worth their salt, or anybody who's got half a brain cell, most of these people have it, you can tell by the way they look, that petrol and plastic don't go together, I'm afraid. And the fumes, I think people think, oh, it's just petrol. There are no fumes, and it's all right, so you don't smoke a cigarette near it. Except that bimbo in the kitchen, that old woman who stored it in a bath in the kitchen, and the fumes floated along, got to her cooker and blew the kitchen up. She was very lucky to live. Very lucky. Priti Patel says protesters should go to prison. Oh, shut up talking about it. Do something. We've heard the claptrap, dear. We all know what goes on. Yes, they're going to go to prison for up to 7 years. Have any of them gone to prison? No, none of them. None of them. What are you wasting your time for? You can't do anything about it. In fact, one point, didn't they go back 4 times to the same bit of motorway? I think they just kept going back there. What are you doing about that, Priti? Nothing. Nothing. Ridiculous. Oh, Jeremy Clarkson kicked up a bit of a stink the other day. Some eco-warriors turned up at his 20,000-acre farm or whatever it is, which is very nice, and he's got a shop there, and it's doing very, very well. He's making a fortune. The locals hate him, of course, because they're all drearies, and nobody wants to go nowhere near them because they smell, and he's actually doing tremendously well. They want him out, and you think, but he's been there longer than most of you have. So some eco-warriors turned up the other day and emptied a huge lot of manure and compost over his car. Covered the car in it. They had a digger there. He just sort of had to watch while they did this thing, and it turned out to be, it was only funny old Anton Deck, wasn't it, doing another one of their super wheezes. You know, let's sort of dress up as other people and put prosthetics on, but they still look like Anton Deck, just a slightly aged, slightly wizened Anton Deck. And this time round, they sort of dumped all this manure over his car, which is so funny, isn't it? I mean, honestly, I couldn't stop to sew my sides up. I was laughing so much about it all. And as I say, I wanted to go to Anton Deck's house. It's only down the road from where I live, actually, and dump a load of cardboard in their front garden and go, it's funny, isn't it? Isn't it funny? I love it. I love it. But they've got a picture of it. I hope they cleaned the car off and there was anything toxic in the manure. I hope they will be paying for it. I hope they will be paying for it, which is good. What else we got? The flu and the COVID jabs do work together. I still have not had my extra booster, which I'm looking forward to. The marathon legend still going at 83. The skipper, who told how 2 killer whales rammed his yacht for 25 minutes. I'm assuming all they can see, because they don't have very good sight, whales. And these killer whales, to make them sound more appealing, they call them orcas. But they are killer whales, and they will kill other whales and eat them and everything else. Well, they drown them, especially babies. They're big into babies. If they were sort of walking about in the land, we'd have had them locked up years ago. But anyway, all they can see underneath the boat, obviously, is this black shape, which would be the hull, which is painted black, and they would attack it because they would think it was another whale, you know, on their territory, because they're not the brightest. Also, Jackie Weaver. No, I didn't know who she was. She's some poor old baggage who turned up on, she was a council leader or something, whatever it was. You know, she had her 35 seconds of fame, and luckily we've heard nothing from her since, until today in the paper, when she says she could offer to sort out Katie Price's woes. She said she needs somebody normal to talk to. Well, she has got somebody normal to talk to. She's got a mum. She's got her brother. There's a half-sister. She's got a little boyfriend. She's got loads of people in the normal world. The last person you want turning up on your doorstep is, you know, the doorbell to ring and you open it and somebody goes, hello, I'm Jackie Weaver. Slam. I didn't know who she was. I've got no idea. I've heard about it, but it doesn't mean anything at all to me. Rob Brydon turned down going to Live Aid with his girlfriend because he didn't think anybody would go to it. 70,000 people later. Also, Amazon under fire for selling baby jumpers up to the age of 4 years old with a slogan on the front saying, sorry boys, daddy says no dating. I mean, it's slightly creepy, but I mean, I get where they're coming from because it's not serious. I mean, nobody'd ever take something like that seriously, but somebody's complained about it, so that's, you know, it's the way it goes, isn't it? The care home that was so cold, their boiler had broken, and so a lady called Doreen froze to death. It was so cold. It's got to be bloody cold for that, hasn't it, really, I think. Victoria Beckham, modelling another one of her ghastly outfits. I mean, who buys this stuff, seriously? Never heard anybody write to me over the years, you know, on sort of Victoria Beckham, a fashionista and all that kind of stuff. She's paper thin. There's nothing of her. As I say, it must be like, you know, climbing into bed with a deck chair. Probably more meat on the deck chair, I should imagine. And Steve, if you think Insulate Britain should go to prison, should Boris over the petrol crisis? Well, I mean, no, I don't think he should go to prison at all. That would be just, that's sort of, I suppose, somebody's gut reaction. But no, I mean, but they should have admitted they knew about this ages ago. It isn't like all of a sudden, in the space of an hour, we managed to lose 100,000 lorry drivers. They should have seen this one coming ages ago. The trouble is they've got too many other things to deal with. You know, and it's a bit of a shame, actually. Bit of a shame. But I do think the Insulate Britain people should go to prison, especially as they seem to be habitual. They're just silly old age pensioners. I mean, really, the stupidest people you could ever imagine, because they want to go out there and ruin everybody else's life. But at the same time, they think they're harming the government. The government couldn't give a toss. They don't care. They could sit in the road for the rest of all eternity. They're not going to do anything about it. What they do is they actually, you know, arrest them, put them in a van, take them back to the police station, take their name and address, and push them out the back door. You know, nobody's saying we must insulate our homes. What they're saying is, get out of the way. You know, that's all it is. They don't know what they're talking about, because the bloke who was on the GM programme, his house wasn't insulated properly. What a silly little old tart he turned out to be. Yeah, the one who stormed off, a little bit of a tantrum. Oh, I'm going to walk off this set now. That was another one of Dawn Neesom's classic things. She only asked him about his house because she'd done her research and found out that he didn't have the right insulation. So what's he doing telling us? Because he's one of those, do what I tell you. We used to have it years ago. Used to be a guy called Derek Hatton. There's an old has-been from years ago. The deputy leader of Liverpool Council. Oh, my godfathers. What a ghastly piece of work he turned out to be. He was all over the news. It was a bit like, you know, as irritating as Arthur Scargill. Arthur Scargill used to run the Mine Workers Union. And he was basically a bloke who had a dead shredded wheat and a hamster stuck on his head. And he was a little firebrand, but he lived the life of a champagne socialist. In fact, they tried to kick him out of, I think, a coal mining house that was in the Barbican. They wanted him out of a house in the Barbican, and he dug his little heels in. I'm not moving from there. He likes it, actually. Very sad. Very, very sad. Steve, you're right. It's definitely getting colder, says Walsh. Yeah, I mean, it's noticeably getting colder. I put my coat on yesterday. It was nice and warm. I was quite happy with it. I could sort of wrap it round me. It's sort of, I might go and buy another coat today. I don't know. I might just go and look for a coat. I think I could look for a coat. Yeah, you can get away with that, can't you? You don't have to buy it. You really don't. Have you got your hands on a hamster? I bet you don't even know what a hamster is, do you? H-A-M-S-A. I certainly didn't till I read it today, and I'll tell you all about it a little bit later on. 100 people injured by e-scooters in a year. Good. Good. They need to take these things off the road. They're dangerous, you know, and you've got also, the police do nothing. I'd love to know how many people have been arrested by the police for being on illegal scooters. The only ones you can put on the road are the ones you rent, because they've got insurance. The other one, Ronnie Pickering would have sorted them out, wouldn't he? Who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering.